The man tells the lady to give him a divorce because she knows that he loves Christy. After this, the girl simply cries and insists that she knows. In her mind, she adds that, of course, she knows this perfectly well. She wonders if this Duke Fayheron has a conscience. Ever since they got married, he's been constantly cheating, and he'd make out with some girls in all sorts of casinos and clubs. She'd once loved him, but now she'd spend her nights in tears. And now he asks her for a divorce by mutual consent, and the girl turns to her dear one. And he also says that if he really wants a divorce from her, then he should prepare compensation. That submissive Alice de Fayheron has fallen into eternal sleep today. Meanwhile, the man is thinking it's a good thing she agreed to the divorce. At least she won't have a headache. Well, then he thinks that, okay, it's worth paying her a little, and everything will end. And therefore this is also not bad. The Duke also asks how much she wants, and the ladies claim that she has made her contribution to this family. So shouldn't he give her at least a third of his entire estate? The man, shocked, cries out what she's talking about, and the woman understands that she won't allow herself to be mistreated again, and will also live its own life. A little while later, the girl looks out the window. She understands that this place also holds happy memories, but now she must leave. At the same moment, someone else knocks on the room, and the girl tells that person to come in. A maid comes in and addresses her mistress. This is the maid she brought with her when she got married, and Neri is the only one she can trust in this house. The maid says she needs to tell her mistress something. The girl understands that 4 years were like hell, and in this place there was no one who would stand on her side. So what would she do without Neri? The maid claims that she heard the lady was going to get a divorce and replies that it is true because she has already received a signature. Her interlocutor asks if she will leave from there, to which the girl replies that she will have to, and her maid says that she will go with her. Alice says that it is up to her to decide because she does not want to force the girl to follow her. But at that very moment, the maid cries out that she will follow her mistress, because for her, there is no more important person than her. The main character thanks the maid and offers to live together when they leave there. Alice also suggests that the girl no longer call her mistress, and the maid asks how then, to which the lady replies that she should call her Miss. The protagonist realizes that her name is no longer Alice de Fayheron, but Alice de Harpen again. A little while later, one of the men claims that he came on the Duke's orders. To help with the division of property, when the lady takes the papers in her hands, she asks if there is definitely a third there. The man replies that everything is correct and asks if there are any problems, after which the lady asks him to explain how he calculated this. Her interlocutor claims that 30% of the family's cash deposit is there, and the girl wonders if by deposit he means cash that is in the bank. The girl also says that a third of the deposit won't work and thinks that it looks like the Duke decided to cheat, but what can she do? She's not one of those who can easily fall for such tricks. The girl claims that she clearly said that she wanted to be given a third of all the property, and the Duke agreed with this. Isn't this a state? The jewels, the gold bars, and the grain reserves in the storeroom's property? The lawyer replies yes, but says it's to assess the full value. At that moment, the lady interrupts him and insists he needn't worry about that. After all, every year she received reports on the valuation of all the property, and they reported on all these things. The main character claims that they should transfer 30% of the total value of all property to her account, but the man is horrified and claims that this is a huge amount, and to be honest, she can easily live on the money they are offering her now. The lady then turns to the lawyer and claims that it is not his plan, but how she will manage the money. Or maybe he wants her to also calculate the cost of the mines and everything that is located on the territory of the state. She thinks that this is too much, so she suggests limiting ourselves to this and closing the issue. The man immediately cries out that he needs to talk to the Duke, and the main character replies that of course, and that it is absolutely necessary to do so. That same evening, Alice sits with a glass in her hands and realizes that they are probably racking their brains over how the modest Alice de Fayheron found out about all this. It's all about memories that they have no idea about, because one day she woke up in this place and saw memories of her past life. A little while later, the lady opened her eyes and realized that the day had finally come, when she's supposed to get the money. When a lady walks into a bank, who hands her the amount she asked for? The main character looks at this money with a smile on her face and claims that he probably cried crocodile tears. The lady also understands that this is retribution for his sins, and a little while later, she is already leaving the bank. The maid asks the lady where she will go now, and the lady replies that she will spend money. A little while later, one of the women greets her, and the girl states that she would like to buy a house. The employee asks how much money she is counting on, and then TDI suggests that she show everything she has first. The woman tells the madam that there is a rather expensive house, to which the girl replies that it is not important, and suggests that they look first and then talk. Alice understands that there is probably no house there that she could not buy. At this time, the worker asks if she can recommend her a house like this. She points to one of them and asks if the lady wants her to connect her with the owner. The girl understands that the color and external decoration are beautiful, but the street is far from the carriage station. If the economy starts to grow, then transport will also develop. This is already good for it and is connected to it. The woman asks if she usually uses public transport, and the girl replies that no, and that she simply isn't happy with the location. Alice looks out into the street and realizes that at the moment, the public Koryaks in the Empire are mainly used by traders and healers. But in the near future, ordinary peasants will also be riding them. The girl also sees that there's a $10 billion deposit and wonders if there's a debt involved. And it turns out this mansion should be worth $10 billion less. This woman deliberately wanted to scam her. The lady then scrolls further and selects one of the houses. The woman asks if she really wants to choose that old house. But the price isn't all that low. Alice understands that the station is closer, and the better the transportation situation, the faster the house's price will rise. The girl says that yes. They suggest that they inform the owner and notify her of the results. The lady also understands that you shouldn't buy what seems beautiful now, but what has the potential to appreciate in the future. If the house is undervalued, then it will be real luck. A little while later, the maid says that downstairs she's making deals so boldly, and she didn't even suspect she had such a trait. The main character says there's nothing special about it. Alice understands that in her past life, she worked as an accountant in a large company, and she understands such calculations. The lady looks at the other noblewomen and realizes that she too could once do the same. Despite being the Duke's wife, the property did not belong to her, so she lived quite modestly, but now everything could change. The girl turns to Neri, after which she even suggests going shopping. Her interlocutor asks if Miss really wants to go shopping, and the main character replies that they should get used to this, so let her follow her. The maid at the same moment asks if a lady can really make such unexpected decisions, and that this is so unlike her. Alice only suggests that the maid forget her old image because it no longer exists. A little while later, someone greets the Duchess, and the girl asks if the lady knows her. The woman replies that of course she is a rather unknown person, and the girl is the wife of Duke Feiharan. She understands that this is precisely why she always had to be careful in public. But now it doesn't matter. The main character claims that she came to look at the dress, and her interlocutor will be interested in what design she is looking for. Alice asks the woman to show her all the dresses this year, to which she agrees. After which the girl looks at these dresses, and when she puts one of them on herself, she asks Neri how she likes it. After this, the maid thinks for a moment, and then even states that she thinks everything there is very beautiful. Alice asks if this is true, and then they'll buy everything. The stall owner says, "What a wise decision that is, madam." After which she offers to take measurements and exclaims that the lady is so thin, and also that she has just a perfect figure. A little while later, the main character comes out in a new outfit, and the maid looks at Miss and admires her. Alice tells the woman to choose 10 different outfits for this girl, and the boutique owner exclaims that this is a great idea. The main character also claims that it seems the lady will no longer be able to call her Duchess. After all, the divorce papers have already been signed, after which the girl shows her hand without a ring, and she claims to now be Alice de Arpen. A short time later, the lady is already sitting at the table, and he asks how much money she owes, to which her interlocutor replies that it is 40 million denites, and asks if the lady wants her to send the bill to the estate. The main character replies no, and she'll pay with a check right there. She then hands the check to the worker, and when she leaves, the woman thanks the lady for the purchase and tells her to come again. A few days later, she received a notice from the real estate agency stating that the owner wanted to sell the house. The girl immediately signed the contract, and they agreed with Neri that they would start a new life with her. A short time later, the main character finds herself at the Duke's estate. She wonders if he really wants her to hand over her position after the divorce. But he behaves like a pig until the very end, and at that very moment the girl notices someone else. This woman asks who they have there, and she didn't even think that they would meet again in this place. The lady with red hair is named Christy Letton. This woman was the lady's husband's mistress for 2 years and eventually became the reason for their divorce. Alice realizes she's already acting like she owns the place. After that, she completely ignores the woman. But her interlocutor says that the lady should listen, because she knows that the divorce papers have already been signed. But does she really still consider herself the Duke's wife? Alice asks what's wrong with Togo, and the woman claims that she's asking about the person. The one who was thrown out of the house with all his belongings dares to ignore the words of other people. The main character claims everything is true and they divorced. After which she even smirks. And she claims that now her interlocutor will live with this scum, so there is no need to pester her. Christy at the same moment screams, how dare she speak like that about the Duke? But after this, the lady only starts laughing and wonders if her interlocutor is really thinking that a man who cheated on his wife will only be faithful to her. The red-haired lady claims that Alice's life is ruined, so she decided to say some nasty things to her as a final blow. Well, the main character replies that these are not nasty things but warnings, although this no longer concerns her. She also tells the Duchess to be happy and leaves her. The lady realizes that she is now truly leaving this estate without regret. A little while later, the maid turns around in front of the mirror and asks the miss how she likes this dress. The main character replies that she is a beautiful maid and says that she likes it so much that she never thought she would ever wear something like that. Alice says that maybe she should try on her dresses, to which the girl replies that yes. And then they, together with the boutique owner, claim that it is simply perfect and the lady looks beautiful again from head to toe. Alice thanks them and claims that it is all thanks to her outstanding abilities. But at that very moment, the lady realizes that something is missing and turns to Madam. He also asks if she can recommend any jewelry store nearby. A little while later, the girl enters it and one of the workers greets her. Alice asks to be shown the jewelry, agrees to something, and the maid asks the missus how much she wants to buy. The lady replies that she will buy whatever she likes. Then she asks to be shown all the jewelry. A little while later, the girl is already sitting in front of boxes of jewelry, and the man asks if she really will buy all this. The main character replies that yes, and she would like to look at other jewelry. After which, the lady sees another one of them and claims that she wants this decoration. The shop owner points to the jewelry nearby and asks if the lady is talking about it, but the girl replies that it is nearby. At the same moment, someone else takes this decoration in his hands and claims that he will take it. Alice wonders if he should wait and see what's wrong. She then apologizes and claims she chose it first. Her interlocutor claims that he doesn't even know, and it seems to him that it was he who chose this decoration first. The main character replies that no, and that the hostess misunderstood her. But her interlocutor insists that it was the human's fault that she misunderstood the hostess. Alice understands that he is shifting the blame onto the woman, and then completely understands that this jewelry will belong to her. One of the workers at this time claims that it seems that this gentleman made the choice first, and that they will have to give in to him. The man asks if they see, because the owner himself confirmed, hey, the girl understands that he is probably a regular customer, but she can't contradict the master's words. The worker, meanwhile, wonders if they'll consider him hired by the master, after which the main character says, okay, so be it. Then let them give her only what she asked for before. After which, the worker hands it to her, and when the lady leaves the boutique, they look again at the guy with blonde hair. Seeing his smug grin, the lady thinks how impudent he is, and she hopes that they will never see each other again. A little while later, someone screams out how dare she burst in there, and the girl is so shameless. The man claims that he no longer wants to see people like her in his family, and the lady replies that she has no intention of living there. As her father once said, she already left this house, so how dare she return to it again? But still, a divorce happened in her life, and it would have been impolite not to visit her parents after that. The man slams his hand on the table and screams that the girl is a disgrace to their family. So what is she even talking about? The lady tells her father not to worry about her because she can take care of herself and let him promise only one thing. Someone else looks at all this with displeasure, and the main character shakes her head and also understands that Rufina does not have to take her side. They were never friends, and it would be better for him to pretend that he doesn't know anything. The girl asks him to promise that he will not seek meetings with her no matter what happens in her life. But at that very moment, the man slaps her and screams at her to leave there and not to dare to appear in front of him again. The main character looks at him in shock and realizes that she had only one reason why she came to her parents' house. If they find out that she received monetary compensation, they will probably treat her differently. And the lady knew this. After which, the girl gets up and thanks her father. And in her thoughts, she thanks him for breaking off their relationship himself. When she goes outside, the maid immediately runs up to the miss with joy. But when she sees the abrasion on her face, he asks what's wrong with her cheek and if everything's okay. The main character replies that everything is fine and that she no longer has a family. Neri turns to Miss with tears in her eyes and then hugs her. Alice says that at least she has Neri, and the maid claims that she will serve Miss well. The main character replies that it's fine and suggests that they quickly go to their new house to arrange it. Alice understands that this is all nonsense, because if she breaks down now, she will not be able to endure all the trials that await her in the future. A little while later, the girl is already in the new house and the maid asks for the mistress. How does she like this dress? He tells the main character that she's beautiful and that Neri knows how to choose clothes. If there's anything else, let her say so, and they'll go buy it right away. Her interlocutor claims that when a lady talks like that, she feels like it's not really happening, but she likes it all so much, it's as if she's asleep. The main character lies down on the bed and claims she likes it too, and even wonders why she lived like this before. The girl also asks if she needs to buy anything else, and then she remembers about that piece of jewelry. Alice claims that the necklace was so beautiful, and the maid asks, is she really talking about that very necklace? She wonders if there is another one. The main character immediately gets out of bed and screams that she can order it from some master. A little while later, the lady is in town and realizes that after she paid the jewelry store owner 30 million denites, he told her about the jeweler who made that necklace. When the lady approaches this place, she wonders if this is really the alley with the workshops. A little while later, they knock on one of the doors, and when they open it, they wonder if the master really lives in such a place. The girl then apologizes and asks if Mr. Harley Penson is there by any chance. The man replies that there are no such people, and a little while later, they are already going from house to house asking about this man. The lady realizes that she has reached the last workshop and asks that it be him. At this time, the man asks who she is, and the lady asks if Harley Penson is there by any chance. Her interlocutor then asks her why she needs him. A little while later, they're already sitting at the table. Alice understands that he looks wary because some strangers who know his name have come to see him. The girl says that she would like to make an order because she saw the necklace he made. That's why she came there. The man asks if this is a personal order, to which the lady replies that it can be said that way. Her interlocutor says that he has not had any personal orders so far and asks what kind of product she wants. The girl replies that she wants that necklace and chain. Let him make it thin out of silver and put a large diamond in the middle. She will find the stone herself, after which the man asks what about the deadlines, to which the lady replies that there are no deadlines. After all, what matters to her more is not the speed, but how artificially the necklace is made. The man then replies yes and will do everything as the lady asks. Alice asks what his usual fee is, to which the man replies that the average price is 200,000 denites and he can make about 10 items per month. The girl is surprised by this and wonders if it's really only 200,000. She also understands that making a necklace or ring takes at least 3 days. Since he says that he never has orders, that means he only gets 2 million a month, which is too little considering his working hours. Alice asks if he can take more, to which the man replies that in that case, there might be no work at all, and then he would fall into an eternal sleep from hunger. Besides him, there are many other masters who work for the same fee. He cooperates with several companies, but no one pays more than this amount, and if he names a higher price, then he will not have an order. The main character understands that this is absurd because she sells jewelry for several dozen times more than this amount. Jewelry stores are simply exploiting the craftsmen, and they have formed cartels for their own benefit. The girl thinks what evil people they are, after which she screams that she will give him 5 times more. Her interlocutor is surprised by this, and the lady says that in return he will make more than just this necklace. After all, she wants him to take all her orders from now on. The man asks why the lady shakes his hand, and he claims that this is the true price of his labor. A little while later, the lady is watching in her office. The girl understands that there must be a way to break this system. In the jewelry business, material is, of course, important. But the most important thing is the craftsmen themselves, because unprocessed stone is nothing special. If she raises wages and hires all the jewelers, other firms will no longer be able to exploit them. The girl understands that she will create her own monopoly. And maybe it's worth a try, because she has enough capital even if the business fails. She is already tired of just wasting money, and so she will try to do something worthwhile. Not what they tell her, but what she likes herself. And then the lady is going to head somewhere. The maid asks where Miss is going. The lady replies that she is going to do interesting things. At that moment, the maid asks the miss how her breakfast is, but she just leaves. A little while later, the girl again finds herself in the area where the jewelers live. When the man opens the door, he asks who is there, and the main character greets him. Her interlocutor asks if she has already found the stone, and the lady replies that that is not the issue. After all, she needs his help, and she would like to meet with the capital's jewelers. 1 week later, the lady gathers them in one room and thanks them for coming. The girl says that they probably already heard from Mr. Penson that she gathered them all because she wanted to meet in person. The jewelers look at her a little puzzled, and the girl says that if they work together with her, she will pay them 3 million denites for 3 orders a month. In addition, for additional orders, she will pay 5 times the standard price. One of them asks if they can trust her, to which the other replies that he doesn't know and suggests listening to what she has to say. The woman says that naturally, depending on their personal achievements, they can negotiate a pay increase. One of them at this time asks if the lady can handle this, to which she replies that of course. And on top of that, she will pay for repairs to the workshops if necessary and buy new tools. The jewelers immediately thank her, and one of them claims that this is the first time they have been treated so well. So they'll try their best and let him try to confide in them. The girl claims she's treating them like they deserve it, that's all. After which she asks to sign a 3-year contract. A little while later, someone knocks on the gentleman's door. The man tells him to come in, and the servant immediately tells his lordship that he has received a letter. The man asks if it is from relatives, to which he replies that no, it is from a stranger. After which he nods. This man is Duke Rumiester. He also inquires whether this could be an investor. It would be nice if it were an influential person. When he looks at the signature, he realizes it's Alice de Harpen, the Duke's wife. The servant replies that she is no longer the Duke's wife, and the man replies that he's certainly heard about the divorce. After which he opens this letter, and when he reads it, he realizes that he thought something had happened. But it turned out to be a business proposal, and the servant asks if this is really the case, to which his interlocutor replies that it is. After all, she wants to receive supplies of stones, and besides, the price for 3 years of supplies is not that low. It's not clothes or even perfume. So he's interested in how she plans to get into jewelry making, and maybe it's worth meeting her once. A little while later, the girl screams that she succeeded, and the maid asks the miss what happened. Alice wipes crumbs from her maid's mouth and insists that she wipe the crumbs from her mouth first and then speak. Neri, at the same moment, answers miss that she herself is a lady, and says that in general she received a response from Duke Rumister. He owns the largest mine in the empire, and the man said he was going to meet her. Her interlocutor says how wonderful that is, because the lady thought so much before sending him the letter. So she's going to the meeting right now, to which the girl replies that she would like to, but they agreed to meet in 3 days. Her interlocutor then asks where the meeting will be, and the girl replies that she should go to his estate, since it was her initiative. Now that the answer has arrived, it seems like it's time to go somewhere after lunch. The woman asks where the lady is going, and the meeting is in 3 days. The main character replies that we need to research the market, and my interlocutor asks what that means. A little while later, Alice goes into one of the shops and says that she would like to look at the watch. The lady understands that she needs to behave naturally as usual while shopping. The girl realizes that most of the items there are necklaces, followed by rings. Alice says that they have been making such beautiful watches lately, and that many people are probably buying them, to which the woman replies that, well, they are inferior in sales to necklaces and rings. The watch is a secondary product, and the girl asks if this is true, and yet the necklace was shaved off by the most popular ones. To which her interlocutor replies that this is true, since older generation aristocrats prefer them. Alice understands that this is very useful information, and a little while later someone shouts out greeting Madame. The woman asks if there are any new pieces of jewelry, and her interlocutor replies that of course there are. And since Madame personally visits their store, they've prepared the finest jewelry in advance. The girl understands that, as the owner said, the patrons are aristocrats around 40, after which she turns to the saleswoman and tells her to give her the product she was looking at. A little while later, the lady is already walking down the street and realizes that jewelry is usually bought by aristocrats between the ages of 40 and 50. They prefer diamonds, sapphires, and rubies. Among jewelry, necklaces rank first, followed by rings, bracelets, and watches. The girl also understands that it would be a good idea to open a private shop, and at the moment, jewelry stores use the services of distributors for the processing of precious metals, which is why the prices are so high. It is necessary to reduce distributor costs and increase personal benefits. A little while later, the maid comes into her mistress's office and asks the miss what she is writing so intently. The girl replies that she conducted market research and is now drawing up a document based on her observations, and it is something like a business plan. The maid screams that the more she looks at her mistress, the more she admires her. At this time, a man approaches one of the ladies and hands her some kind of box. She also says it's for her. The girl turns to her brother and asks what it is. The man replies that it is a birthday present, and when the girl opens the box, she screams out how beautiful it is, and it is the first time she sees such a beautiful necklace. He probably had to try hard to choose it, to which the man replies that it is natural. And he tried really hard and even got into an argument. His sister wondered if he'd been arguing with someone, and his brother replied that some girl started saying she'd picked out the jewelry first, and she demanded to give it to him. He clearly captivated her with his charm, and the necklace went to him. His sister asks if he is talking about charm and understands that her brother is telling strange stories again. The man claims that there is no girl who could refuse him looking into his eyes. The blonde understands that for her, this man is a caring and handsome brother. But sometimes this incomprehensible self-confidence in him is alarming. The girl turns to her brother and asks if he wants to say that he took this necklace by force, to which he replies that no. And on the contrary, it was the lady who resisted and did not want to give it up. After which, his little sister says that her brother must have had a hard time. She also asks who that girl was. At this time, the guy remembers how the lady looked at him and then left completely and claims that she looked like a squirrel. In his thoughts, he adds that she is a little cute, but at the same moment, his sister asks if he is really talking about a squirrel. And the guy tells her not to think about it and decides to change the subject by asking if everything has been okay with her lately. The girl replies that of course she is fine and understands what it means that she was a beautiful girl if her brother had such an expression on his face. The blonde claims that while he was gone, something happened in the empire. She points to the news and claims the Faiharan couple have divorced. The man thinks it's surprising that a divorce could occur in a ducal family with such a long history, after which he throws down the newspaper altogether and says that more importantly, he would like to hear his sister's story. A little while later, he asks from there if the lady has arrived, and the main character gets out of the carriage, after which she approaches the Duke's office and the servant informs that the master has a guest. The man approaches Miss Harpin and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time and that he also received her letter. The girl claims that it is her duty to see him again and understands that he called her Miss Harpin because he may have decided to show politeness. The man claims that he replied to her in a letter that he would like to see her, and the girl says that on the contrary, she is grateful to him for the invitation. The lady claims that she wanted to show him the business plan she had drawn up, and the man says that she had even prepared one. The girl says that she thought it would be better to show it once than to explain every detail. The man looking at this plan claims that the content is written very clearly. The main character realizes that her experience as an accountant in her past life, where she had to constantly prepare reports, helped her. He also asks if the lady wrote about the finishing workers and asks if she has recruited a sufficient number of workers, to which she replies that she has. After which, he suggests checking the report on the craftsman's working hours, the average time it takes to make jewelry, and their hourly pay. The man claims that this is probably the lady's first experience in business, but she prepared quite carefully, after which the girl thanks him for the compliment. She also extends her contract terms and claims that she has specified the types and volumes of stones she requires, as well as the delivery times. The main character watches him read this, after which the man asks when he regrets and wants to start a business. The girl replies that she is going to hire people as soon as she receives permission from the department, and that preparation will most likely take several weeks. After which, she also turns to his lordship and asks if there are any problems with the contract. A little while later, someone comments on how great Christy is. The woman says she gave one, even though she practically did nothing. She understands that she had to spend 2 years in the role of a mistress, and this, of course, infuriated her. A little while ago, someone claimed that she was an illegitimate daughter, but she looks pretty and takes after her mother. When she grows up, she'll be the mistress of some second-class aristocrat. The girl, with tears in her eyes, realized that she too wanted a good life. I wanted to hold my head high and enjoy everything that married ladies had. But she always had to hold back her sadness, and 2 years ago, fate itself sent Duke Fayharan, who offered to live with him for the rest of his life, and it didn't matter that he was married. And now she too will become a lawful wife and get everything she wants. Her interlocutor asserts that now is the time for the lady. At the ball in honor of the emperor's daughter's birthday, she will be able to appear as a legal bride. The woman replies that this is true and that she is the bride. Meanwhile, the protagonist is still talking with the Duke. The man replies that there are no problems with the contract, and to be honest, he is satisfied with the proposed price. And looking at all this, his interest was awakened. But the problem was the volume of supplies. The lady is just starting this business, but the requested volume of stones is too large, and perhaps her production volumes are less than the amount of stones he is requesting. The main character realizes that she had researched the volumes of raw materials extracted in its mines in advance. The man claims that this is not the case. It is just that for such large deliveries, he will have to refuse deals with other clients, and such a decision entails risks. The girl says that if she offers him better terms than other clients, he won't have to worry about them anymore, unless it's related to his moral obligation. The man replies that, naturally, it is not a matter of morality, but he has no guarantees that their deal will be long-term. Therefore, he cannot help but worry, and the main character says that in this case he has nothing to worry about. The woman claims she not only conducted a market analysis, but also prepared a delivery estimate, and even hired a staff. She's not just asking him to trust her, she's asking him to trust that the contents of her report and business plan are accurate. The man then asks if he can trust her words, to which the lady replies, "Of course," after which he promises he won't regret it. The Duke, with a smile on his face, says what a funny lady she is, and he hadn't met such self-confident people in a long time. The man also says that everything is fine and he accepts all of Miss Harpen's conditions. The girl asks if he accepts them all unconditionally and wonders if he doesn't even try to negotiate. Her interlocutor claims that he simply decided to trust her self-confidence, and, by the way, he is a good judge of character. Alice thanks him for his trust, and the man claims that he is grateful to her, after which they shake hands and begin signing the contract. A short while later, someone remarks that the Duke looks cheerful. The man replies that yes, he hasn't experienced such emotions for a long time, and he also thinks that they will be good partners. There's a certain power in the sparkle in her eyes, and naturally, there's more. The butler asks what else, and his master claims he'd like to become her close friend. He doesn't care if he likes the girl, but at that very moment, his master cries out, "What is he talking about?" After all, he wants to get to know each other in terms of business and purely human relations. The palace Q then says that it is good about his master and states that from now on, he will see her often. So, let him not think anything out of place about what he's agreeing to. A short time later, the main character is at her estate, and when she cuts the roll, the maid claims that this is the same roll from the famous bakery on Piffin Street. The girl replies that this is true, because she signed a lease agreement for a store on Piffin Street. The maid asks if this is really true and claims that jewelry stores are mostly located on another street. Alice replies that there are already a lot of regular customers there, and if she were to open another jewelry store there, she wouldn't be able to cope with the competition. Although sales aren't that important to her right now. The girl claims that the most important thing for her is that customers remember her store. Aristocrats usually frequent restaurants and cafes, and this is also a place for ladies over 40 to hang out, who are the main clients of jewelry stores, and after spending money for people, they feel relaxed. Therefore, there is a high probability that after a restaurant or cafe, they can continue their conversation while shopping. Her interlocutor tells the miss that this is the perfect plan, and the girl says that she will try there, and if it doesn't work out, she can always move to another place because she has a lot of money. After this, the maid asks what the mistress will name the store, and the main thing is that the heroine thinks if there is some special name, after which the girl remembers all the moments in her life and how she cried in the duchy. Also how she left her and bought herself a new house, and also spent fun time with Neri, after which she claims to name the store La Via Belle. Her interlocutor asks what that means. The lady replies that this means life is beautiful. When they finish eating, the maid asks if she can bring the lady some fruit, to which she thanks her. The girl understands that she needs to think carefully about the brand and is interested in how much more needs to be spent on opening a store. Neri replies that to begin with, goods worth approximately 10 million deniets will be needed. Interior lighting, signage, and the interior will cost 2 million. Glass turns out to be more expensive than she thought. Afterwards, the main character pats the maid on the head and thanks her. She also claims that Neri helps her so well, which makes her feel even more confident. The maid also cries out that no, this is all the merit of the miss, and she is simply doing what she entrusted to her. The main character then looks at her maid's hands and realizes that she cannot ask Neri to do absolutely everything. After which she takes her cape and the girl asks where she is going down again. The main character says that there is no social package there, and when the woman asks what it is, her mistress claims that she will come soon. And then she leaves and the maid realizes that her miss is not even tired after all this work. Walking down the street, Alice realizes that in this world it is impossible to find information on the internet, so she needs to go out and find out everything herself. A little while later, the girl asks to be given today's newspaper, and the man asks if she really wants to read the newspaper, after which he gives it to the lady, and the girl thanks him. A little while later, the main characters are already sitting at the table. She reads that ordinary workers receive about 1 million and 1.6 million, and as she thought, they pay little, and there is a lot of work. The girl also wonders if they'd pay a lot for a small amount of work. Her interlocutor replies that no one would refuse that, after which she also gives Miss a shoulder massage and asks if she is having trouble. The main character thanks her and claims that she is physically a little tired, but it feels like life is boiling inside her. She lived for so long and didn't know what it was like to be free, and thanks to the divorce, she now has such a wonderful life. So you should be grateful to your ex-husband. The maid then exclaims, "How can the groom talk like that?" To which she replies that it's a joke, but her interlocutor insists that such jokes aren't funny at all. The lady understands that she received a huge compensation after the divorce and began to live freely. But he has been lowering her self-esteem for so many years that she can't get all the evil he did to her out of her head. The girl realizes it's time for revenge. Sometime later, the main character suggests the maid sort it all out. She also says that Neri will write down the names of those who passed the interview in order, and it would not be a bad idea to write down a short opinion. The girl immediately agrees and tells the miss that she will carefully observe everything and write it down. At the same moment, the first candidate enters the room and the girl greets him and asks if he has come for the interview. A little while later, they are already finishing up the interview, and the lady claims that they will contact him after the check. After which, several more candidates arrive, and when the lady says goodbye to the next one, he thanks her for coming and claims that they will report the results within a week. They also do this with a few more, and then one of them comes out and the maid tells the miss that there were already 10 people. So it seems their store is popular. She didn't even think that so many people would come, after which the main character thanks Neri and says that if it weren't for her, she would have had a hard time. At the same moment, someone else comes into the office and greets them and asks if the interview is taking place at the La Via Belle store. The main character replies yes and tells him to come on over and sit there. The guy does just that. He understands that his clothes are a little worn out, but the guy looks like a young nobleman. And it is still very important that a person makes a good impression on visitors. The girl then asks what his name is, and when the guy mumbles something, the lady asks if he said his name is Aji. The young man replies that yes, and that's all correct. Afterwards, they conduct an interview, and a short while later, the main character thanks him. She also claims they'll report the results next week. The young man then asks if she could tell him right away. After all, he needs it urgently, and he is ready to start working even tomorrow and will also be very grateful to the lady if she chooses him. The girl thinks how much he needs the job that he is even ready to go out tomorrow. At this time, the maid asks him if he has any special reason, after which the guy claims that he needs money. Alice claims that she understands his situation, but first let him return home and wait a little. At that moment, the young man rises from his seat and claims that he has more ability to be a laborer than a salesman. He also claims that he can protect the store from robbers, and when the main character looks at his strength, she is shocked. After all, fire appears in the boy's hands. The young man also says he knew it would happen and wonders if it won't work. The main character realizes that he looks like a big dog, and one could even say a puppy. The girl asks if he can first remove this light, because it seems that her employee is very scared. To which he agrees, and the girl claims that she will hire him, to which he appears and asks if this is true. To which the lady replies that yes, and offers to sign a contract. The young man immediately thanks the lady, and she claims that she is counting on him. The girl understands that not only does he have good looks, but he also has a high-level magical ability, and such a worker will be useful to them. The girl also asks if Neri can bring the contract, to which she agrees. Alice thinks that if he is a magician, he could work among the aristocrats, so she wonders what happened to him. A little while later, the girl tells him to carefully read the terms of the contract and sign it. She also asks if he worked anywhere else, and it doesn't necessarily have to be in trade. The young man replies that he has never worked anywhere, and the girl understands that perhaps he does look like a nobleman. But you can tell from him that he lives poorly, and the guy says that he has never worked. His hands are clean, you can tell. The lady hands him a contract and says she'll gradually explain his responsibilities to him. A little while later, he comes out and cries out with gratitude. The girl says they'll see each other at the store opening in 10 days. Afterwards, he closes the door, and the maid asks Miss if this man is really normal. The girl replies that she'll hire him first, and if he can't handle it, then she'll sort it out. After which she says that that's enough for today and suggests going home. To which the maid agrees. A little while later, Neri informs the missus that a letter has arrived. When they open it, the maid asks what it says. The girl replies that it's a letter from Mr. Penson. A little while later, the girl is already looking at the items. She immediately takes Mr. Penson by the hand and claims that he is the best, because it seems to her that there is no one like him in the world. The man replies that this is not true, and when the ladies see the work of other masters, they will feel that they are also attractive in their own way, and he is not the best master. But the lady still wonders how he managed to make the jewelry so quickly, to which he replies, the states, thanks to the good quality of the stones she sent, and thanks to the change in the environment, the atmosphere has become much more pleasant, making work more fun. He immediately bows to the mistress and thanks her. The girl insists that she did what she was supposed to and suggests that he stop bowing. Elisa says she thinks there will be a great demand for such jewelry, and she will continue to support it and provide everything necessary. The man says it will be wonderful and thanks her again. He also claims that he is happy now because the lady gave them all new hope. The girl, touched by this, turns to Mr. Penson, and he claims that this is so different from what it was before, when he tried to feed himself alone. And now he can happily think about how to make even more beautiful jewelry. The main character says that no way and remembers how someone asked why she was so stupid. Someone else said he'd also have his eye on other girls, and it was a shame to give her the Duchess's position. In the Duke's house, she was always an outsider. Like an uninvited guest, no one welcomed. So she forgot that anyone could be happy because of her, and the lady now understands what that feels like. After that, she decides it's time to get started. A little while later, the girl is already in front of her store, and the maid, looking inside, asks the miss if this is a dream. Alice claims that the girl can go inside and take a look, but at the same moment, someone else addresses the mistress, and he greets her. One of them is a store employee named Celine, and the other is also an employee named Aji. The main character turns to the two and states that she is glad to see them, after which she suggests that they quickly go inside. The girl also claims that since she is already assembled, she will tell them about the work. The lady claims that they will need to stand there, and if visitors ask, let them show them the goods. After which they stand in their stances, and the main character tells Celine that she is doing a great job of it. The girl also turns to Mr. Aji and asks if he will try too, to which he agrees. Well, when he moves forward, the maid claims that he walks like a wooden doll. The two immediately start laughing, and the main character tells Mr. Aji not to worry so much. A little while later, they are already putting away all the goods and cleaning up. Aji is trying to learn how to tie a tie. And a little while later, someone comes into the store and apologizes and asks if she can look at the jewelry. At that moment, everyone greets her with a smile on their face at the La Via Belle store. A little while later, several more visitors arrive and they all reconcile the decorations. The woman asks if it is really real since so many fakes have been sold lately, to which she replies that it is. After all, this necklace is made of 100% pure gold, and she can trust their store. To highlight her elegance, she recommends this classic design for summer. The main character, observing the worker, understands that experience is paying off and her ability to deal with customers and even her tone of voice are very calm. She quickly memorized the product information, and at that moment, another lady addressed Miss. She also said that most of the clients Celine works with buy jewelry. And how does it seem to her that success awaits them? To which the girl replies that they won't find out when the influx of buyers subsides. Usually, at the very beginning, there are a lot of customers in the stores, and the girl thinks that in any case, there is an opening effect in business. She also says that one can say that these visitors come there out of curiosity, and it will be great if this leads to constant sales. Celine claims that their owner is right, but clients praise their jewelry, and this can be taken as a positive assessment. The girl claims that she put the most beautiful jewelry on display, which were made by their masters for this, and the reaction of buyers is generally good. The woman claims that this is all thanks to the lady's unique insight, and the girl replies that she is not unique, but that their master jewelers have unique abilities. And she also turns to Neri and claims that they have no need for explosive sales, because when they are able to maintain a certain level, then she will launch her brand. The maid asks what it is, and the main character replies that she will soon find out everything herself. Celine also turns to the lady and asks if Mr. Aji will come in the evening when her shift ends. The main character replies that yes, and he will come, since the guy trained so hard. A little while later, the young man greets the visitors very excitedly. The man claims that he likes the watch and asks how much it costs, to which the man simply asks if he can wait a little. The main character, watching the guy, realizes that he seems too worried and she doesn't understand where the lights in his hands have gone. But it is not necessary that everything works out well right away. And besides, it has its own merits. The ladies almost faint when they see him smiling. One of them says it blinds her, while the other claims she would like to draw him and hang his portrait on the wall. The girl understands that some people come into the store just to look at Aji. She also wants to look at the sales for the morning, but at the same moment she hears someone asking why not. The woman insists she's asking for nothing more or less, and that he should just send her 500,000 denites. She also asks if it's really that hard. Aji doesn't even know what to answer. But at that very moment, someone apologizes to the lady. The girl claims that this man is a store employee, and therefore has no right to offer discounts arbitrarily. She is the store owner, so let the lady talk to her. The woman says that if she is the owner, she can give her a discount. After which the main character realizes that this is like a fight. But to convince a client, you can't take a position of utter nonsense and must be as friendly and accommodating as possible. The lady says, before discussing price, first, let the lady see how much this necklace emphasizes her beauty, and whether this is not the most important thing. Alice understands that she needs to be distracted so that she no longer gets hung up on the price. She has a striking enough appearance and is worthy of wearing jewelry for this price. The woman then talks about a necklace that suits her appearance, and the girl understands that she needs to lower her guard with compliments. Her interlocutor claims there's some truth to these words, and the protagonist realizes she knew it all along. She also mentally thanks the marketing lectures she attended at university in her past life. However, the woman still says the price is a bit high. Alisa asks Jana what she thinks a similar necklace might cost in other stores. Her interlocutor replies that she doesn't even know, but she thinks it will be cheaper, and the girl asks if this is true. She understands that she knows that this is a lie, but if she starts translating, it will be worse. Alice claims she researched the market situation beforehand when he set his prices, so she should check again. She also says Mr. Aji will have to go to a nearby store, but the customer says that's not certain. After which, the main character claims that, of course, as she said, similar jewelry can cost less in other places. However, there's a significant difference in detail between seemingly similar items, as theirs are embellished with precious stones. Let her first look at this chain, and the girl asks if she notices its distinct color. The sample there is much higher than similar products on the market, and they made great efforts to compensate for the low strength of silver, which is its disadvantage. If any problem is found with the product, they provide a guarantee for free repair for 2 years, and she will receive a warranty card upon purchase. The lady also told her to look at the stone in the center, because the lady would never see such an artificial engraving of the stone anywhere else. If she buys this jewelry, she is sure that many will envy her. The girl claims that she thinks it's a bit expensive, but isn't her beauty and fame worth it? The woman then asks how she can guarantee people's reaction, but the main character just remains silent, after which she claims that if she hears harsh criticism directed at her, or she is ashamed because of the necklace, then she will return not 500,000, but 1,000,000 denites, after which she promises this to the lady. He asks if this is true, and the main character replies that of course, because she never lies to customers. After this, her interlocutor says that it's good, and then she will buy it at her price. And the girl thanks her, and he claims that he will provide her with a warranty card, and if there are any problems, she should definitely come. After which, the main character thanks her for the purchase and tells the woman to come again. When she leaves, the girl sighs and realizes that they have overcome the first crisis. She also turns to Mr. Aji and asks if he is okay, but when she looks at the guy's face, he understands that it is full of admiration, and the girl wonders why he is looking at her like that. The young man claims that he is surprised how the lady managed to calm the picky client so easily. The girl replies that it is because she has confidence, and the guy asks if she has self-confidence, and it seems that she firmly believes in herself. But the girl replies that it would be stupid to believe in herself, after which she goes into the store and asserts that she believes in her masters. The guy says that the lady has such trust in them and she is just an amazing girl. She just smiles. A little while later, the young man asks, what if she comes anyway, and insists on a discount, to which the lady replies that this most likely will not happen. During the conversation, she observed this woman and realized that she had an overwhelming desire to present herself at her best in front of her acquaintances. When she complimented her, the woman showed weakness. And the girl claims that if she hears a lot of nice words thanks to this respect, then she will most likely think that she was right. The girl also claims that business is not just selling a product, but rather gaining the buyer's trust, and the ability to change the minds of even the most discerning clients. Haji wonders what to do if the same person comes back for the book, to which the girl replies that there is no need to worry about this so much. Believe me, if their store stays afloat, this will be proof of the quality of their goods, so soon persuading customers will no longer be necessary. Aji claims that he still has a lot to learn because the lady said that his job is to communicate with customers. Alice, watching him, realizes that this guy really does look like a big puppy. And then she asks him to teach her magic somehow. After all, she would also like to know how to make such a light, to which he agrees. At this time, the maid returns from the store and tells the miss that she has fulfilled her request. The main character says that Neri is a good girl and thanks her, and tells the maid that she also bought cookies at the most popular pastry shop on Piffin Street. The main character then asks him about having dinner together this Sunday at her place, and asks if he has any business or plans. The girl also claims that Miss Celian said that she could come and she was wondering about Mr. Aji. The young man then replies yes, and the lady insists that she'll cook dinner then, to which he replies that's excellent. Then Alice suggests they finish work for the day. A little while later, the main character returns home and the maid notices something in the mailbox. She also contacts Miss and states that another letter arrived today. The woman also asks who it is from, and the lady notes that it is from Eugene Rumister. A little while later, the lady gets out of the carriage, and when she passes by the restaurant window, she sees the Duke. The girl realizes he's like a drawing. But at the same time, she realizes that having such feelings for a business partner isn't entirely right. The girl also opens the door and understands that she needs to separate work and personal life. At the same moment, she enters the restaurant and greets him. The Duke wonders if she is already there and tells Miss Harpin to come through. The girl greets him and claims that the Duke has arrived early, and then claims that he has a meeting with an important person, so he should have arrived early and waited. And yet he was so grateful that the lady had made time for him. The main character says he embarrassed her, but her interlocutor insists so. He didn't know what kind of tea she liked, so he didn't order it and let her choose slowly. A little while later, the guy also claims that he heard the lady had already opened the store, although she had only recently received a delivery of stones. The girl replies that she has very capable jewelers who work quickly, so lately she hasn't even had time to sit down because she's busy. The Duke says that she is great and asks if he can come into her store sometime, to which the leader replies that of course, and she is always glad to see the Duke. But the store still has a lot of work to do, so she's even a little ashamed. The man insists he believes the store is wonderful, just like Miss Harpin herself. Alice also wonders why he suggested meeting today. Her interlocutor claims that she is, after all, a businesslike lady. Eugene states that he would like to make a proposal to Miss Harpin. The main character is silent for a while after this, and the man claims that he has another offer in addition to the supply of stones. And he asks if he is talking about another condition and understands that recently an ore vein was discovered in the mountains that belonged to their family. The problem was that the mine required too much money, and some people didn't even have one mine, and now there was a new vein. The girl understands that money is flowing like a river in this family. The man claims it's a good thing he managed to find investors. Therefore, construction of the mine will begin soon. He would like to supply the lady with the materials that will be mined there, and the main game doesn't care what these minerals are. The man replies that it's bronze, amethyst, and Afghan lapis lazuli. Alice screams in shock, wondering if he's talking about Afghan lapis lazuli. The lady wonders if it is really possible to obtain this valuable material, and believes it to be Afghan lapis lazuli. This is a rather rare and valuable stone, rare in the world. Even among high society individuals, few would have one in their collection. At this time, the man replies that yes, if the lady needs such stones, he would like to be involved in a permanent supply. Alice claims that she will only be grateful to him and understands that she was just thinking about where to get other stones, and he offers her such rare ones. And the man, a little sheepishly, claims he has something else. A little while later, the lady has brought the dessert she ordered. The girl claims that he said here that he had some other business with her. Her interlocutor asks if she understands that his request might not seem entirely simple, and the girl asks what kind of request it is. Her interlocutor replies that a ball is planned soon in the royal castle, and the princess's birthday is approaching. The lady asks if this is true, after which her interlocutors are even interested in whether she could go with him as his partner. The girl is shocked and wonders if she misheard, but when she looks at his face, she realizes that he is completely serious. Eugene claims that he was invited to the ball, but there is no one to keep him company. Well, if the lady is busy, then nothing can be done, although it would be great if she found time for just one evening. The main character replies that the problem is not in time, and if he goes with her, he is unlikely to hear flattering reviews because he knows about her divorce from Duke Feiharan. The girl understands that she is well aware of her reputation in high society after the divorce, and if she goes with him, this guy's honor will be tarnished and unpleasant rumors may start spreading about him. This cannot be allowed. Wherever she appears, she will hear whispering behind her back, but she cannot hide all the time. Eugene claims that he doesn't care what others say and that he has no right to discuss her divorce. He just wants the lady to go to the ball with him, and, in his greatest passion, he thinks that this is true because from the very beginning, the Duke had no warnings about her. He does not refer to her as the Duke's ex-wife or as a divorced woman. And as for Alice Harpin, he always did it sincerely. The man claims that, especially for the gemstone business, the approval of high society is very important, and spreading word of her products. So he thinks it's a great opportunity, and the lady claims he's right. Everyone will ask the lady where she got all this jewelry and how beautiful it is. The girl understands that since she's in the jewelry business, she needs to attract the attention of markets interested in selling jewelry or the wives of influential dukes. And before them, she should not be the ex-wife of Duke Faiharan, but Alice Harpin, the owner of a jewelry store who will win their hearts. After which, the main character says that she will go with the Duke and understands that with him, she will be able to change her image of a pathetic and inconspicuous divorced woman. Eugene thanks the lady, and the girl with a smile on her face claims that it was he who treated her so kindly, so she knows that he believes in her. The man says he'll pick her up next week. A little while later, a servant asks the Duke if he'll go with the lady to pick up the money. Eugene replies that yes, and that's how it happened. His interlocutor asks if the gentleman really says that he will go to the floor, which he didn't even intend to go to. The servant also thinks that it was no one but the Duke himself who first offered the lady to accompany him to the ball. And yet, the butler asks the gentleman if he likes this lady. The man merely tries to hit his butler and claims he simply wants to get to know her a little better. That's all. His interlocutor cleverly evades this and claims that if she is an ordinary business partner, then why would he need this? His master claims that it is simple curiosity. And the servant claims that curiosity is too strong, and has he ever met someone out of curiosity? Eugene just tells him to shut up, after which he stretches out and understands that the offer to become his partner was a bit shocking, since they had only met twice. He also thinks that this lady has such a sparkle in her eyes, and when she talks, she looks so sweet. He himself did not understand how these words flew out of his mouth. And at the same moment, the butler asked when the master was planning the wedding. Well, his master just tells him to stop joking and get to work. At that very moment, the man also gets up from the table and walks off somewhere. From the meadow, he asks where he is going, and the Duke insists that he is going for a walk and will come soon. When he comes out, the butler claims that the master definitely likes her, and there is no doubt about it. A little while later, the maid cooks and tells the miss that it is a real success. The main character says that Neri is a good boy, and a little while later, guests come to visit them. Neri greets them, and the main character thanks them for coming. Celine asks the lady if she really prepared all this for them, but she has never even tried such treats on her birthday. The girl claims that they don't deserve such treatment, and the main character replies that of course they do, and next time she will treat them to even more delicious food. After which, the maid claims that she did not think that she would ever be able to try such meat. At this time, the guy notices the expensive wine and claims that he hasn't drunk it for a long time. The maid asks him what he's talking about, since it's the first time she's tried this kind of wine, and it seems like Mr. Aji knows a thing or two about them, to which the guy replies that he just happened to try it once. At this time, the main character says that the food will get cold, so she suggests that they all sit down quickly. When they sit down, the lady states that this is their first dinner together for the sake of the prosperity of their store, after which she proposes to raise a toast, to which they respond that it's great and clink glasses. It doesn't take long for the girl to tell her story. Aji says that it was not easy for her, and Celine claims that the lady is really great. The girl claims that there is nothing to be proud of, and she simply thought that she had no reason to hide her story from them, especially since Neri is with her now, and she's actually very happy. The maid then turns to Minus and claims that she too is very happy to be with her. Alice thanks Neri, and Celine says that she is so pleased to see their friendship. Meanwhile, Aji watches them silently. Celine claims that her father was once seriously injured. She worked so hard to feed him, and it seems to her that there is no job that she would not try. And so she came to the lady's shop. The main character says that Miss Celine also had a hard time and thanks her for sharing with them. The girl also asks Mr. Aji what about him, but the guy only asks if she can tell him next time. Alice says that if he doesn't want to, he doesn't have to say anything, and suggests that he do it the way that's most convenient for him. The guy then thanks the lady, but she replies that it's nothing and claims it's his right not to discuss topics he doesn't want to touch on. On the contrary, it was her fault for asking without thinking. The lady realizes that she was so impressed by Duke Rumister's delicacy when she told him her story, and now she herself has shown carelessness. At this point, the maid decides to change the subject and claims that they have good news. The main character claims that the Duke will now additionally supply them with very rare stones, and the maid adds that their mistress will also go to the ball in honor of the princess's birthday. Aji says it's truly very joyful, and he congratulates her on the news. Celine wonders if the lady will go to the royal palace, and the person who connected also congratulates her. The main character claims that Duke Rumiester asked her to accompany him, and she thought it was a good chance to tell other people about their store, so she won't be able to go to work that day, and they'll have to meet and serve customers together. The guy immediately replies that he'll do everything in his power, and Celine tells her not to worry about anything. The main character thanks the two and claims that she is now at peace. A short time later, the day of the ball finally arrived. A woman walks into one of the salons, and a worker greets her immediately. Another worker also greets the woman, but doesn't know how to address her. The main character says that they haven't seen each other for a long time and tells the girl to now call her Alice de Harpin. When she sits down at the chair, the worker asks what kind of hairstyle the lady wants. The girl asks what's fashionable now and understands that in order to run a jewelry business without connections, she needs to present herself as someone who understands fashion. Her interlocutor claims that she'll give her hair large waves, which are very popular now. They'll accentuate her elegance and suit her perfectly. The main character replies that it's fine, after which she tells the lady to make her another nourishing mask because she will pay any amount. The lady understands that it would be better to show not only style but also a well-groomed appearance. Her interlocutor agrees and tells the mistress not to worry and to wait a bit. When she gives the Summer Society magazine, the main characters understand that it is a fashion magazine. She needs to see if their jewelry will match their fashionable dress and shoes. At this time, the worker suggests to begin and begins to style the lady's hair. And a little while later, she states that everything is ready. The main character looks at her reflection and her interlocutor says that the lady looks beautiful. Alice claims that today she does everything that is fashionable, and her interlocutor claims that this is true because she has not yet seen anyone who would not like this. The girl says it's all thanks to the lady's abilities, and if it weren't for her, who else would have been able to create such a hairstyle? The girl claims she's so embarrassed by the lady's words. Well, the main character wonders if this isn't true, since in her opinion, she is the best hairdresser in the world. Alice understands that usually rich ladies are very stingy with praise, and if she is the first to praise this girl, she will be more attentive to her, at least as a sign of gratitude. At this time, the girl is wondering what kind of necklace our lady has. It's so icy beautiful, and she's wondering where she bought it. The main character then smiles and claims that she is in the La Via Belle store. Her interlocutor claims that she is hearing about this store for the first time, and the main character claims that this is her store. The hairdresser asks if the lady has her own shop, to which the girl replies that yes. And to be honest, she recently started selling jewelry. And if she's interested, then let the girl come to her store to look at the goods. Her interlocutor claims that it is good and it is really very beautiful, so she will come. Alice understands that she seems to like her jewelry, and this is natural because she spent so long choosing it. After which, the girl also hands the lady something, but when she asks what it is, the main character claims that it contains the address and opening hours of the store. Alice understands that there is nothing like this in this world yet. Business cards are the basis of advertising. The woman says what a beautiful drawing it is and asks if it is a swan, to which the girl replies that it is correct, because it is the logo of their brand and it symbolizes beauty and elegance. The hairdresser asks what the logo is, and her interlocutor claims that it is some kind of drawing that expresses the essence of the store. The girl claims that thanks to Lady Harpin, she learned so much today, and therefore will definitely visit her store. The main character thanks her and claims that if the lady decides to buy something, she will give a discount especially for her. The hairdresser asks if this is true, and says the lady is being so kind, but wonders if it will affect business. Alice replies that of course she won't. It's gratitude for the girl always styling her hair beautifully, but she should just keep the discount to herself. But something agrees and claims that the lady promised a discount only to her, after which she thanks the lady. The main character understands that there are reasons for serving VIP clients. Many socialites come to Miss Jackie's hair salon. While she's working on her client's hair, casual conversation ensues. They mostly talk about fashion and hairstyles, and the girl thinks that if she speaks positively about their store during these short conversations, this is the beginning of word-of-mouth marketing. The hairdresser claims that she will advertise the lady's shop to honorable ladies, and the main character thanks her, although she says that this is not at all necessary. The girl understands that in such moments it is important to show a restrained reaction so as not to look like a saleswoman. And when she hands over the payment for the styling, the girl claims that she gave too much, and the main character claims that it is a tip, so she should not refuse and accept it. Alice understands that if she pays a generous extra fee, it will be an excellent way to win the favor of the service staff. When she leaves, the girl thanks her, and the main character thinks that it's not worth regretting a small investment in her image. A little while later, the girl sees a carriage driving up to her house, after which the Duke gets out of it. When a man sees Miss Harpin, he says with a smile on his face that she is already there. The girl thanks the Duke for coming, and he claims that the lady looks wonderful today. Alice claims that since he thinks so, it is reassuring. And to be honest, she was very worried. The man says that in his opinion, the lady today is the most beautiful lady of all, and that is true. Alice wonders how he figured this out, and her interlocutor says that if she's interested, she can check it out personally. After which, he offers to go with her, to which the lady agrees. A short time later, the man is already exiting the carriage. When the main character is also about to leave, the Duke tells Miss Harpin to hold his hand. The girl realizes that for the first time she went to a ball holding the hand of a man who was not her husband. She didn't even realize that her husband was trash that couldn't be recycled anymore. She was simply happy to be able to hold the hand of the man she loved. A little while ago, when she was getting out of the carriage, the man simply asked what she was doing there. And this guy tells the lady not to rush, and the girl understands that now everything is different. When she leaves, she understands that now she has to get used to this kind of treatment. At this time, the Duke invites her to go, and the ladies answer that yes. And they can also go inside. A little while later, someone whispers whether this woman is the wife of Duke Feiharan, and another claims that he divorced her. And when the Duke turns to the lady, she replies that everything is fine and understands that she was prepared for this. When she arrived there, everything turned out not to be so bad. And when they went inside, the aristocrats asked what all this was going on, and what does the Duke do with such a woman? Eugene turns to the lady and says that if she feels uncomfortable, she should tell him. The girl realizes she needs to pull herself together, as her goal today is to show off her jewelry. She needs to make sure her necklace, earrings, and brooch are clearly visible, after which the lady tells the Duke that she is fine because everyone has already started dancing. The man realizes that this lady is amazing, and then he takes the lady by the hands. He claims he practiced at home for this day. The girl asks if he was actually practicing the dance, and her interlocutor replies that of course, after all, he came there with such a beautiful lady, so he had to prepare fully. He also asks if the lady would like to dance with him. The main character's ex-husband then turns to his row and offers to dance. Christy agrees to this, but at the same moment someone says to look at these two, how they suit each other, and Christy says that it looks like there is some kind of funny spectacle there, so she goes to see it. Well, when she comes closer, she thinks what this woman is doing there and why she is with Duke Roomister. The woman thinks how she managed to hook him and when, but she thought that she was walking around and didn't even dare raise her face. At the same moment, her future husband asks what Christy is staring at, and the woman tries to block his view and says that it is impossible. Afterwards, the man sees his ex-wife dancing with another man. Christy suggests he go somewhere else. Well, the man just pushes this girl away and, looking at the main character, thinks, was this woman really that beautiful? And what was she doing with Duke Roomister? Christy immediately cries out to the Duke and asks who he's looking at so intently. The man claims it's strange as he's never seen Duke Roomister with ladies, and it's just so unusual, so he doubts it. Christy claims that this woman is acting out of her mind and she dared to seduce an unmarried Duke. The man replies that this is true and realizes that he forgot for a minute that she dug up a third of his property. Christy insists that there is no point in paying attention to this woman and offers to dance, to which her interlocutor agrees. He also understands that there are a lot of women around, so he won't waste his time on her. Meanwhile, someone else is watching them from the balcony. When the dance ends, the Duke asks the lady if she enjoyed it, and the main character says that she didn't know that the Duke dances so well and that he's just great. The man claims that he is glad if she liked it and asks if she would like to dance again, to which the girl replies that she doesn't even know because she is a little thirsty. Then the guy invites her to have a glass together, and when they approach the counter, at that very moment someone turns to Eugene. The man also sees the main character and she introduces herself, after which Milliburn says that he is pleased to meet her. He also wonders if he can steal Eugene for a while since he hasn't seen him for so long. Alice replies that of course, and tells the Duke that she can drink alone, so let him go ahead. The girl also thinks that she needs to be alone for a while, and during the dance she felt how many eyes were focused on her jewelry, so it's time to get down to business. A little while later, someone approaches the girl and asks if he can offer her a glass. It's a cocktail, and it's a great way to brighten up loneliness. The main character understands that she has caught a fish and the sober wife of the Marquis Barkin in social circles. The woman claims that they haven't seen Lady Harpin for a long time, and the main character says that Madame has an excellent memory for faces. The girl also thanks her for the recommendation, and the woman replies that there is no need. She also says that she is glad to meet them and invites them to sit at a table and chat. Alice understands that if she had come alone, this woman would have pretended not to notice her. And apparently, she is very interested in finding out what kind of relationship she has with the Duke. After which, the girl tells Milady that it's fine and she'll be honored to read it. The girl also understands that she must be drawn to La Vie Belle, not the Duke himself. A little while later, the main character greets them all and states that her name is Alice Harpin. One of the girls says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and the other claims that they were waiting for her. After which, they tell the lady to quickly sit down over there, and the main character thanks them for giving her a seat. The girl adjusts her hair to make the jewelry more visible. Then one of the ladies says how beautiful Miss Harpin looks today. The main character says that they are exaggerating because the ladies also look great today. But she thought that an angel had descended from heaven. The Marquis's wife tells the miss that she appeared before them in such a changed form, and it seems that this surprised everyone very much. Her necklace is especially beautiful because as soon as she saw it, it won her heart. The main character asks, "What is this, my lady?" and thinks that it seemed to her that they were all looking at her neck, and that it was not her imagination after all. Another lady at this time claims that the ring is also very nice, and one of them asks if it is possible to ask where she bought such jewelry. The girl replies that she's at the La Vie Belle store. Alice claims that their compliments make her feel awkward. Another girl claims that she really liked the brooch and wants to know if she should say that the store is called La Vie Belle, and if she says where it is, she would like to buy jewelry there. The main character understands that it is natural, because Mr. Penson put his whole soul into the jewelry that she wore today. He carefully processed the stones so that the jewels shone so brightly in the light of the lamps of the court hall. One of the ladies says that these stones sparkled when the lady danced, and the other claims that she suddenly remembered when they started talking about dancing, after which she apologizes for such a question, but asks what kind of relationship the lady has with the Duke. The main character understands that this is it, and the girl finally asked this question. A little while ago, the blonde man was sitting with other aristocrats, and when he saw the Duke and the woman next to him, he approached the balcony. His sister asked who her brother was looking at so intently, and the man insisted he thought he saw a familiar face. The lady claimed that she was the ex-wife of Duke Feiharan, and that she was dancing with Duke Roomister. The man asked if she had really said that this was the wife of Duke Feiharan, and the girl asked why her brother was so surprised, since she had spoken about her last time. The man then claims that no, and he simply didn't think that it was her. Someone else claims that she had only recently gotten divorced, so he didn't think that the girl would appear in such a place. And the most surprising thing is that she came accompanied by Duke Roomister. The blonde understands that this man has never been interested in women or social events. So why is he dancing with her? Another aristocrat at this time asks if they are lovers, after which the guy squeezes the glass, and he wonders if everyone who dances must necessarily be lovers. His interlocutor asks what he is talking about, after which he asserts that he means that this is possible if they are even dancing together. The man then claims that the aristocrat also danced with Selena on her birthday 5 years ago. And does he really mean to say that he's his sister's lover? His interlocutor immediately asserts that this is not true. And then an awkward silence hangs between them, and the girl realizes that he's clinging to her again. The man tells His Highness that he misspoke and then apologizes. But at that very moment, the guy's sister turns to him and claims that she also wants to dance, and therefore offers to go down together. The man replies that it's fine and suggests going, after which he tells his interlocutor to calm down, since it was just a joke. At this time, the main character claims that she and the Duke have a very special relationship. The other ladies are surprised by this and ask if she is talking about a special relationship. The main character considers whether to make them fantasize, after which she asserts that they are very devoted to each other. After all, they are business partners, and to be honest, she recently started her own business. These jewels are from her jewelry store. One of the people wonders if she actually owns the store, and the main character replies that it's a small shop, so she's even embarrassed to say it. But it's called La Via Belle and is located on Real Street. Another lady claims she thought she saw it and thought she'd stop in once. It turns out it's Lady Harpin's shop. The main character says she almost became her client. Someone else asks if this is where Mary Arden's cafe is by any chance. Another girl insists it's true, as that's where she saw it. The main character realizes she's initially attracted their attention and stage 1 has been successful, but she needs to generate even more interest. One of the ladies asks if it means that she came to the balls with the Duke only as a business partner, to which the lady replies that for starters, it's just like that. The girl understands that it was only worth slightly throwing out the fishing rod, and they became even more interested, and the girl says that the Duke really has a wonderful character. They get along well in business, and she even thought it would be nice to have a friend like him. Others claim she heard the Duke has no female friends, to which the main character replies that it is all thanks to the jewelry, and when she showed him the design of the jewelry made by her jewelers, he was very pleased and said that he would like to communicate with her closer. The girl understands that she needs to make them think that the Duke liked the jewelry in her store, which is why he communicates with her so closely. Alice says that the Duke likes her jewelry so much that he even wanted to collaborate with her long term. In her thoughts, the girl thanks the Duke and realizes that she used him as an advertising model completely free of charge. In her past life, she often used this method when she wanted to present a product in the best light to potential customers. The girl also says that ladies should come to her store sometime, and she will personally recommend them jewelry according to their taste or precious stones. They agree, and the lady thanks them, saying she's so embarrassed they paid so much attention to her and her story. The other lady insists she's such a good person for running her own business, and they'll definitely come see her. Alice smiles after this and understands that the first goal of this point was to generate interest among potential clients, and this goal was crowned with success. If aristocrats wear her jewelry, it will become effective advertising, and those men who want to give their women a gift. They'll form a new group of customers for their store and then be able to purchase their products themselves, such as a pocket watch or a tie clip. This is her plan, after which the girl states that it is time for her to go, and her interlocutor asks if the lady is already leaving. The main character claims she wants to freshen up a bit outside because she's feeling a little dizzy and probably hasn't had champagne in a while. Alice understands that all good things come in moderation, and that talking too much can actually have the opposite effect. When she steps out onto the terrace, she realizes she's done well. But at that very moment, someone else turns to the lady and tells her to listen. It turns out to be a guy with blonde hair, after which he greets the lady and the main character asks who he is. But at that very moment, she realizes that this is the same impudent guy who bought the necklace. The guy asks the lady if she remembers him, and the girl replies yes. She silently adds, "How can she forget that day and his fish-like head?" After which the girl looks at his outfit and wonders if he is from the royal family. The lady understands that judging by his appearance, he is about 25 and if he is from the royal family, but she has never seen him. Then most likely it is the prince, and the girl immediately bows and greets His Highness. The man replies that he's not there for these formalities and feels so awkward. The main character realizes that this impudent fellow turned out to be a prince, after which she asks how he knows her, and the lady thinks that he is still unhappy with that situation and maybe even wants to punish her. But he is also to blame for this. He was dressed like a commoner, and in the end, he also bought something that really offended her. The man apologizes for that time, and the woman is surprised, realizing it's a bit unexpected. The blonde insists he wanted to give a special gift to his only sister, and it seems he showed excessive insolence that day. The main character imagines herself saying that's it and agreeing with him, but she understands that if she says that, he'll likely execute her. The girl says that it's okay. It's also her fault that she didn't say everything clearly right away, so he shouldn't be upset about it. The man then claims that the changes are only in words, but they don't seem entirely sincere, and the girl wonders if he's really going to get down on his knees. Her interlocutor claims that he would not want any misunderstanding to arise between them because of that incident. Alice says that she is really fine and wonders if he really said that between them. But she and Mr. Prince are not in the kind of relationship to meet and communicate. The blonde man at this time states that therefore he would like to treat Miss Harpin to dinner and asks what she thinks about it. The girl understands that she has already finished promoting her business for today when she gave those ladies a reason to fantasize about a relationship between her and the Duke. If we also involve a prince, then the impression might be formed that she is a stickler for everyone, and especially since we are talking about a royal person. And then interest in her will arise, but of a completely different nature. She doesn't want to be thought of in the wrong way, after which the blonde says he hopes it's not too much of a hassle to kick her. He just wants to treat her, that's all. But at that very moment, someone else cries out that this is where Miss Harpin was. It turns out to be the Duke, who bows to His Highness and asks how he chewed. The man claims that the guy hasn't been to a ball for a long time, and he replies that yes, he came there as Miss Harpin's partner. He also tells the lady that he's been looking for her for a long time, and then offers to walk her home. The prince asks if he'll really walk her home, and the Duke replies that yes, it was he who suggested coming with him to the balls, and he must bear responsibility until the end. After which His Highness menacingly asks if they are really that close, and the Duke at that very moment approaches the lady. He also says he sees them as having a close relationship. The man claims they only danced once together, and if they were that close, they should have tried several more. His interlocutor claims that Miss Harpin felt dizzy and wanted to rest, so His Highness has nothing to worry about. The man says that his interlocutor today is a rather impudent Duke who asks if this is possible. After all, he's simply stating what is. The main character then steps between these two and tells the Duke that she'll leave now. The girl also informs His Highness that she will probably go since it is time for her to return home, and she hopes that he understands her. When the prince wants to say something, the Duke immediately tells the lady that it is good and then they will do so. The man claims that Lady Harpin looks tired, so they need to go. He also apologizes to His Highness. The main character, observing all this, understands that even though the Duke is from the most influential family in the Empire, how can one treat a prince like that? The blonde then claims that since Miss Harpin says she is tired, then let them go. Then the two leave, and the lady understands that okay, and if she is uncomfortable, then she can refuse the offer to have dinner, even with the prince himself. When she leaves, the blonde says it's funny. Meanwhile, she leaves with the Duke, wondering if they're really supposed to walk hand in hand. The man then tells the lady to wait, and the girl thinks that maybe he heard her thoughts. After which, the Duke takes off his jacket and wraps the lady in it, and also says that he thinks she is cold. The lady replies that no, and she is fine. But her interlocutor says that she is dressed too lightly, so he is worried that the lady might catch a cold, and she doesn't mind. Alice then thanks the Duke, and he asks if it's better this way. She realizes he's making that dangerous expression again, so she needs to pull herself together. The main character thinks that she only needs to think about business. And at this time, the man asks if Miss Harpin is shivering from the cold. The lady replies that no, and offers to return the jackets to Artsren, who replies that it's okay and she can give it to him later. By the way, if you think about it, he is a little ashamed and the main character is wondering why. To which her interlocutor claims that he thinks he took her away from the ball too quickly and showed himself to be a rude person. The main character smiles after this and says that, on the contrary, she is grateful to him. The girl understands that thanks to him, she managed to avoid the prince's proposal without looking like a girl with bad manners. The Duke turns to Miss Harpin and asks what else the prince said. The protagonist asks what he means. The man then claims that he is asking about what else the prince said besides inviting him to dinner. The lady replies that she doesn't even remember and simply apologized for the incident that happened before. The Duke asks if she knew His Highness personally, to which the girl replies that if she hadn't answered, they wouldn't have been in that kind of relationship. It's just that one day, when he changed clothes in an ordinary garage, an unpleasant incident happened. Her interlocutor says that it is clear, and if he does not want to talk about this topic, then he will not ask anymore. But at that very moment, the girl turns to the Duke and thanks him for this evening. The man asks why exactly, and the girl says that she feels this ball is a turning point in her life. She could have simply remained a miserable divorced woman. But thanks to him, she came out into society again and was even able to advertise her business. After this, the Duke says that there is no need for gratitude, since it is also beneficial to him if her business goes uphill. After all, they're in the same boat? And the girl replies that it's true after all, they're in the same boat. He briefly asserts that he's honored that such a beautiful and wise woman as she was his partner at the ball. A little while later, he tells the lady that he sees a carriage, and the girl wonders if so much time has really passed. Her interlocutor then offers to go, and he will help her get into the carriage, after which the lady extends her hand to him and they head into the carriage. When it's time to say goodbye, the guy says that they will see each other in the near future, and the lady asks if he wants to discuss matters concerning the mine. Her interlocutor says that this is also the case, after which the lady says that this is good and let him contact her. When the girl heads home, she thinks that maybe he found another deposit. The Duke at this time thinks that the matter is that he just wants to talk to her. A little while later, the girl realizes that the effect of her advertisement at the ball was better than she thought. The very next day, the lady she had seen in the palace began to come to her shop. Of course, Madame Jackie also helped, and the number of clients almost doubled. A little while later, the maid claims that their sales have jumped. It was truly a stroke of luck that Miss went to that ball. A short time later, the workday ends, and the girl declares that the workday is over for the day. When she returns home, the maid pours her tea, and the girl understands that if this continues, it will be difficult for Mr. Aji and Celine to cope together. At this time, the maid asks if it is difficult for the miss, since she is so busy in the store, but she also continues to work at home. At this time, the girl offers the maid to look at it and claims that this is a sales chart for their store. After she went to the ball, sales increased by 50%. The maid claims that this way they can reach her level. The main character claims that, of course, after that they fell a little. But the graph clearly shows an upward trend. Her interlocutor at this time turns to the miss and asserts that this is a real success. The girl thinks how amazing this is, but she understands that she cannot lose her winning spirit. The protagonist realizes that her situation is now quite stable, after being so heartlessly treated and kicked out of Feiheren's house. The girl began to engage in the jewelry business and again appear in high society. And in the relationship with Duke Rumister, although there are glimpses of some tender feeling, this is nothing more than a temporary interest. However, this is only the beginning, after which the girl tells Neri that it would be necessary to order a logo. The girl asks if this is true, and the main character claims that she will make a large logo that will symbolize their store and hang it on the wall. The maid asks if she means the drawing with the swan, to which the main character replies that it is correct. It is important that every person immediately associates the name La Vie Belle with that white swan. After all, her store will symbolize the best and most irreplaceable brand in the entire empire. At this time, one man is sitting in his office, after which he hears someone knocking and telling that person to come in. The servant turns to the Marquise and states that the loss seems too great, and the man cries out what suddenly happened to these idiotic jewelers. The servant asks if he understands that this is all because of that woman, and the man asks what other woman. His interlocutor claims it's the same Feiheren's ex-wife. The maid turns to her mistress and asks if there's any point in everyone remembering the drawing. The girl replies that of course there is, and that this is not just the meaning but the essence of their brand's advertising. If a logo is created successfully, the brand will become recognizable without unnecessary explanation. The woman then claims that each company has its own design, so it's much easier to remember it than to learn the name, to which the girl replies that everything is correct. After this, the maid asks how the mistress came up with this idea, because it really is a brilliant idea. She also asks how many more people the lady is going to hire, and the girl asks what the maid thinks about this. Her interlocutor claims that, given the client's passion, she thinks that 3 employees will be enough. She believes she needs to hire 1 person each to assist Mr. Ag and Miss Celine with customer service. She also needs another assistant to monitor the store and report any unforeseen situations to the mistress. After which, the girl asks if she is really wrong, and the main character just hugs the maid and claims that she is saying everything correctly, and that she has turned out to be such a reliable partner. The maid tells the miss that she is just slowly learning from her, and the main character claims that she is doing great. Neri also asks if anything else is needed, and most importantly, the game does not claim that one more thing needs to be prepared, and that it will soon open 2 branches. The woman asks if it really happened out of the blue, and the girl claims that she had been thinking about it from the very beginning. If there are stable sales within 2 months, this will mean that they have managed to win the hearts of buyers, and then they will expand the business. Her interlocutor is interested in whether more La Vie Belle stores will open, to which the main character replies that yes, and for now it will start to swell, but then it will appear even more. Her interlocutor insists that it's great, and the girl says it's called a franchise. It's opening a store in a different location but under their name. The maid at this time asks what good it would be if they had the same name, and the girl says that she will profit from commissions and she will receive money for using the name of her store, just like others receive payment for renting out land. Neri asks if the lady will actually get money by lending them the name. Then she exclaims, "Does this really mean Miss will soon get rich?" The girl replies that no, and it wasn't her, but they. The maid asks how they could be. They are the mistress's property, so how can she claim it? Especially since she's only a simple servant. Alice replies that Neri, who is now no longer the servant of the Harpin and Feiharen family, is now a very smart and business partner. The maid then turns to the miss, and the girl claims that she already said that she was able to overcome all the difficulties only thanks to her. Her interlocutor claims that, on the contrary, it was thanks to Miss that she became so happy. The main character says that at that very moment when everyone abandoned her and turned away, the girl was always there, so she is very grateful to her. Neri is the only one who has become a family to her. The maid then hugs Miss with tears in her eyes. She claims that she is ready to go with her anywhere, and no matter what happens, she will always be there. Alice replies that it's good and they will both try, so everything will work out for them. The girl understands that they will definitely become happy, and she will do everything for this. A little while later, the main character approaches Neri and offers to go with her to the real estate agency tomorrow. The maid asks why she suddenly needs to go there, and the girl replies that she wants to open an office and hire people there, and also to handle matters related to expansion there. The girl then asks if this means the lady will be working in the office, and the main character replies that yes, and she will be working there too. It seems that Nara will have to take on the affairs related to running a business, and the girl asks, does this mean that she will now work separately from Mr. Aji and Miss Celine? Alice claims that they will be close to the main store, so she shouldn't be upset. The girl also understands that Neri is the same age as her younger brother, but at the same moment the lady thinks why she even remembered about him, and she needs to think about something else. After which, the lady begins to think about the Duke and his smile and understands. It seems she's completely lost her mind. The maid, hearing this, cries out to Miss that this is absolutely not true, after which the main character starts laughing. Her interlocutor thinks it's already happened, but the main character doesn't respond, asking her not to forget that they're going to look at office space tomorrow. The maid claims that the lady must have been having a very hard time lately, and much time later they find themselves in the shop. When Mr. Aji comes in, the maid says he's arrived. The lady claims he's just in time, even though she thought she'd never see him again. The guy says it looks like she has some good news. Their main character tells Mr. Aji to hurry up and get there because she needs to tell him something, after which he approaches the table and the girl states that she plans to hire 4 more workers. 2 of them will help him with Miss Celine, and he and Neri will now work in the office. Aji says that there is very little time left when they will be able to work together, son and mistress, and it is so sad. Alice claims that Neri is also worried about this, but they will see each other often. After which, the guy says that it's good, and the lady understands that she knew it, and he is simply the treasure of this store. Mr. Aji is responsible for attracting female customers to their store. When he starts explaining, smiling broadly, the girls lose their heads and immediately buy jewelry. One day when the guy was working, one of the ladies handed him a note. Aji asked what it was, and his interlocutor suggested that he read it when he was alone, after which she ran away, leaving the guy perplexed. The main character, with a smile on her face, said that without her, the store would be fine, as so many people came to see him. The young man claims that this is all thanks to the efforts of the lady, because he still has a lot to learn. Alice says that he has an incredible ability to attract people to himself, so let him be a little more truthful in himself. At that moment, the guy bows his head and the girl asks what's wrong with him, after which her interlocutor asks if the lady really said that he has an ability. Alice replies yes and asks what's wrong. The guy insists he doesn't even know because there's nothing wrong with him. Then the girl tells him to know that everyone should know their own strengths. The lady understands that when popular stars said things like that in their past lives, people called it nonsense, but it's so fitting for this situation. After which the girl asks the charming Mr. Aji to take care of the store. A little while later, someone else comes in there and the maid says that they have a visitor. Well, when she wants to say that they are still closed, she sees in front of her a man with a menacing expression on his face. The main character at that moment gets up and screams, "Is this really Marquis Black?" The man just moves on and pushes the maid away and also claims that Madame has become quite famous. She's divorced, so she's no longer a lady. The main character clenches her fists and with a smile on her face says that judging by the fact that he showed up in person, it seems his wife also asked for jewelry. But the man at that very moment cries out, "Doesn't she understand why he came there?" Marquez claims he came on behalf of Jane's and Marcel as well as Spimon. Marquis Black is the owner of the most famous jewelry company, Jane's. The companies Marcel and Spimon also supplied the jewelry crafted by the jewelers. They were the ones who created the cartel to profit from this business. Now the man says, "For centuries, there's some kind of solution that doesn't make any sense." She grabbed the Duke's money and decided to start a business. Aji then became furious and went after the man. But at that very moment, the maid jumps up in front of him and screams at how rudely he treats their mistress, so he should apologize right now. The main character replies that it's nothing and she'll figure it out. The girl also asks the Marquis why he came there. The man replies that he couldn't stand the way the girl looked down on them and made stupid remarks, which is why he came. The woman asks if he's talking about stupidity, since they're trying their best. But at that very moment, her interlocutor slams the table and angrily asks if she knows at least what damages she caused them. The girl asks what kind of damage she caused them, after which the man tells her not to pretend to be an angel, because she gathered all the jewelers for herself, and they cannot receive deliveries of jewelry. The girl claims that she simply offered them a little more than they had received before. Her interlocutor claims that it is her problem that the lady is playing with money. Alice wonders if this means he wants her to break the contract for hiring jewelers. Then the man claims that now it seems the lady understands him, because there is no point in getting involved in the real business that they are engaged in. The main character says that she has one condition. If he pays the entire amount that she promised her jewelers for 3 years at once, then she will terminate the monopoly contract. The man asks if she is talking about the amount for 3 years, and the girl claims that if you calculate it together with bonuses, it comes to approximately 120 to 240 million denites. And her interlocutor at that very moment screams out, "What kind of ridiculous condition is this, and has she really gone completely crazy?" The maid understands that she knew that their mistress would not simply remain silent, and the man screams, "Is she really suggesting that they go to the bottom? If a girl wants to go into business, she should at least follow traditions." The lady wonders who these traditions are for, since all he's ever done is exploit the craftsman. He couldn't get his money back, so now he's taking it out on her. Her interlocutor asks how the girl dares to lecture him, since she herself could not cope with her family, that even her husband divorced her and he will teach her a proper lesson. At the same moment, the man tells these people to come in and men with weapons burst into the store. Their leader shouts at them to smash all the glass display cases and goods there. But at that very moment, someone grabs the man by the arm and tells him to stop. When he wonders who this guy is and where he's going, and also whether he even knows who he is. After which, the man screams for these people to deal with this scum first. But the young man wonders if they really don't know who he is. His interlocutor cries out how he can know some poor fellow who has nothing to his name. After which, the young man claims that if he doesn't know, then there's no point in wagging his tongue like that, because there's no common sense in it. His interlocutor immediately grabs the guy and asks what he said. And the maid turns to the lady and says that it seems that Mr. Aji has gone crazy and the Marquis must be stopped. The main character claims that it is not the Marquis who needs to be stopped, but Mr. Aji, after which the room bursts into flames. The guy says that if they want to be baked alive, then let them try to come closer. The Marquis says how annoying he is, and the maid tells Miss that it seems Mr. Aji's lights worked. The main character realizes that it was true. and the guy claimed that he was more capable of working as a handyman than as a salesman, and that he could protect the store from robbers. The lady understands that if it were not for him, one of these people, her precious La Vie Belle, would have been destroyed. The man immediately screams out what a worthless piece of work this puppy is and asks how he dared. The guy immediately dodges the blow with a hammer, grabs the man by the arm, and then twists him, placing him on the floor. He also says that this worthless thing can handle him with his bare hands. At that moment, the rest of the people run away and call him a monster. The main character tells the Marquis and Mr. Aji to stop. At that moment, someone else enters the store and wonders what happened. Aji asks who else he is, and the maid claims that it is Duke Roomister. The Marquis immediately rises and asks if it is the Duke, and he turns to the Marquis of Black, and she wonders what he did there. When the man is about to answer, he can't utter a word. The main character understands that he grovels before the strong and shows strength before the weak. The girl also turns to the Duke and claims that they have a small problem related to running a business. The man says that she doesn't need to explain further because he already understands. The Duke also says that Miss Harpin is her main business partner and a close acquaintance of his. So, did he really think of threatening her? The girl understands that he didn't use force or even swear, but she senses power in him. The man claims that he will no longer do any business with the Marquis, which shocks him. He tells the Duke that's not the point, that he simply wanted to talk. His interlocutors ask if he really brought mercenaries with him just for a simple conversation. He considered their relationship to be quite friendly, but he would no longer be able to communicate with the Marquis. The man cries out to the Duke that he cannot allow this, and the lady realizes she didn't think he would be so categorical. The Marquis cries out that the relationship between their families began with their fathers, but his interlocutor says that it doesn't matter to him how long the relationship between their families goes back. After all, he intends to work with someone who intimidates others for his own benefit. But his interlocutor jumps up and says that because of this woman, he is in danger of collapse, because she is the first one who violated trade morality. Aji, hearing all this, is going to hit this man, but at the same moment, the main characters do not stop him. When the lady goes further, the guy asks what she is going to do, and the girl understands that Mr. Aji should not interfere in this. With the appearance of the Duke, the situation became even more confused, after which the main character bows her head and states that she is very ashamed of her thoughts. Everyone is surprised, but the Marquis claims that she has finally come to her senses. Aji wonders why the lady is saying this, but the video claims that she was almost scared for a moment. She is very ashamed of such a cruel and impudent person as he is in front of herself. The Duke smiles and realizes that he knew it all, and the Marquis becomes furious and screams that some divorcee is acting like a tough guy. The girl claims that if she thinks he didn't pay a fair wage for the work and exploited the workers, she absolutely cannot agree with that. He can bring in mercenaries as he does now, or negotiate with other companies and let him do whatever he wants. The maid then says that their mistress is the bravest in the world, and the Marquis says that if they do as this girl says, the stone miners will soon demand a raise. He also cries out whether this is normal for him, and the Duke, with a smile on his face, says that if this is the problem, he's already raised their salaries by a quarter of the established base salary. The main character wonders when he managed to do that, and the Marquis, shocked, asks what he said. But when he wants to add something else, the man simply places his hand on his shoulder. And he insists that no matter what he says, he won't change his mind even if he disturbs Miss Harpin. Then let him be prepared for the consequences, after which the man tells him to enter. When he leaves, the main character falls to the floor and the Duke immediately asks if she is okay. The other workers also run up to the lady and the girl insists that everything is fine. The maid, with tears in her eyes, says that Mrs. Hands are shaking, and the girl understands that it seems she tried too hard to hold on. Aji also addresses the lady, and the girl says that they had to go through this, after which the Duke helps the lady to get up, but at the same time asks if she is injured and states that the lady needs to be carefully examined. The girl replies that everything is indeed fine with her, and that she, on the contrary, put the Duke in a difficult position. Aji, watching these two, lowers his hand, and the girl also turns to the workers, and she says she feels awkward in front of them too. The maid immediately asks why the missus is apologizing, since it was the Marquis who turned out to be bad. Aji says that the lady did nothing wrong. The girl then thanks him. She also turns to the Duke and claims that she did not think that he would do this, so she thanks him. Eugene replies that there's no need to believe it. The lady's affairs also concern him. He also addresses Mr. Aji, and he claims that he did not introduce himself, after which he claims that his name is Eugene Roomister and that he is a business partner of Miss Harpin. The guy immediately bows before the Duke and claims that his name is Aji. After this, he claims that the guy stopped Marquis Black and his mercenaries, so it seems he has serious abilities. Aji replies that no, he's just an ordinary salesman. But the Duke tells him not to take him seriously. Miss Harpin's family and friends are also his friends. The guy then says there's no need to address him so politely, since he's a commoner. The Duke replies that he still cannot immediately switch to informal familiarity with the person he sees for the first time. The main character, watching these two, realizes that it seems they didn't really like each other. The girl also turns to the Duke and asks why he looked into the books. The man replies that the lady invited him to her store, so he remembered her words. He never imagined something like this would happen, and he tells the heroine that everything was resolved thanks to him, so she's very grateful. Her interlocutor insists he should have come earlier, and if more like that appear, he'll sever ties with everyone. The Duke addresses them again and asserts that, frankly, one thing is bothering him. He points to the maid and states that this is what caught his attention. Neri asks him what he's talking about, and when she turns around, she realizes there's a display case behind her. Alice claims these are the most important items in their store, or the Duke claims it's so amazing. He also asks who designed these pieces of jewelry, to which the girl replies that most of it was made by their master jewelers. Mr. Harley Penson collects drawings of jewelry made by other artisans and sends them to her, and she chooses among them those that she liked, and then they come ready-made to her. The Duke says what a systematic approach this is, and the harmony of color and design immediately catches the eye. He also notes the ruby leaves and emerald moon. The protagonist claims she suggested the idea of reversing the color and shape. Although it would have been beautiful, and as is usually accepted, she wanted to bring in a little novelty. The Duke claims that he guessed that the lady had an unusually developed taste, but it is very beautiful. Alice says he's exaggerating, as she simply expressed an idea. Lady also understands that this was fashionable in a past life, and adds that beauty was created by masters. The man claims that this is the result of the skill of the jewelers and the impeccable taste of Miss Harpin. The maid claims that there are also decorations made with special stones according to birth months. The man asks if these are birthstones, and the main character replies that yes, and that it's a special display case. There, you can choose a stone that corresponds to your birth month. January is garnet, February is amethyst, and December is turquoise. The maid says that when a client chooses the appropriate stones, they make a necklace or bracelet for them in the design they desire. Aji claims that products made from such stones have a special meaning, and such a gift is perfect as a gift for a loved one, relative, or friend. Alice says that they explain everything so well and asks if it's true. These are the best sellers in their store who ensure high sales. The Duke claims that this is the first time he has seen such an original way of selling, and it is not surprising that buyers can only admire it. The main character understands that these stones were also very popular at one time in a past life, and it can be said that this product has already passed the test. The man claims that it would be nice if such an excellent store could be visited by different customers, and it is a bit of a pity that there is only one. The girl understands that the businessman's thoughts are the same and claims that, to be honest, she herself was thinking about several points of sale. The lady understands that the Duke is her main supplier, and it would be better if he were aware of her plans. The girl says she plans to open several stores under her name. Other stores will pay her a percentage of their sales, and in exchange, she'll lend them their name. For example, 2 stores and 3. At the same moment, the Duke clenches his fists, and the main characters look at his facial expression and ask if something is wrong. But the man smiles at the same moment and asks Lady Harpin how much more she plans to surprise him today, because it's amazing that she even came up with this way of doing business. The maid claims that this is indeed a great idea because she says that the miss is simply smart. The main character claims it's far from perfect and she still needs to figure out how to advertise it. She wonders if this is how people feel when they cheat and are praised. The Duke at this time says that Lady Harpin can use his name for advertising if she deems it beneficial. The girl then thanks the Duke and understands that if they say that they use raw Duke Roomister, then this will be a guarantee of the quality of their products. The man says that the lady can contact him at any time if any difficulties arise that need to be discussed together. The girl replies that it's a great honor to work with such a generous man as the Duke. The lady understands that he's only being considerate, and she's so lucky. Her interlocutor claims that he does this because he wants to do it, and he does not think that this can be called generosity. The maid says that they are very well suited to each other as partners and friends, which is why it is so pleasant to look at them. Aji says yes, but only looks sadly at the two of them. A little while later, the Duke says he has to go, and the girl thanks him. After which, the man leaves the store, and the main character realizes that Mr. Aji had to be really nervous today. The girl also approaches him and then asks if he would like to have dinner together today. The guy is surprised by this. The Scarlet Girl claims that he had a hard time today, and she would like to treat him, to which he agrees. The maid asks if this means there will be something tasty for dinner today, and the main character answers that yes. After all, they'll have dinner and a heart-to-heart chat. A little while later, the main character thanks him for accepting her invitation. The girl also tells Neri that she will go to the kitchen and let Mr. Aji feel at home, to which they agree. When the girl enters the kitchen, the cook asks if the lady has already returned. Alice claims that she arrived early because she has guests today, and that they are probably hungry, so she asks if the lady can cook more. The woman tells the lady not to worry because she will cook in abundance. A little while later, they are already looking at the table and saying how long it will last there. Alice says that their cook has prepared a special dinner today, and then wishes everyone bon appetit. The maid also wishes bon appetit to Aji and thanks him for the treat after they begin to eat. A little while later, the lady turns to Mr. Aji and thanks him for what he did today. If he hadn't intervened, their store would have suffered great losses, and the maid replies that this is true, because it's so good that they have Mr. Aji. The girl says that thanks to him, she and Neri remained safe and sound. The man replies that there is no need for gratitude, because he did what he had to, and there is no need to constantly thank him. He couldn't allow those people who had so brazenly burst into the store to also threaten them. But still, the girl says that resisting such high-ranking officials as the Marquis requires special courage. The guy repeats the words of a high-ranking official and claims that this is of course true, but there is no need to be afraid of him because of this. The maid says that Mr. Aji acts so confidently in front of both the Marquis and the Duke. The main character understands that if you think about it, he was just a little shy in front of her from the very beginning, but he felt no discomfort or fear. The maid then suggested that perhaps he wasn't afraid of anyone because of his magical abilities, and the main character said that was true, and that today she had truly seen what a remarkable wizard he was. The guy claims that his level is not that amazing, because there are many magicians who can do the same. Well, the girl says that not all people are capable of controlling such magic, and it was really great. The guy just bows his head, and the main character asks what happened. The girl understands that it seems he is very shy, and Alice says that it seems Mr. Aji is shy when he is praised. The guy claims that he just wasn't praised that often, and the girl asks if that's true. But she's hardly ever met people who have as many virtues as he does. Her interlocutor claims that he is not sure of this, and he simply wants to become a person who can be useful to the lady. The maid says that such a sense of responsibility and care for others are his virtues, to which the guy smiles. A little while later, the main character sits with a piece of paper and thinks about what to write next. Finding shop owners is even more difficult than recruiting workers. And after attracting a large number of craftsmen, she managed to rise to the level of a near monopoly in the supply of precious stones. But this is temporary, as long as other companies hire new jewelers or start attracting labor from other regions. Then her position will change, and until that happens, she needs to convince as many merchants as possible to cooperate with her store. At this time, the maid approaches the lady and claims that the Duke turned out to be such a good person that he even made sure that they could advertise their store. Alice will answer that this is true, and it is very important to use an influential name, and he was the one who first suggested doing this. The maid wonders if this is an advertisement for a chain of stores, and the main character asks if she wants to read it. After all, it seems to her that she has no ability at all to write texts. After which the woman looks at this, and then he asks Miss if he can suggest an idea to her. Alice asks what that idea is, and her interlocutor claims that there is a phrase there about La Vie Belle offering them very attractive products, and it might be worth cutting it. And if you list a few key products below, it seems to her it will look more effective. The main character says that this is a great idea, after which the maid asserts that it is necessary to insert a logo and a short description there, because the lady herself said that the brand design is very important. Alice wonders how she managed to see something she hadn't noticed. The maid could have lived her whole life doing housework and never even known she had such abilities. At this point, Neri turns her attention to the mistress and asks if she's gone too far. The protagonist replies that she hasn't at all, and that she's even better at it. The girl immediately asks what the missus is saying, after which the main character puts her hand on her shoulder and confirms it's true. The main character says that sometimes the maid notices things she doesn't, and it's so wonderful. The maid then turns to her with emotion, and the girl insists that the marketing strategy needs to be changed a little. Well, her interlocutor claims that the lady did say that it is now and quite effective. The main character replies that this is true, but the method they are using now will not last long. The girl understands that due to the lack of a blog or social networks, they rely on word of mouth. But this method also has its limits. In order to stay afloat, their brand must be well remembered by customers, as Neri said. After which, the main character says that nothing comes to her mind, and the maid tells the miss that she will also think about it. At that moment, the cook comes into the room and tells her dear ladies that work is good, but they need to take a break for tea, after which they thank her. The main character asks why she brought the cake at this time, and the maid claims that she asked for it and offers the lady to try the cake, because she will probably immediately come up with a good idea. But the girl claims that if she eats cake now, she might gain weight, and the maid asks what's wrong with that, because she's so thin, a little cake isn't scary, so let the lady try it quickly. And it's really delicious. The main character does just that after this, but wonders why she is still so fixated on her weight. Before this, all this was to please that freak, because when the lady ate, he claimed that she ate like a pig, and that's why she was getting fat. Now the maid turns to the miss, after which the girl confidently takes a piece of cake and understands that now there is no need to bend her back to please others. Well, he also starts eating the cake and claims it's so delicious. Alice replies that it really is delicious. The maid says that the lady did the right thing by trying it, because the cakes that their cook bakes always turn out well. Alice understands that she should have a snack first and then think, and now she doesn't need to look back at the opinions of others. A little while later, the girl sees that there is something in the mailbox, and when she takes out the newspaper, a letter also falls out of there. The lady wonders who it is from, and when she looks at the signature, there are no toponyms that indicate it is a prince. The girl does not know what business the prince might have with her, after which she returns to the mansion. Sitting in her office, the lady realizes that things didn't end well at that ball, after which she opens the sheet and reads that the prince would like to talk to her about the jewelry business. The girl hopes he's not up to anything. She can't refuse the prince's invitation, and first she needs to meet him and sort things out. After which the lady writes her answer, and 1 week later she is already in the royal palace. The main character greets his highness. The man tells her to sit down, after which the lady does so, and her interlocutor claims that his invitation was probably unexpected, after which he thanks the lady for coming. He also says that she had to travel a long way and does not thank him for inviting her to the main game. The man says how aromatic this tea is and asks if people want to try it. The main character realizes that the prince is pouring the tea himself, which shocks her, and she cries out to His Majesty. Is it possible for a man like him to lie down and pour tea? After which she offers to top it up herself. The main character understands that in this society, hierarchy is strictly observed, and this should be done by a servant who is lower in status. But when the maid suggests that she pour some, the man replies that it's nothing. He also says that the lady was right in her observation, because he is not the type of person who pours tea for others, and he hopes that she will be able to drink this cup of tea in peace. Alice agrees and thanks His Highness. The man tells her to try the tea, and when the lady drinks it, she claims it's truly fragrant and thanks him. Alice realizes she doesn't know what's on his mind, but he's truly delicious. The lady turns to His Highness again and asserts that he did say that he would like to talk to her about business. The man smirked after that. Alice. So there's no point in dragging things out with him, even if we're not close, so we need to get straight to the point. The man claims that it seems the lady wants to talk about the main thing right away. And then it's good. But before that, he would like to say something. The girl wonders what he is talking about, after which her interlocutor states that he would like to apologize for his rudeness. He admits that he acted only as he wanted, without taking her interests into account. Surely the lady felt indignation and could not express her thoughts, and the girl understands that he seems completely different. She didn't think that this man could apologize so sincerely, and the man claims that the lady seems surprised. The girl replies that absolutely not, and her interlocutor claims that, to be honest, his sister scolded him when she heard about that incident. She claimed that he had no respect for ladies, so no one would love him, to which he replied that it was okay, and he understood. The girl understands that even the prince himself cannot say a word about his sister, after which the man states that he would therefore like to apologize to the lady and at the same time make one proposal. A few days later, the girl is already in front of the masters, and they are wondering what happened. One of them says how long it has been since they got together and has any good work really come up. One of them greets everyone and claims that he knows that they are all very busy. But they gathered them there to tell them something urgent. The main character then asks for a minute of attention and claims that she has good news because they have a new client. One of them asks if this is really a new customer, since it won't take long to become rich. They ask what this place is, after which the girl replies that it is the royal palace. 3 days ago, the prince stated that he would like to entrust them with the production of the royal jewels. The main character turned to His Highness and asked if this was true, to which he replied that it was. After all, he had already discussed this with the king of role-playing decor and also showed them several products from their store, and they really liked it. The girl understands that this is a bit too much for an apology, but if she is trusted to make royal jewelry, it will only help with advertising. Her interlocutor claims the lady even beamed when he started talking business. Alice insists. His Highness is so kind she can't even believe it. Well, the man claims that this is not an apology, it is just a simple courtesy. Her products are truly so amazing that they are even recognized in the royal palace. And if she can satisfy their tastes, then he will completely entrust this matter to her. The main character, shocked, asks if he'll really trust her with this completely. The man also claimed that he'll order jewelry for the royal palace exclusively from her store for 3 months. He thinks that this is a great chance for her business, or the girl understands that this is not just a great chance, but real luck. After which she sighs and thanks him and also asserts that she will take full responsibility for such an important matter. The man claims that, on the contrary, he's grateful, as he thought the lady would refuse him because she's been busy lately. The main character wonders who could refuse an offer from the royal palace, after which she even asserts that she will truly do everything in her power. Meanwhile, the princess sits in her room, and a little while later, her brother comes to her and asks if she has read the book. The girl closes the book and claims that her brother looks happy, after which he smiles, and he claims that this lady accepted his invitation. His sister says that this is great because now they will receive excellent goods, and she also really liked their jewelry. The man said yes, and he was a little worried, but the lady happily agreed. He didn't want to set deadlines and would have suggested that she deal with constant supply. But he's not the only one who decides this. The guy claims that he has agreed on the first order first, and then is going to ask his parents' opinion. The girl understands that he didn't even show much interest in his wardrobe, and look how happy he is about the delivery of jewelry. And her brother claims that they will need to meet several times and discuss details regarding the jewelry. After which the girl says that it is clear that he is wondering why he is so happy, and she has the feeling that he was given permission to go on a date. The prince then says that his sister understands jewelry better than him, and it would be a good idea for her to meet the lady. The princess then comments that this is good. The main character then tells the craftsman that they will be supplying jewelry to the royal palace within 3 months. If they like it, then it is quite possible that they will be trusted with this matter, and she knows that they always do their best. But when making jewelry for the royal palace, a little more soul needs to be put into the department, and she hopes that they will pay special attention to this. However, the girl also says that in return, she will generously thank them with a cash prize. At the same moment, they scream for the mistress to trust them, and another man asserts that he will also try his best. The lady smiles after this, but at the same moment, someone else tells them to listen, and the girl asks what happened. One of the workers says that this is a big deal for him because he will be able to make jewelry with his own hands that will be worn by members of the royal family. The main character understands that, unlike making jewelry for members of high society, most likely for them, supplying jewelry to royalty is a completely different experience. After which, the girl takes this worker by the hands and states that she is also very glad that they can do such a thing together. The worker, with tears in his eyes, claims that after he started working with the lady, he became more confident in himself and in jewelry making. He also thanks the lady for creating such good working conditions for them and also giving them the opportunity to create jewelry for the royal family, which is why he is so happy. The girl says that if the royal family wishes, they will become their suppliers of jewelry. The man immediately claims that the lady changed their lives, after which he thanks her. One of the maids claims that thanks to the lady, they now don't have to worry about what to scold them for, and the lady did everything so that they could settle into their work, so they will never forget it. Someone else claims that thanks to the lady, he fell in love with his job, and before that, only offensive things happened. Alice asks why they did this, because it's all thanks to their unrivaled talents. And she is also very grateful, and they help them make her dream come true. The girl also claims that she hopes they will work together for a long time, after which they smile and exclaim that yes. And the main character understands that she will make every effort to ensure that they can make jewelry for as long as possible, and so that they could all develop and grow together. A short time later, the lady realizes the newspaper ad had an immediate effect. Cooperation with the Duchy of Roomeister and a 3-month contract with the Royal Palace. These two facts alone had an explosive effect. And less than a week after the announcement was published, letters with offers of cooperation began to arrive. And among them, there were even inquiries about whether it would be possible to open branches of their brand outside the capital. The girl understands that this is a powerful family and a royal palace, and in one word, their brand is recognized. A little while later, the maid claims that there will be more work now, and the girl replies that this is definitely true. She also says that it is necessary to draw up contracts for opening branches and hire a lawyer. So it seems that the work process needs to be accelerated. So she's going to hire more people, and the maid says it's like a dream. And how great it is that everything turned out this way. At this time, the maid picks up another letter, but when she looks at who the sender is, her face becomes gloomy. She asks what happened. The maid replies that this is not a request for a branch. And when her interlocutor asks what happened then, the girl claims the letter is from the Marquis of Black. Alice realizes that after the Duke spoke so harshly to him, she thought she'd never see the Marquis again. But now she doesn't understand what he's up to. The lady also asks what is written there, and the maid claims that he is offering to meet the lady officially. He apologizes for that incident and writes that he will not allow himself to be rude again and asks for consent. The main character wonders if he's sincere and insists she still has his image in her head. The maid insists he's writing that if the lady doesn't trust him, he can come with security. The girl understands that she doesn't like getting involved with Marquis Black. But turning away from the entire clan could have a negative impact on her relationships with other companies, so it might be worth meeting with him. The maid then tells the lady that they do have Mr. Aji, and it seems to her that he is much more reliable than any security. Alice claims that he has been busy lately without Togo, so she can't bother him even more outside of work. Her interlocutor replies that that is true, because there is another person who can pacify the Marquis of Black, and this is Duke Roomeister. But the main character says that he already helped them a lot last time. She also turns to Neri and suggests that perhaps they should invite the Marquis to their office. The maid asks if she's talking about the office, and a little while later she looks at this room with admiration and says that the office is already ready. Alice says that this is her first time there since they signed the contract, to which the maid replies that yes, even then it was completely empty, but now it really does look like an office. The girl understands that since the Marquis wrote such words in the letter, she does not think that he will cause trouble on her territory. Alice says that thanks to Neri being busy with the shopping, she was able to calmly finish all the preparations in the office, and now they will work there together, and the girl can also look around. The main character says that she will work there, after which she points to Neri's place, and the girl says with admiration that now she has her own desk. She also tells the lady that she will do everything in her power, and then the main characters offer to make a plan for today, to which she agrees. A little while later, the lady realizes that there is only 1 hour left before the Marquis's arrival, and the girl wonders what is on his mind. A little while later, she hears someone knocking on the door and telling that person to come in. The man then enters the room. Alice tells him she hopes he'll be comfortable there, and the man insists it's very nice, to which she replies that it's a relief. The Marquis also pays attention to Neri and asks if this is really a maid, to which the main character replies that no, this is the secretary with whom they work together, and now she also manages the affairs. The man says he understands, then apologizes. Alice realizes he looks completely different from last time. The girl also says that it is better to drink tea hot and asks if he wants to try it, to which the Marquis thanks her. When he is about to drink tea, the lady asks if she can ask the reason why he suggested meeting. The man then puts down his mug and says that first of all, he is grateful to the lady for answering him, and that today he simply wanted to talk to her. The main character realizes that, as she thought, it's all about the Roomeister family's power, and that such a polite gentleman behaved like that last time. The man claims that, to be honest, he has a small request for the lady, and the girl asks if that is really true. Alice understands that last time he caused a disturbance, and now he came with a request, and she doesn't even know how she should react. The maid approaches the lady and asks if she is going to fulfill his request. The girl only smiles in response to this, and her interlocutor claims that first, before asking, he wants to apologize. The man claims that he sincerely repents of his rude and cruel behavior. In his defense, he might say that his business could completely collapse if wages were to increase, and he thinks that is why he acted this way. The lady understands that he lived his whole life without taking into account the opinions of others, and now he says such things. And then the girl thinks that, okay, for starters, they've moved on. The main character says that since he apologizes so much, she even became curious about what kind of request he has for her. The man replies that he would be grateful if the lady at least slightly revised the salary level, and he is not against an increase, but the amount is too large. At the same moment, the girl asks if she really has to do this, and the man says that if things continue like this, his business could fall apart, and this would entail enormous damage to him. The collapse of his business is the collapse of his family, and the main character thinks that if he had not had problems with the Roomeisters, He would never come there to apologize for his behavior, and someday she will have to earn her respect on her own. The girl also wonders if there is a way to avoid losses in such a situation, and the man asks what she is talking about. After which, the lady says that he should simply sell the company and claims that she will buy his farm. The man then turns to the lady in surprise and says that asking her to sell the company in the current situation is too much. Alice claims that she is not asking him to do it for a low price and that he should not misunderstand her. She also believes that the wages she has set now are quite adequate, and if she were to lower the wages of the foreman again, it would be tantamount to fraud. In economics, this is called the low-wage rule. And if you lower a salary that has already been raised once, it will only meet with resistance from workers. She believes that she can manage this company and avoid damage because of this and makes him such an offer. When the Marquis doesn't know what to answer, the lady states that she will add another 30% to the sale price. The man, shocked, asks if she really just said 30%, and the maid asks if that's too many seats. Alice replies that this small loss will bring them even greater profit, and the maid understands that it is impossible to understand the mistress's thoughts. The main character says that this is the price for the complete transfer of all rights, and she understands that she is still going to expand the business. It is better to adopt an already established system with existing staff than to start from scratch. At this time, the man is wondering if she will definitely give him 30%, since usually, on the contrary, everyone asks to cut the price. Therefore, he asks what the reason is, and the girl understands that the Marquis believes that due to the increase in wages, he will remain in the red, but she does not think so. Even though it's not profitable for her, she's confident she can get things moving in the direction she wants. The lady also claims that this is the price for the Marquis's farm, which she really wants. But naturally, a precise valuation is still needed. The man says that this is a good offer, after which the main character rises from her seat, and he says that if it bothers him so much, they can sign a contract. If evidence is found that she deceived him, the girl will be obligated to pay him compensation. The man, shocked, asks if this is really possible, to which the lady replies that, of course, she has no intention of deceiving him and she can very well answer for her words before the law. The Marquis replies that he will then think about her proposal, and the girl tells him to be kind, and also asks how much time he will need, to which he replies that about 3 days will be enough. The girl extends her hand to him and her interlocutor shakes it, and the lady states that she then hopes for his positive answer. A little while later, Mr. Aji is putting the goods in the store, and at the same moment he hears someone else enter the store, and then claims that they have arrived. The guy says yes and asks if they're back yet. Afterwards, they sit down at the table, and the young man asks if the lady is talking about handing over the company. The girl replies yes, and she'll tell Miss Celine tomorrow. The guy replies that it's clear and congratulates the lady, and the maid asks if he's really not that surprised. She was so surprised when she heard it. The man claims that the lady probably made a wise decision to acquire a company that has a good reputation, which can also be a very effective method. The girl claims that this is true, because at first she was also very surprised, but it turned out that the lady had her own plans. The main character understands that this guy understood everything, although she did not explain anything. And the girl says that it seems that he is also a little familiar with business because he understood everything right away. Her interlocutor claims that this is similar to the expansion of territory and when the power of the state begins to grow. Alice says that this is a very unusual comparison with the expansion of territory, but in principle, the context is similar. The guy at the same moment claims that he blurted out something stupid, and he meant that the lady made a smart decision. The maid at the same time claims that Mr. Aji always asks something unusual like his fiery fist, after which they begin to laugh. The girl also says that after the company is handed over to them, they will all be very busy, so she plans to hire more workers. The fact that they were able to achieve this is all thanks to Neri, Mr. Aji, and Miss Celine, so she's very grateful to them. The guy replies that everything isn't so, because it's because the lady manages things well. The main character then asks him to continue following her, after which she extends her hand to Mr. Aji, and he squeezes her. A little while later, she says that everyone did a good job and says they'll see tomorrow. The girl understands that she needs to pull herself together because soon she will be very busy, and this is just the beginning. 3 days later, the Marquis comes to the lady's office with documents. The woman tells him to go through, but the man claims he's made his decision. A little while later, the main character thanks him and claims that she was not sure that he would give an affirmative answer. But thanks to his decision, they were able to make an excellent deal. The girl also asks if he brought the necessary documents, to which he replies that yes. And to begin with, he brought everything he knew. Alice says he prepared everything perfectly, even though there was a lot of paperwork. The man insists these are documents related to his company's valuation, and that the lady should review them at her leisure. The main character hands over several documents to Neri, who asks if she can look at them, and she agrees. When the girl looks at the reports, she understands why he was against raising wages. Currently, the company's profit is approximately 5%, and with the additional payment it has established, the profit will decrease to 3%. If you add taxes and interest payments, the income will drop significantly. Of course, he claims. To begin with, judging only by this information, the company's current value can be estimated at approximately 18 million denites. The main character says that the only thing is that she thinks she will have to reevaluate the building's value, because this is an assessment from 5 years ago. It is difficult to trust such indicators, and the price of the company itself may have changed. The man asks if this is true, and the girl tells him not to worry about the commission. She will pay for the appraisal separately. The lady then says she has one more question for the Marquis. She is also interested. Could he please give her a list of his company's main clients? She understands that this is confidential information, but since he's transferring all rights to the company to her, she thinks he might share this too. Her interlocutor claims he doesn't even know why he's interested in the deployment documents. Surely this document can be found if you search hard enough. Alice gets a little angry after this and asks how much he's roughly counting on. The man replies that he cannot give an approximate figure, and it seems to him that the lady will pay well as much as she deems necessary. After all, she's quite a generous person. So the girl wonders if he's saying she's generous and if he really wants her to pay him extra. The Marquis at this time asserts that he had no intention of burdening the lady. Alice understands that if she refuses him, he will consider her a stingy person who is stingy with money. She thought that she had managed to persuade him, but this man turned out to be a real huckster. At this time, the maid understands that if Miss adds another third, the amount will exceed 10 billion. So she does not understand how much more he needs. At this time, Alice is thinking about what to do. But then she realizes that in such cases, it is necessary to make a bet. The lady also says that she is very sorry, but she does not have enough funds to pay him the remaining amount. The amount she offered is all she can pay him. At that moment, the man turns to the lady in shock, and she insists that it is her problem and she will not force him to sell the company for such an insignificant sum. Therefore, it seems to her that it would be better if he keeps the company for himself and does nothing about it. The man at the same moment tells the miss that this is not so and he understands her situation, and it will not be difficult for him to accept her conditions. The girl thinks that this is great, after which she asks if he is really satisfied with the amount she offered. Her interlocutor replies that this company belonged to his family, and he considers it his duty to help it continue to prosper. After which, the lady exchanges glances with the maid and then winks at her, quite imperceptibly. The girl also says that she is so grateful for his generosity, and understands that since he gave in to her, she must reward him for it. Alice claims that in return she will pay a hefty sum in cash, and the man says, of course, and that's just great. The woman also says she plans to keep Jane's staff the same and would like to meet with the company's employees soon. The man claims he has already told the management about the merger, and the main character says that they will send the rest of the documents through a lawyer. After which, she comes up to shake his hand, and the Marquis immediately rises from his seat and also says that he is happy with the deal. The main character remembers their first meeting, and seeing how he changed Cyan, she understands that she will definitely succeed, so that no one would dare treat her like a nobody again. She would be able to stand firmly on her own 2 feet, even without the name of Duke Roomister or His Highness. After meeting with the Marquis, the lady had even more work to do. The Jane's building was reevaluated, and a new corporate value was established for the company. They then hired a personal lawyer and reviewed all the merger documents, and then met with Marquis Black's lawyer and completed all the matters related to the transfer of the business. And so the merger between Jane's and Livia Bell was complete. A week later, the girl was already sitting in front of the employees, claiming to be pleased to have met them. They immediately bow, and the lady offers to tell them how responsibilities are distributed in the Jane's firm. Her interlocutor replies that, to be honest, there is no clear distribution, and if some work appears, it is entrusted to someone who is not busy. She understands that the work is being distributed in their own order, and one cannot expect any structure or professionalism. Then the lady understands that everything needs to be corrected step by step, and says that it is necessary to introduce a distribution of responsibilities. Alice also says that their store is going to conduct business using a new method, and the man asks how this is possible. Alice states that she understands that they might find this wrong, so she has prepared the documents and asks if they want to look at them. The girl also says that, in short, they are going to organize departments, and at first they will separate the office sales department and the management department. The sales department will deal with products, prices, retail outlets, and distribution of goods. The management department will handle HR and finance. One of the men asks how the lady plans to assign employees, after which the girl replies that she will create a round-robin system and, to begin with, assign 2 people to each department, and then they will be able to choose where they like to work best. One of them claims that the round-robin system sounds good, but until now they've been working in a haphazard manner and haven't been able to find something that works for everyone. The lady also asks who handled the company's accounting, and one of the girls replies that it was her. And then the girl asks her to continue to deal with finances, and they will talk to her separately later. Her interlocutor asks if there is any problem, and the main character replies that she will be honest with her, and that the income and expense books were kept differently, so it was difficult for her to understand what was what. She thinks that the reporting system should be changed, after which the girl apologizes. The main character says that she shouldn't apologize for this because there are things that need to be improved, but she understands. After all, there was no specific structure there, and she is going to introduce a new system of work, so she will need their help, and the lady asks them about it. At that moment, the workers declared themselves happy to work for her. A short time later, the girl said goodbye to everyone and sat down on the sofa. The lady sighs heavily, realizing how quickly the days have been flying by lately. She stretches her arms, and a short time later, she meets with the workers again. The girl thanks them all for the offer and suggests finishing for today. Well, at that very moment, one of them turns to the lady and claims that he held the position of manager. But to be honest, he was treated as the property of the company. And today, she was able to share her opinions so freely that he felt joy from the work and sincerely wants to work together. Someone else says that's true, because a lot needs to be changed, but it feels like things will get better. Another employee says they'll try to fill in the gaps. The protagonist thanks them for their enthusiastic attitude and asks if they're aware that she's begun expanding her network. She encourages them to carefully review the documents, and she encourages them to share their opinions from now on. To which they agree, and a little while later, the girl realizes that she thinks she has met good people. A little while later, the main character says that she has arrived, and the maid immediately happily addresses the miss. She asks if the lady met with the Jane staff today, and she's such a good girl. The lady replies that fortunately, they turned out to be good people. Her companion said it was great, and she was curious about who these people were. The main character then also inquired about how things were going at the store. The maid replies that there are many more customers now and that Celine and Aji are doing a great job with consultations, so everything is going smoothly. The main character thanks the girl and claims that, thanks to her, she was able to focus on the process of merging the companies. Her interlocutor claims that she can now protect the lady and asks her to trust her. After this, Alice just smiles and says how important Neri is, and the two start laughing. At this time, the girl notices something else and says that Neri has gotten the hang of it, because she has already come out with such beautiful flowers. The maid then thanks her mistress and claims that it seems to be working better, and next time she wants to embroider a flower field. Alice says that when it's ready, she offers to decorate their house with it. At the same moment, the girl also feels weakness in her shoulders and asks the maid if the miss has a shoulder ache. She immediately approaches her and says that she will massage her, but the main character says that she is no longer her servant. Neri replies that even though she is not a maid, she can give a massage, and even if she refuses them, she wants to help Miss at least a little. The main character then thanks her, and the maid claims that the most important thing is that she wants to show her best side in front of her boss. Alice claims that she risks constantly showing off her best side and giving her massages. Neri says she'll have to pay her overtime then. The girl says she's starting to understand what overtime is, but she just tells the lady she's joking. The main character says that she wishes that in the future there would be many days like today. The maid asks what she's talking about, and the girl asks if she can count on luck to be on her side in the future. Such thoughts suddenly came to her mind, and her interlocutor asked if the Libyan would allow her to do something, after which she hugs her mistress and insists that she doesn't think it's all luck. Perhaps a little introduction helped, but she achieved everything herself. And that's a fact. Well, the main character says that everything can collapse, after which the maid claims that she coped and overcame even those difficulties that she encountered along the way. And then, even if she fails, what's the big deal? After all, she is next to the lady, and together they will shake off all the troubles and get up and move on. The main character then smiles and claims that this is true because she was able to overcome all this because Neri was next to her, after which she goes on to say how wonderful it is to have her. But the maid says the lady should know that she will meet a handsome man and marry him. No matter how dear she is to the mistress, she will have to let her go someday. The main character replies that she thinks Neri will marry a worthy man. The next day, the girl hands the maid a letter and tells her to look at it. Neri asks what it is, after which the main character says that it is a pay stub and she already received one like that last time. The girl then thanks Mrs. Ada and realizes that in her past life, she always looked forward to payday, and now she gives it to him herself. Handing out paychecks is also quite enjoyable. Alice says that Neri is great and she worked well, so she added a little. After this, the girl turns to me and says that she doesn't even know if it's normal to receive something like this. The main character says that one must receive an appropriate salary for one's work, no matter how close friends they are. Then the maid asks if she has a salary for Mr. Aji and Miss Celine too. The girl replies that of course, and she has prepared everything, adding that she has some good bonuses in mind. She wonders how Aji and Celine will react. Then the girl looks at her watch and suggests they hurry up or they might be late. A little while later, the two look at their receipts, and the main character looks at their faces and wonders if something is wrong. Celine asks the lady if the salary amount is correct, and the main character asks if there are any problems. Aji claims that there is much more than last month, and the girl replies that this is true. Alice claims that this means she gave everything correctly, and now she will explain. The girl shows that this is their standard payment. It is a bonus for the fact that last month there were big sales. Now they have merged with the Jane's company, so soon she will introduce them to the course of events in more detail. They agree, and the girl insists she has one more suggestion. A little while later, someone asks if the lady was talking about a picnic. The girl replies that yes, it seems they were all too busy with work, and they could close the store for a couple of days and then the workers would have a short vacation. One of these days, she'd like to go on vacation together. The man then asks if he'd like to go with them. The lady is surprised by this and asks if he really wants to go with her, to which he replies that the lady and the workers have been working so hard, and he thought he could help out as a partner. The girl says that Joanna can handle the picnic preparations as he's busy, so she doesn't want to burden him with this. Her interlocutor insists that it doesn't bother him at all, and if she needs help, she can ask him anytime. The main character thanks him for the offer, and the man claims he has a country house. It's perfect for a summer vacation, and it would be great if people would spend their next vacation with him. The girl asks him what he's talking about, after which her interlocutor claims that the weather there is wonderful, and it would be good to go there with the lady. The main character thinks, is he really talking? That only the two of them will be in the mansion, and the whole personal invitation is still burdensome for her. The Duke immediately claims that there is no intention there, and it simply seemed to him that nature could inspire her to create new jewelry designs, and the trip could just contribute to this. Alice says that then we can invite Mr. Penson as well, and she thinks that it will be useful for him. The girl also says that he will probably like this idea, and the Duke understands that as he thought, it is too early to make dates with Miss Harpin. The man then says that of course the lady can invite him, and the main character thanks him and also states that she thinks the mister will like this idea. The Duke also asks if he can hear a story about a successful merger, to which the lady replies that yes, and next week she is going to introduce a new direction in the company's work. The girl also says that the Duke cooperates with their store, so she prepared some information to share with him. And the man says that the lady even prepared this, and she is always so meticulous in her work, so he will read it. The main character says that she did what she had to, and if there are any questions, then let him contact at any time, after which these two smile at each other. A little while later, they are already walking down the street, and the girl claims that she needs to go to the store that way. The Duke asks if she needs the store, after which he takes out his watch and asks if it is already closed. Alice replies that yes, and she has one body that needs to be made without the presence of workers. Then the girl says that she will go, and the man claims that it is already quite late. After which he offers to take him on a flight, he replies that it's still light. She also tells the Duke to return home, and he wishes the miss to be careful. When the girl leaves, the man remembers how the lady asked if it was possible to invite Mr. Penson again, because she thinks that it would be useful for him. The guy says he wishes she were as cheerful with him. Meanwhile, the main character approaches her store, and when she steps inside, she realizes she needs to get started. The reason she came to the store when the employees were absent was to give each of them a gift. They must have had a hard time with the influx of customers, but they never complained during this time, so she would like to give them a small gift. Miss Celine suits warm yellow shades, so she chooses jewelry for it. The girl understands what's next for Mr. Aji. She'd always thought that color would suit him. And then the lady takes the ruby ring, not realizing she's giving it to Neri. The lady wraps all these gifts and hopes they'll be liked. Then the girl realizes the surprise is ready. A little while later, she is already heading back home from the store. But suddenly, she sees someone else in front of her and wonders who it is when she comes closer. He asks if it's really Mr. Aji. The girl asks what he's doing there. The guy replies that he just wanted to give her something. After which, he hands the lady a bouquet of flowers. The girl looks at the embarrassed guy and asks if this is really hers. Her interlocutor claims that the lady has done so much for him, so he wanted to thank her and chose flowers that matched her hair color. The main character immediately takes the flowers and thanks him. She also says they're very beautiful and smell delicious. Alice claims she has a gift for him too. The guy asks if that's true, after which she hands him the box. Aji thanks the lady, and the main character asks if he's forgotten about the picnic, to which he replies, no. And then the girl says they'll see each other tomorrow and leaves. The next morning, Neri asks if the mistress is ready. When she looks at Alice, she declares that she is so beautiful, and the main character thanks her. She says that Neri looks good today too. The maid asks if this is true, and at the same moment someone else comes into the room and claims that the baskets of food are ready. The cook claims that this is their first picnic, so she tried her best and prepared more so that there would be enough for 4 people. She also put some fruit on dessert, and the main character says how great she is because everything is top-notch as always. The maid also says that it is simply wonderful, and the girl thanks her and also claims that they will eat everything with pleasure. After this, the cook wishes them a good rest, and the girls announce that they are leaving. A short time later, they're already heading out in a carriage. The maid claims she hasn't been on a picnic in so long. Alice suggests they forget about it and have a good time that day, to which her interlocutor agrees, and a little while later they arrive at the place. Aji and Celine are already there and greet the two. The protagonist thanks them for coming, after which she turns to the mistress. He claims she wore her gift today, so he thanks her very much. Aji claims he did too, and the main character says she's glad they liked it, after which she suggests they go look for the place. As they continue on, they notice there are so many flowers and it's very beautiful. At this time, Aji notices baskets in the lady's hands, after which he turns to Mrs. and Miss Neri. He also tells them to give him baskets. The main character says it's not hard for them, and the maid also insists everything is fine. But their interlocutor claims that they still look too big and heavy for them, after which he once again offers his help. The main character says that since he says so, she asks him for a favor and immediately thanks the guy. At this time, Celine turns to the lady and asks how about having a snack down there. The girl replies that it's not bad and there's just shade there. When they lay out all the food, they claim that their cook tried very hard. And the maid says that everything looks so appetizing, and the girl claims that there are also fruits there. So let them eat to their heart's content. But then Celine tells the lady that she is an aristocrat, so how can she eat from the same plate with them? Alice says, of course, they can even eat from the same rice cooker. Celine asks what she's talking about, mistress. The main character realizes there's no such word there. The girl claims it means they're colleagues who are on the same path as colleagues. Nothing can stop them from sharing a meal together, so let them not worry and enjoy themselves. The girl also wishes everyone a bon appetit. Meanwhile, the ex-lady is nearby, peacefully drinking a glass of wine. At the same moment, the man notices a group of people sitting nearby, after which he actually sees Alice there and says, "What a coincidence." But at that very moment, someone else addresses the Duke, and when he turns around, he asks if that's really Christy. The girl tells him to just look at these flowers and asks if they're really beautiful. The man replies that yes, it's looking the other way. His future wife asks where he's looking, after which she sees Alice in that direction and is shocked. The Duke says it's just nice weather there and asks if that's true. After this, the girl simply drops the flowers and the man asks if she is hungry, after which he offers her a snack. But when she agrees, when she sits down at the table, she only clenches her fists in anger. Meanwhile, the lady's company is eating. The main character is also drinking wine and realizes she hasn't eaten so much in a long time. The lady also pays attention to Aji, and he looks at the lady with a smile on his face, after which the girl also turns to the river and sees a boat, and asks if they want to ride on it. Neri says it's a great idea, and the other two agree. A little while later, the boatman asks how many people there are, to which his interlocutor replies that there are 4 of them, and the man says that if they need a rower, they should ask, because for an additional fee, he can go with them on the boat. But at that very moment, Aji asserts that he can row. The man asserts. She says it will be difficult without experience and wonders if he can handle it. But the guy insists it's fine and he has a lot of experience. Celine wonders if Mr. Aji has sailed a lot on a boat, to which the guy replies that yes, and it was just a hobby. The main character understands that if he's swum so many times, it means he enjoys water activities, but such a hobby is usually reserved for the upper class. Perhaps he is from a wealthy commoner or from a ruined aristocrat. At this time, the maid turns to the miss and then tells her to quickly get into the boat, to which the girl agrees. The owner of the boat says that they should return. Before the hourglass runs out, it's quite deep there, so they should be careful not to fall into the water. After which, Aji announces that they're leaving and begins rowing. Meanwhile, Christy turns to her future husband and suggests he try this, but her interlocutor only becomes angry and wonders if she was ever this beautiful. Rumor has it her business is booming. He also recalls how, not long ago, the lady begged her darling not to leave, but he simply claimed he was tired of her and pushed her away. Then he left, leaving her in tears. The man realizes that she loved him anyway, and they could get back together. Christy, seeing the Duke's reaction, becomes angry and asks what he's thinking about. The girl also asks if he's really thinking about that woman, Alice Harpin. The man replies that frankly, he saw her by chance and was simply surprised to see her there. His companion asks why he only looks at her and whether he really misses her. The Duke then tells Christy to stop acting like an idiot. The lady, shocked, asks what he said and wonders how the Duke can treat her like that. But the man asks what difference it makes to her who he's interested in. She's in no position to tell him what to do. After which, the Duke realizes she's finally shut up. And the lady, with tears in her eyes, asks how he can treat her like that. The woman also tells the Duke that she's always been so afraid he'll start thinking about this lady again and leave her. Her future husband tells her not to cry, as there's no point in them arguing. He also hands the lady a handkerchief and says that if she wants to become his wife, she'll marry him. She must learn to maintain her composure and calm, as befits a lady of high society, to which she agrees. Her companion says that's enough for today and suggests they go back. When he leaves, the girl merely clutches her handkerchief, and she realizes she will never allow Alice Harpin to take her place as Duchess. The protagonist is on a boat at this time, and realizes the sun is so warm and the breeze so cool. She also turns to Neri and tells her to just look at how the water sparkles. Her interlocutor replies that she really is like a precious stone. The lady then begins to think about the precious stone, and at that very moment, flowers fall from the tree. The protagonist then points to a flower and asks how they got such a flower pattern. The petals gathered together and formed a pattern, and she thought they had their own beauty and individuality. Celine replied that they did, and the main character asked if they thought it would be nice to use these motifs in the design of a necklace or bracelet. Afterwards, she sees the two smiling and wonders what's going on. Celine claims that even on vacation, the mistress thinks about work. She didn't even notice how she started thinking about it. Neri says that at home, she also constantly sees Miss working. The main character is a little embarrassed by this and insists that's not the issue at all, after which her interlocutor says that Miss should be resting today. The girl realizes that she was suggesting they rest, but she continues to talk about work. And in her past life, she disliked such bosses the most. Aji says he likes it because it's very ladylike. The main character then thanks him but insists she'll still try not to talk about work anymore. At that moment, the lady notices something in the water, and when he turns around, he sees someone's face, after which he screams out that there's a person in the water. Everyone immediately turns around, but there's nothing in the water. Aji claims he doesn't see anything, but the girl insists she just saw a boy there. The maid says that maybe Miss was imagining it. But at that moment, the creature appears again, and the girl screams that it's right there. At that very moment, the boat shudders, and the lady begins to fall into the water. The main character closes her eyes and prepares to fall into the river. At that very moment, Aji grabs her and asks if the mistress is okay, to which the girl replies, yes. Afterwards, she gets ready to return to her seat, and the maid, with tears in her eyes, turns to the missus and says she shouldn't stand because it's dangerous, and asks if she's hurt herself. Alice then apologizes and claims she thought there was a person in the water. Her companion says she was so scared that something might happen to the mistress, and the girl thinks she might have imagined it. Aji says they all seem very scared and suggests they go back. Afterwards, they swim back, and the main character, turning to the spot where she saw the creature, realizes she hadn't just spotted a shape. It was definitely a person. Mythology speaks of sirens who sang songs with beautiful voices and captivated sailors on their ships. So maybe she saw a siren, but the girl doesn't understand why it only appeared in front of her, so she'll have to find out who it is. A little while later, the girl is already sitting in her office, drawing these flower petals. The maid comes to Miss and claims that today is her last day off. Alice replies that's why she wants to work. after which her interlocutor claims that the mistress is incorrigible. She also asks Miss what to do, since she has a meeting with Duke Roomister today. The main character remembers that she had made an appointment with him and asks what time it will be, to which her interlocutor replies that the meeting is at lunchtime, and even if she leaves the house right now, the lady will be late. The girl immediately thanks Neri, and her interlocutor understands. Miss only thinks about work and nothing else. Sometimes you have to be interested in other things. The Duke is sitting in the cafe at this time, and when he sees someone come in, he turns around hopefully, but realizes it's not Alice. He thinks it's already the fifth girl, and he's still having no luck. He then wonders if something could have happened, but at that very moment, someone enters the cafe. It turns out to be the main character, and she addresses Duke Roomister with concern. The person she's talking to says that Miss Roomister has arrived, and the main character asks if she's very late, then apologizes. And he says he must have been waiting a long time. The man insists it's okay because he just arrived. And the main character, looking at his mug of tea, realizes he's already drunk it all. She apologizes again and promises it won't happen again. The Duke says the lady is so apologetic that he's actually embarrassed, since he really didn't wait long. Alice says she's usually not late, but she's been busy and hasn't been herself since yesterday. Her interlocutor asks if someone is bothering the lady again, and the girl replies, "That's not the point at all." After which, the man says, "Thank God he's not interested in what could have kept her so busy," and asks if he can ask. The main character tells him what she saw at the lake yesterday, after which her interlocutor says something about what she saw there. It's most likely a water spirit. After listening to her story, he dares to guess it was Nias, who takes the form of a young boy and likes to play pranks on others. Alice realizes that this can't be true. And yet, he really did almost play a prank on her. The Duke says it's good that nothing happened to her, because even though he looks like a boy, he's actually dangerous. He's heard that many who saw him either fell into the water and drowned or barely survived. There's no malice in these jokes, but they can lead to trouble, to dire consequences. The main character doesn't think that if Mr. Aji hadn't caught her then, she too could have drowned. But at the same moment, the machine lady is thinking about what she's even thinking about. The girl asks if she can summon things or if spirits can control them. The man replies that this is true, although in their world they are merely low-ranking spirits. The girl then explains how, thanks to him, she learned so many new things. Meanwhile, the Duke turns to Miss Harpin and says he has one request for her, then asks if she will allow him to voice it. The protagonist replies, "Of course," and her interlocutor asks if she can devote just one evening to him. Alice replies, "Of course," and that she should treat him to dinner. The man claims that, frankly, he has an aunt. She's married to Count Malscott. He was quite close to her as children. The protagonist wonders why he suddenly started talking about his aunt, and her interlocutor claims he recently told her about the lady. The protagonist, shocked, asks if he really told her about her, and the Duke replies that he thinks he shouldn't have. Alice realizes she can't ask him what his aunt said about her being divorced, and the girl says that's not the issue. The man insists that his aunt thinks she's amazing, since she conceived and launched her own business and is promoting it so boldly. It's rare to see such people in high society, and that's what she liked. She'd love to meet the lady when the opportunity arises. The girl, surprised, wonders if she really wants to meet her. The Duke insists he'd like to dine with her at Malscott Manor. The girl realizes she's had many visitors from high society, and she's met them several times at receptions, but she hasn't received an invitation to meet in person, and this will be her first outing as a divorcee. The Duke notices the lady's face suddenly turn sad, after which he turns to Miss Harpin, and when the girl responds, he claims that he does not know whether he can say such a thing, but his aunt has absolutely no prejudices about everything that happened next. The protagonist approaches the Duke with some surprise, and the man insists that judging someone solely by the fact of their divorce isn't very kind to someone who has had a hard time. She's had her share of hardships, but the lady hasn't given up. On the contrary, she started her own business, which speaks volumes about her strong character. The man also says that Miss Harpin is just her, and he respects her for that. Alice, you understand. Sometimes she felt like she meant nothing. The girl was so afraid that everything would disappear, but there were those around her who believed in her. Now the lady clenches her fists and then even declares that she will meet with the Duke's aunt. The girl understands that for these people, she will not back down. The man then rejoices and thanks Miss Harpin for her help. And the main character claims that, on the contrary, she is grateful to him for his words, and that she will have to sort out the matter of taking over the company in the next few days. The girl also asks if she can choose a convenient date herself and tell him, to which he replies that of course and let the lady do as she pleases. He then turns to Miss Harpin and says he's prepared a gift for him to celebrate his business expansion. She asks if that's really true, and her interlocutor insists that, in truth, it was Mr. Penson who prepared it. After he opens the gift, the main character looks at the pendant and says it's so beautiful. She also notices the shape of the necklace. The man claims it's the shape of the La Via Belle logo and asks if the woman likes it. The woman, moved, looks at the necklace and replies that, of course, she likes it. Her interlocutor says what a relief it is and claims that he knows that Mr. Penson has entered into a monopoly contract with her. But he wanted to give the lady a gift, so he asked him for a favor. The lady says it's a precious diamond, plus Mr. Penson's skill. The girl also claims she did nothing for him, and yet she received such a valuable gift, but her interlocutor insists it's only part of what he wanted. If Miss wants to know what he's capable of, she can contact him anytime. Alice says she's even a little embarrassed and asserts that she's already happy, so she'll wear the necklace with gratitude. The Duke, hearing this, only becomes embarrassed, after which he says how good it is that Miss Harpin liked it. Meanwhile, the prince is sitting in his room reading about the merger. He realizes that this is truly a stunning woman. She said that she would soon provide a design for the royal jewelry, and he would finally be able to see it. The man also thinks if there is a way to see each other sooner and thinks that maybe it's worth making an order, after which he lies down and realizes he needs to order more, as she'll probably like it. The man also asks if anyone is there. Afterwards, the maids enter the room and inquire whether His Highness has been summoned. The man replies that he urgently needs to send a message. One of the ladies, looking at the gentleman's smile, realizes that something good must have happened to him. The next day, someone hands the maid a letter, and the girl wonders if it is from His Highness the Prince. She also tells Miss that the prince sent her a message, and the main character wonders if this is really true. Her interlocutor claims that she was told it was urgent, and the girl thinks maybe he wants to change the time for providing the jewelry design. But when she opens the letter, she smiles and tells Neri that she has good news. A little while later, the prince greets the lady, and the main character also greets him, and also claims that she was told that he wanted to see her. The man says that she arrived quickly, and it's good that the lady is not busy. The girl says that if His Highness calls her, she is ready to come at any time, regardless of her affairs. His Highness says what kind of devotion this is, and this attitude is very different from last time. Alice insists that he believed in her company and helped many people, and in return, she should try to do everything possible. Her interlocutor then says that it looks great and invites the lady to sit down. The main character does just that, after which she claims that he did say that he had some business with her. The man replies that this is true because his mother, the Empress, is celebrating her birthday very soon. Alice understands that this is a big event, and her interlocutor claims that this is why he would like to order a piece of jewelry that she will wear to the ball that day. Alice understands that the matter is more important than she thought, after which she thanks His Highness for wanting to entrust her with such an important matter. The man says that it is true and this is very important, so he hopes that the girl will do everything possible, but he will repeat it again so that she tries hard. It's her 50th birthday, and he would like to prepare a perfect decoration for his mother without any flaws. After this, Alice takes out a notebook and asks if there are any decorations that she likes. The man replies that his mother has a very developed sense of beauty, and he thinks it would be better if the girl made several types of jewelry so that she could choose. She shouldn't worry about the fee, because he'll pay for everything, no matter what it costs. Alice insists she'll try to come up with a design so the Empress looks her best at the ball, and at the same time, it should emphasize the dignity of the country's ruler's wife. Her interlocutor says this is appropriate and would like to see several different designs. This is quite an important matter, so he believes it will be necessary to consult with him constantly during the process, so the decoration doesn't look too crude and vulgar. Alice then wants to tell him not to worry, but says it's fine and she'll try. The lady understands that this is truly an excellent opportunity, and if all goes well, she will be able to work for the imperial family on a permanent basis. This should be a jewel for the unrivaled figures at state-level celebrations. Simply having a beautiful and attractive design won't do there, so she needs as much information as possible about her personal preferences. The lady wondered if she could find out about the designer who would be making the outfit for Her Majesty. A short time later, she's already heading out in a carriage. The girl realizes that due to a lack of time, she decided to go there without any warning, and she's curious how the designer will react. This designer has been responsible for the outfits of the members of the imperial family for over 5 years. She possesses an outstanding talent for design, capable of satisfying the discerning tastes of not only the Empress, but also other members of the imperial family. No matter how beautiful the jewelry is, if it doesn't match the dress, there's no point in it. So it's necessary to make sure that the jewelry matches the outfit perfectly. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot and there's not much time, so it's necessary to quickly analyze the orders to make the work of the craftsman easier. A little while later, the girl arrives at the place and wonders if the workshop of the designer of imperial outfits is really located in such a back alley. It even reminds her of the day she first came to see Mr. Penson. After which, the lady approaches the boutique. The girl realizes he doesn't look all that flashy, but he has a distinct personality. She then goes inside, where one of the employees greets the customers and asks if she has an appointment. The girl replies that she doesn't have an appointment and has come to meet Baroness Dickinson. She then apologizes but insists that meeting the Baroness is only possible by appointment. The main character thinks that this is true because she arrived without warning, after which the girl thinks what to do. At the same moment, someone else asks Haley what's the matter, and the girl claims that a visitor came without an appointment. The main character thinks how stupid she looks, after which the woman leaves her office. This is a clothing designer for members of the imperial family named Ashley Dickinson. Alice greets the Baroness and states that her name is Alice Harpin. The woman asks if the lady has come for clothes, and she replies that that's not why she came today. After all, she needs to find out some information. A little while later, they are sitting at the table with a cup of tea, and the Baroness asks if Miss Harpin needs her help. The girl replies that yes, she is an experienced designer, and she is not sure that she can please the Empress. Alice claims that she could use the design and color of the dress, as well as the hats that the Empress likes to wear at parties. The woman asks if this is all, to which the lady replies that perhaps it would be nice to know her measurements. Her interlocutor claims that this is quite unusual and the lady is going to make jewelry. So why does she need sizes? The main character replies that the size, thickness, and length of the precious stone should correspond to the figure of the empress, and it should not be too big or too small. For example, when designing a dress, it is important not only to what extent it is in line with fashion, but also, first of all, to emphasize the figure of the future owner. The woman then says that it's good and she understands, lady. Alice's wife asks if this means she'll help her. The Baroness claims that the order itself is not complicated and she has seen many such designs. Alice wonders if she will dictate the terms, and the woman asks what will happen to her if she agrees. The main character realizes she expected this, but this woman isn't so simple. The girl claims she'll give her part of the payment, and when she asks how much, the girl says 3 penalties. The woman thinks about it, and the lady realizes that it seems she is not happy with it, but she thinks that this is a pretty good offer. She also understands that she needs to be appeased somehow, and claims that her help will be useful to her more than once in the future. Her interlocutor asks whether the lady is offering long-term cooperation, and the girl replies that if she helps her, and the Empress will be satisfied, then she will be able to supply stones for the imperial family on a permanent basis, and he will pay her 3 penalties for each successful contract. The more she receives, the more the Baroness will earn. The girl understands that this is a royal contract about her interlocutor, and asks what the reward promised by the crown prince is. The girl replies that it's 1 billion deniets. The woman says that this share is worth a large sum, after which she says, "Okay, Miss Harpin is quite good at persuasion." Then she also says that she wants to know how much time it will take, and the girl understands that she needs to carefully think through all the details. She also says they need about 4 days to get everything ready. The girl says they need to figure out whether the jewelry matches the dress, but she doesn't claim the Baroness is a master of her craft. Therefore, she would like to hear her comments and remarks, and it would also be possible to discuss their further cooperation. The woman then turns to Miss Harpin and says that she still needs to think about her proposal, and she will try to give an answer this evening. A little while later, the main character is sitting in her office and remembers how the lady claimed that her offer was tempting, but she could not give an answer to it now. Alice understands that this agreement will be the most difficult one yet. She's negotiated with Mr. Penson, and the Duke too found the terms favorable. And the Marquis of Black, although initially hostile, changed his mind after the Duke's consent. On the other hand, Ashley Dickinson will give an answer only after careful consideration, having calculated everything down to the smallest detail, so you will have to try hard to cooperate with her. The girl also thinks that if she doesn't agree, then she understands that it's better not to think about it now. Alice understands that she spent almost the entire day signing contracts, and there are still many things she wants to do. In the future, she will definitely fulfill all her plans, and she has people who support her. When someone knocks on the door, the lady tells them to come in. The maid enters the room and greets the mistress and asks how things are going. Alice also greets Neri and says there's something they need to discuss. The girl asks what exactly, after which the main character hands her a piece of paper and tells her to read this first. The maid, having read the contents, turned to the lady with admiration, and the main character claims that this is how she began to be responsible for the Empress's precious stones. Neri says that the lady has done a great thing, so she congratulates her. Who would have thought that their company would be involved in imperial affairs, and the main characters do not respond that, "Come on. Since this is the imperial palace, the reward is worthy." The maid asks the mistress to tell her more details, and the main character agrees, after which she suggests they come downstairs and she'll tell them everything. Then the two head to the living room. When they get there, the protagonist insists that things really weren't easy with Mrs. Dickinson. Her interlocutor says the mistress immediately decided to go to her, and no one improvises like her. The protagonist asks if this is praise, but the maid insists she's simply saying the lady has excellent intuition. After all this time she brings only positive results, and the main character says that it seems that Neri is becoming more and more cunning every day. Neri asked the young lady what had happened to her arrangement with Duke Lumiere, and Alice, confused, stated that they needed to choose a date for the meeting. Neri was surprised and told the young lady that he waited for news from her every night. Alice said with a smile that he was expecting her all day, but not that much. Neri stated that she was sure of it because he was interested in her. The young lady froze for a moment, and at the same moment she burst into tears at the man. She sheepishly stated that he had never once given any indication that he was interested in her as a girl. But at that very moment, the image of the Duke appeared before her, who looked at her with embarrassment every time. Several times her heart pounded in her chest because of similar thoughts. But she understood that now she needed to develop her business. Neri asked what kind of relationship they had now, since it was impossible to say that they were anything more than just business partners. Alice stated that he was simply her business partner and part-time friend. Neri was surprised by such words from her mistress, but the young lady insisted that they were truly friends. At the same time, the girl did not understand at all how a man could be friends with a woman, because such a thing simply did not happen. Alice said with a smile that something like this had happened, and she knew it as she was from the modern world. Neri sighed heavily and said, "Madam, that if she says so, then it does exist." And yet the young lady was absorbed in her thoughts and reflections. She wanted to quickly inform the Duke of the date of the meeting. The next day, the young Duke was carefully sorting through the documents. But a moment later, his assistant announced that he had received a letter from a young lady. The Duke immediately blossomed before our eyes and burst into a confused yet joyful smile. The young man looked at his master with bewilderment, as he did not expect such a reaction. For a moment he looked at his master in stupor with bewilderment. The Duke's expression quickly changed and he looked puzzled. He asked his assistant why he was staring at him so intently and laughing. Hyson said with a smile that he rarely sees such a face. The Duke sighed and asked his assistant to give him the letter quickly. A moment later, the young Duke began to read the letter. For some time, he studied closely every word the lady wrote. But after a few minutes, he cried out with joy and called his assistant. The young man was taken aback and, sighing, declared that he had always been there for him, and there was no need to shout like that. The Duke, overjoyed, declared that he needed to quickly send a letter to his aunt. At this, he began writing the letter with a joyful smile. The young man watched his master because he had not seen him so happy for a long time, and now he realized that the power of love is amazing. The next day, the young Duke stood at the gate and patiently waited for his companion. After some time, the young lady greeted the Duke with a smile at their meeting. The Duke greeted the lady shyly and with a smile, and also stated that he was very glad to see her. According to all the rules of etiquette, he extended his hand to her with a smile. Alice extended her hand in response with a smile. But at the same time, the young people looked at each other intently for some time. Sometime later, they were riding in a carriage to their destination. At the same time, Alice was a little nervous because she had to meet the Duke's aunt. At that moment, the Duke broke the dead silence and declared that his aunt was very glad when she heard that the lady was coming to see her. He said with a smile that his aunt had promised to cook something delicious. Alice said with a smile that she was very glad to hear something like that. He said with a smile that the children at his aunt's house had also made a noise, since it was the first time in a long time that they had a guest. Alice smiled and said that she had prepared a small present for the children, and she hoped that they would like it very much. He said with a smile that they would like everything, since it was she who prepared the gift. Alice smiled and thanked him for his kind words. She really hoped that the atmosphere in the house would be good, but for now she was troubled by dark thoughts. She was very worried that they would pay close attention to the fact that she was divorced. After some time, the young people arrived at their destination. They walked slowly, but at that very moment, the young Duke noticed a beautiful necklace on his companion. He looked at her with a smile and declared that the necklace suited her very well. She said with a smile that of course it was so, because it was he who gave her the necklace. He smiled and said that he had not thought about it when he was drilling. He looked at the beautiful pendant because it signified a beautiful life, and noticed that she personified these words. The young lady thought for a moment and wondered if she now had her own pattern. The Duke said with a smile that he thought it looked like a family ornament. She smiled and said that he was right. Many noble families wore pendants or rings with their family's designs. And since she had already divorced the Duke, she was now best characterized by this necklace, which hinted at a new, wonderful life. At that very moment, the young man put on a face and declared that he had given an insufficiently worthy ornament. Alice said with a smile that this was not the case, and that, on the contrary, she would like people to naturally perceive the jewelry when looking at her. At that very moment, the young people burst out laughing. But a moment later, the butler greeted the young people with a smile. The Duke asked the butler to tell his aunt that they had already arrived. The butler quickly bowed and declared that he would certainly do everything. After some time, the young people entered the estate, and the young lady noticed many beautiful paintings that depicted the previous marquises. The Duke said with a smile that the further they were from the last portrait, the closer they were to the modern marquesses. Alice thought for a moment, as the family history was quite long. But after a few seconds, their dialogue was interrupted, as they heard the voice of the marquise. The marquise greeted her nephew with a smile. Eugene smiled and greeted his aunt in return, at which Alice flinched and began to stutter nervously. The marquise looked at the young lady with a smile and greeted her. Alice bowed politely and thanked the marquise for the invitation, but she did not forget to introduce herself. The marquise told her young companion with a smile that she had heard that she was very busy, but she was grateful that the lady had nevertheless visited their house. Alice looked at Madame closely, for she saw that she was a very radiant person, and at the same time she felt relieved. Eugene looked at his companion with a satisfied smile, as he realized that she had finally calmed down. A moment later, the Marquise of the Wasp smiled and asked if they were as hungry as it was now lunchtime. Eugene smiled and stated that they had come with empty stomachs to eat at her place. The Marquise said that she said such things so as not to fill his stomach. At that very moment, the Marquise grabbed the young lady by the arm and said with a smile that the cook had tried hard, since she had come to visit her. Alice was very embarrassed by this attitude towards herself, but her companion only looked after her with a smile. At that very moment, he breathed a sigh of relief, as he understood that he too would be able to eat deliciously thanks to his companion. He followed them for a while, but did not take his eyes off the beautiful picture. Meanwhile, the man was quietly sitting in his house reading a newspaper. But after reading the article, he slammed the table in anger and his wife flinched. He was furious because he didn't know his daughter was so good at running a business. The lady sighed heavily and hastily declared that she also knew absolutely nothing. But with such words, she only angered her husband. He was recently informed that Alice had made a mountain of money through her business. He was shocked to see that she received a full 30% as commission. At the same time, he was furious because he understood that there was no way to take the money from her legally. The lady said they had gone a little overboard when they hit her. Her husband said that if they had known she had received so much money, they would not have treated her so harshly. Madame sighed heavily and stated that she was also responsible for this. The sir was furious because he knew that their share was also in their daughter's money. At the same time, the young man, standing quietly behind the door, listened to their conversation. He was puzzled by the whole situation because he knew that his parents were wrong, but at the same time, he could not object to them in any way. The man looked thoughtful and stated that they should bring their daughter back home. After all, he wanted to claim what his daughter had, so he intended to return her to the family fence. Madame thought about it as she understood that this would be quite difficult, so they had to come up with a good reason. At that very moment, the man angrily declared that they had another son, and with the same angrily, he called him. Within minutes, the man told his son that he had been listening to their conversation the whole time, and now he would have to meet with his sister to convince her to return home. The young man was taken aback and declared that his sister would certainly not give in to his persuasion. At that very moment, the man became furious and asked his son angrily if he was really going to contradict his father. Rufinus shook with fear, but at the same time he was puzzled and replied that this was not so. The lady approached her son and, hugging him by the shoulders, declared that they were doing everything for Alice and their family. She said that if they were together, they would be happy, and at the same time they would love each other. Madame told her son that his sister had gone out with one maid and that she must be very lonely and sad. At that very moment, the madam, with a grin, told her son that he could serve as a bridge between them. Meanwhile, Madame, with a smile, accompanied her guest to the dining room. As soon as they opened the door, they were greeted by the rest of the family with joyful smiles. The Marquise said with a smile that she would introduce her family right away. She introduced her husband, the Marquis, with a smile. With the same smile, she introduced her son's family. Alice happily greeted everyone present and introduced herself at the same moment. The Marquise looked at her husband with a smile and declared that before them was the very lady from the rumors. The Marquis smiled and told the girl that she had come a long way, and he also said that he had heard a lot about her from his wife. Smiling, he praised his nephew for making friends with an amazing girl. Eugene, smiling, said that he had always been lucky. A moment later, the Marquise, smiling, asked the young people to come and sit at the table. A few minutes later, the young lady sat quietly at the festive table. Alice looked with joy at her interlocutors, who greeted her with a smile on their faces. Alice was very happy because everyone was friendly towards her and the atmosphere was very good. The young lady looked at her children with a smile and asked them to say hello to the guests. At that very moment, the little children greeted their new guest. Alice immediately announced that she had brought a small gift for the children, but she didn't know whether they would like it. The young lady thanked the guest for the gift with a smile, but she was very surprised. At that very moment, they opened a small box and saw wonderful desserts. The lady, looking at her children, asked what should be done when they received gifts. At that very moment, brother and sister happily thanked the guest for the gift. Alice was pleased with the children's reaction and wished them bon appetit with a smile. The Duke, in turn, looked tenderly at all those present, as he was glad that the atmosphere was favorable. But at that very moment, the Marquise noticed the Duke's gaze, which was fixed on his companion, and she realized that he did not know how to hide his emotions at all. The couple looked at their nephew with joy and were praised for bringing a beautiful young lady into their home. A moment later, the Marquise gave a signal to her maids, for she knew that they were all hungry, and now they could begin to eat. After the delicious dishes were served, Alice stared at the wonderful food. But when she tried the soup, she was very surprised. As she started on the next dish, she froze for a moment, as she had never tasted anything like it in this world. The Marquise asked the guests with a smile how they liked the food, and without hesitation, Alice declared that the food was simply wonderful. But at that very moment, the young boy, smiling, quietly announced to the guests that for dessert they would serve muffins, which their grandmother had made herself. He quietly said that when the desserts were brought out, she always asked the guests if they liked them, but it was a secret. Alice froze in place in surprise as he behaved very nicely. But after a few moments, she came to her senses and quietly whispered words of gratitude to him. Alice was surprised, because it was unusual for the Marquise to personally prepare muffins, but she saw that the Marquise tried very hard for the sake of her family. Alice looked closely at everyone present at the table, as she realized that this was the happy and friendly family she had always dreamed of. But at that very moment, she became gloomy, because she knew that her mother had never cooked anything like that for her, and she had not even cared whether her daughter ate it or not. A moment later, all her thoughts vanished as the Marquise called her. The Marquise, smiling, asked her guest if she could tell them all how she had come up with the interesting idea about entrepreneurship. Alice looked at the Marquise as she understood that she needed to throw all other negative thoughts away, because she was next to his warm people. The young lady was taken aback for a moment, not knowing where to begin her story. But a moment later, she announced with a smile that she was going to buy stones that would match her outfit. While choosing gemstones for the Mark and Call family, she accidentally learned about the existence of Harley Penson, and then she saw the terrible conditions in which the craftsmen worked. In the end, she decided that she could offer them more comfortable working conditions. This was a rather short story about how she came to this conclusion in order to create her own business. For this reason, she happily offered to sign a contract for several years. Of course, communication with the Crown Prince turned into a small quarrel, but then they met again at the ball and were able to resolve their differences. Everyone present was shocked that she had dealings with the Crown Prince. In turn, the young lady was momentarily taken aback by the overly violent reaction to her words. Madame was taken aback because she now understood what had really happened to them with the Crown Prince. Alice smiled and said that if she knew who he was, she would not argue with him. The Duke said that if they continued to listen to her, they would be surprised more than once. Alice said with a smile that all this gave her the motivation to start something of her own. The Marquis was surprised and praised the girl with a smile, as he saw that she was a person with big plans. At the same time, the Marquise looked at the young lady with a satisfied smile. She wanted to hear some interesting story connected with her nephew, so don't waste a minute. She asked the young people if they had any interesting stories to tell. The young people looked at each other at that very moment, but their intense gazes burned into each other, and at the same moment they were filled with embarrassment. Alice was taken aback and said that the Duke had once helped her out of his difficult situation. She stated that she had previously had some problems with the Marquis of Black, and that the Duke had helped her resolve the situation. The Marquise asked in surprise if their nephew had done something similar. Alice said with a smile that this was true, but she also had one more assistant. But since they were sitting with the Duke's relatives, she wanted to praise him in front of them. The young man thought for a moment and stated that he had never seen the Duke stand up for anyone. Without wasting a moment, the Duke told his aunt with a smile that she had told him before that it was necessary to protect people in trouble. So that was what he had done. He said with a smile that he had helped the lady in a difficult situation, because she had amazed him with her wisdom. He said the Marquise had previously complained about difficulties in raising wages. Therefore, it was proposed to sell the business for a reasonable price so that both the Marquis and the craftsman would be satisfied with each other. The Marquis was surprised to notice that the girl not only had a talent for business, but was also fair. At that very moment, the Duke declared that the lady had conquered more than one prejudice. The Marquis said with a smile that, after talking with the clever lady he had invited, she began to be even more proud of her nephew. But the young couple noticed that he now looked like a complete fool, since he really liked his companion. The Duke blushed with embarrassment and declared that this was not the issue at all. But at that very moment, the young people met each other's eyes and became even more embarrassed than before. The Marquis noticed with a smile how the Duke became embarrassed, adding that he had not seen him like this since childhood. The Marquise, smiling, said that the young people were very similar and close. Alice said with a smile that they had a strong bond of friendship, and that they were not just partners, but true comrades. The Marquise, in turn, looked at the lady with a sly smile and wondered if this was really so. She froze for a moment as she did not hear what the Marquis had asked. A moment later, the Marquise dropped the previous topic with a smile and declared that it was now time to move on to dessert, muffins leisurely. But as soon as she tried it, she froze in surprise, as she had never tried anything perfect. At that very moment, the young lady praised the wonderful dessert, and the Marquise was glad to hear such a thing, even though she knew that the lady knew that she had made them. At that very moment, the young children froze while eating a delicious dessert. Alice was embarrassed. She said that it was not so, and she really liked the dessert. The Marquise said with a smile that she believed her. After some time, the young lady happily said goodbye to the beautiful family, and she stated that she was very happy when she spent a wonderful evening with them. After some time, the young people slowly walked further and further from the estate, and Alice noticed that his family was very friendly. She said with a smile that she was a little jealous. The Duke said with a smile that his aunt's family was the ideal family he desired. Alice looked at him in surprise. He said with a smile that when he had his own family, he would definitely want the same one, because he wanted to get together often, have dinner, and always with warm smiles. She burst out laughing because she knew that rumor had it that he didn't date girls and that he was into men. The Duke looked away in embarrassment and declared that he had said this sincerely. She said with a smile that that was not the case at all and declared that he would definitely meet a beautiful girl. At the same time, the young lady wondered whether she would be able to create a happy family. Looking at her companion, she understood that she was already divorced, and she should not delude herself with empty illusions. On the way back, the young people rode quietly in the carriage, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Alice looked at her companion in bewilderment, as the Duke remained silent the whole way. But moments later, he stated that she had previously stated that he would meet a good girl. But for some reason after her words, he felt sad. Alice looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not expect this. And at that very moment, dead silence reigned between them again. A moment later, the Duke came to his senses and said with a smile that he was very glad that she was having fun. He also said he would like to see more opportunities like this. Alice, looking at her companion, said with a smile that next time he could also invite her. After some time, they arrived at the young lady's house, and the Duke, with a smile, wished her a safe journey. Alice also wished him a safe journey with a smile. At the same time, the Duke continued to stare intently at his companion for some time. He thought for a moment as he wanted to tell her that he wanted to build memories with her. But he knew it wasn't the time for such words yet. The next day, her young lady and her maid came to an elegant place. They were surprised because they did not expect to see something like this. And at the same time, they knew that they had to come to this office every day. Alice knew that it would be difficult for anyone other than officials to work in a building like this. She knew that this was a very large company. A moment later, the young ladies entered the building and saw the commotion. They froze at the door because they saw that everyone was working tirelessly. They knew what time work began, but were surprised that all the workers had already begun their duties. At that very moment, the young lady also noticed the office employee, and looking at her mistress, she quietly reported that they were being stared at. Alice knew that the manager had already told her that a merger was currently taking place. She knew that she now looked like a boss, and at the same time, she felt a different feeling than when she was in charge of one store. At that moment, Hans greeted the young lady with a smile and informed her that he was the manager of the building. Alice greeted him and also introduced her secretary, Neri. The young lady greeted the young man with a smile. At that very moment, he looked at her intently and with a smile and declared that he was very pleased to meet her. Looking away, the young lady was taken aback and froze in embarrassment. The young man said with a smile that he would like to accompany them to the office. He also gave the young lady a plan of the building so that they could find their way around. Alice was glad about this, but at the same moment she turned to her secretary. She froze for a moment when she saw her friend's confused look, and at the same time she looked at her with bewilderment. Since her secretary had not taken her eyes off the young man the whole time, Alice couldn't resist and burst out laughing. After some time they came to a new office. Alice couldn't resist and quickly asked her friend if she had fallen in love. Neri was shocked by such a question, but she was also embarrassed and said that this was not true. Alice told her assistant with a smile that she was so absorbed in looking at the young man that she didn't even hear her words. The young lady looked away from her mistress in embarrassment and said that this was not so. Alice, smiling, said that the young man was the manager of the building, so they would be able to see each other often. After some time, the young lady began to examine the documents. Neri told the lady that she would sort out her schedule and check for any new mail. Alice praised her assistant with a smile, because she knew that she was the best secretary in the world. She stated that the scale of their company had increased, so there would soon be more work. At the same time, her lady looked at her mistress with joy, because she knew that they would succeed. For a while, they looked at each other with joy and enthusiasm. The next day, the young lady gave her assistant various tasks. She was giving out orders incessantly, and the young secretary was a little confused, but she quickly wrote everything down. A moment later, Alice announced that she would need to go away for a little while after lunch. After lunch, the young lady dropped in on her employees at her store and told them some very interesting news, which surprised them. The young man grew up, was a little puzzled, and asked what specific work they would have to do. The girl stated that this was the first time she had heard about office work. Alice thought for a moment, as she knew that neither of them had ever done anything like this before, so they would need to explain everything. She stated that this office work is not in the store, but inside the office. She said she would like them to take on the roles of business managers, and the managers who were there before would hand over the business to them. The young lady didn't know if they could handle such a job. As Opashiv stated that this was a very important place, but the work was unfamiliar, so he had doubts. Alice stated that she understood everything perfectly well, but during her time working in the shop, she saw how smart they were, so they could handle it. The young men were embarrassed by such praise and assured her with a smile that she was overpraising them. She stated that they have a feel for sales in the store, which means that if they understand how things are going inside the company, they will do a great job. Alice stated that the salary in the office was higher and they would also get extra days off, and she guaranteed that they would sit in the office and work. The young people were silent for a moment, considering her words. At that very moment, they happily declared that since she believed in them so much, they would try. Alice was happy to hear such news, and she also said that she would hire new salespeople for the store so that they could start their new jobs as soon as possible. She said with a smile that if they trusted her, they would not regret their choice. The young man, in turn, looked at the young lady with a gentle smile. Sometime later, they continued to engage in casual conversation while sitting in the store. That same evening, the young entrepreneur sat quietly and looked at the additional documents. Neri looked at her mistress with concern and stated that she should take breaks sometimes, as she looked tired. Alice said with a smile that everything was fine, but her assistant was sure that it was not. Neri was glad that they were busier than before, as their business was going well. She said with a smile that she would try her best to reduce the lady's workload. Alice asked her friend with a smile if she was too devoted to her, because any loyal vassal looking at her would leave in tears. The young lady was shocked and screamed, "Madam," that she was speaking sincerely. But their conversation was interrupted as they heard a crash. Neri rose with lightning speed and hurried to the door. Opening the door, she saw someone's silhouette and froze for a moment. Alice, alarmed, sat up and asked the secretary what had happened. Neri Opashiv informed the lady that a guest had come to see her. Alice was shocked because she did not expect to see her brother. The young man, in turn, bowed nervously and stated that they had not seen each other for a long time. Alice looked menacingly at her brother, but at the same moment she sighed heavily and invited him to go through. A few minutes later, they were all sitting at the table and the atmosphere was very tense. The young people looked at each other intently, but no one said a word. Alice broke the silence and asked her brother how he had chewed. Looking away from his sister, he said that he had read books and drawn better than before. She sighed and praised him. At that very moment, the young lady declared to her mistress that she would carry the snacks. After the maid left, Alice asked her brother how he knew where she lived. At that very moment, she heard an unintelligible answer from her brother and realized that her father had told him everything. Without wasting a minute, she sternly told her brother to look at her. Rufine was taken aback, as he did not expect such a tone. Without ceremony, the young lady asked her brother why he had come to see her. Rufine sighed and stated that he had a request for her. Alice looked at him in bewilderment, and at that very moment, he timidly asked her to return home. Alice sighed heavily as she realized that her parents had sent the child to convince her, while she knew that they had acted cowardly. She was furious, and since the adults were plotting their schemes, they were hiding behind a fragile child. At the same time, she wondered if she could call them family. Alice looked menacingly at her brother and asked why she would do that. Rufine timidly said that the house was empty without her, and he would like to live together with her and his parents. At that very moment, the young lady asked her brother if his father had really sent him. Rufinus immediately shuddered. Alice looked intently at her brother and said that he should listen to her carefully and convey her words to his father. Alice stated that the moment her father said she was not his daughter and kicked her out of the house, their relationship was completely over. Rufinus was taken aback and, trembling, told his sister that his father said he was very sorry. Looking at his sister with frightened eyes, he stated that his mother also said that she had gotten carried away, and now she regretted her actions. The young lady, in turn, buried her icy calm and wondered if they had simply gotten carried away and now regretted it. She was furious because she knew they only wanted money and now they wanted her back as if nothing had happened. Rufin, looking away from his sister, said that it was difficult for her to forgive them and that she had a huge wound in her soul. But at that very moment, she declared that this was not so, and she could forgive them because it was just nonsense. She declared at that very moment that if she forgave them, she would not share her money. He looked at her with bewilderment, as he did not understand what money they were talking about. Alice asked if she said she wouldn't give them the money, would they worry that she had forgiven them. She was furious because they had thrown her out of the house, and now that her business was improving, they decided to just apologize and invite her back. She didn't want to hurt her brother, but she wanted to push him away coldly so that he would be forever distanced from those people. Alice stated that everyone thought that she got easy money, but she went through the humiliation, and neither her parents nor no one intervened. Rufinus lowered his eyes to the ground as he did not know what to answer his sister. When she left, she told her brother that she was not going to return to the family and did not intend to share her money either. The young man hastened to stop his sister, but unfortunately, it was all in vain as she did not want to continue the conversation. Rufinus nevertheless hurried to her and continued calling. At that very moment, the young lady handed him a small bag of money and said that it was enough for him to find a room where he could spend the night. She slowly left him and walked away, while the young man, trembling, thanked her. The young lady looked sideways at her brother and asked him to leave. For a while, he stood quietly and silently looked at the money. Unfortunately, the young lady was overcome with emotion and hurried to her room. But at that very moment, the maid called her and she froze on the steps. She looked at her faithful servant with tears in her eyes and reported that her relatives were still persecuting her. The young maid, in turn, looked at her mistress with tears in her eyes as she sympathized with her. Alice could not stand it and at that very moment rushed into her maid's arms. After some time, she was sitting quietly in her bed, and at the same time, the young maid was asking her mistress if she was okay. Alice, without looking up, said that she was not okay at all and that she was very uncomfortable. She was furious because she had lived without sparing herself for the sake of the people she considered her family. At the same time, she tried to tolerate her husband's debauchery and coldness, and even tried to get along with him. She did all this for her family, and yet she never felt alive. But now she knew that it was all over. And now the young lady was on her way to her real life. But she was very angry because her family was interfering again and ruining everything. Mary looked at her mistress with tears in her eyes and declared that she was coping well with all the adversity. She told her mistress that she was by her side and they would overcome everything. Alice was touched by such words. But at that very moment, she said with a smile that everything was right. She couldn't become weak again and give in to weaknesses. At that very moment, she thanked her maid and declared that she would not worry about it anymore. Alice understood that she had to become stronger so that no one could disturb her happiness, so that their greed, like a sticky web, could not harm her. Meanwhile, the young man lay in his bed, writhing in a terrible nightmare. He remembered the terrible fire and the knights who were rushing towards it. At the same time, he felt a wildfire that he could not extinguish. But a moment later, he opened his eyes and woke up from the terrible nightmare. He was scared and confused because he did not understand why he had the same nightmare again that had been haunting him for a long period of time. But moments later, he smelled a wild, burning smell and at the same time heard a frantic scream. The young man was taken aback and quickly threw off his blanket. Without wasting a minute, he rushed to the exit and saw people screaming and running away from the fire. He was shocked and confused, as he did not understand what was happening at all. Looking away, he froze in place as he saw that everyone was running away in a hurry. But at that same moment, he realized that he could extinguish this fire with his power. Without wasting a minute, the young man used his power. He thought that everything would soon be extinguished, but at that very moment he heard the voices of people who were looking at him in surprise. Without a moment's delay, he shouted to everyone present that it was dangerous to be in the room and they needed to leave the building as soon as possible. After all, if the fire turns out to be strong, the building could collapse. The young people, without interfering, listened to him and hurried to the exit. Moments later, he extinguished all the fire that was on the floor. But at that very moment, he heard a scream from above and saw a collapse. I hurried up to the other people. But when he ran to the top floor, he was taken aback, because he saw the state of the building and saw people who were engulfed in flames. At that very moment, he used his magic again. And without hesitation, he sent it into the stream of water straight into the raging fire. Everyone present was shocked because they did not expect to see water. I hastily shouted to everyone that the fire on the lower floors had already gone out, so they should go down the stairs. All those present immediately hurried to leave the dangerous part of the building. I looked closely at the top floor as I assumed there were still people there. In a hurry, he climbed up to the top floor but noticed that everything had already gone out. He quickly hurried to the exit but realized that he had used too much magic. But when he went out into the street, he was stunned because everyone began to chant his name. And at the same time, they shouted that he was a hero. The young man froze in place, looking at everyone present in bewilderment. They shouted joyfully that he was a hero and that he had saved their lives. I quickly came to my senses and stated that, unlike the corridor, the rooms were in a normal state, and since the fire was extinguished, they could return back. A moment later, Madame approached him and asking for forgiveness turned to him. The innkeeper happily thanked him for such actions, but he said that he simply helped because he could not pass by such a situation. But at that very moment, the madam grabbed the hero by the hand and shouted that he was the hero who was letting the water out of his hands. She asked with a smile whether he was from a noble family. I stated that I am not a hero at all, and I asked everyone not to mention the situation anywhere. Therefore, he really hoped that they would return to their homes as soon as possible. I looked at everyone present with a gentle smile and noticed that they were probably very scared, but now they could rest. Moments later, the young man hurried to his room, as he knew he should sleep. Meanwhile, the young people sat quietly in the forest. Philip hurried to his master and asked if he was feeling unwell. The young man looked menacingly at his subordinate and said that he asked not to call him sir. Philip asked for forgiveness, since something like that somehow slipped out of his mouth. He sighed heavily and said that his uncle had eyes and ears everywhere, so they needed to be careful. He said that until they found him, they were obliged to stay alive. He didn't have time to finish speaking when suddenly a terrible burning pain pierced him. Memories of that fateful day when they had tried with all their might to save their lives came flooding back to him. The young man hurriedly shouted to his subordinate that they needed to find him quickly. A moment later, he saw the man he had been looking for a long time, but at the same time, he saw another burning fire. Without wasting a minute, the young man rushed towards the fire. In doing so, he came across an enemy knight. The knight, without ceremony, pointed his blade at the young man. But at that very moment, Philip rushed to him and prevented the attack. Philip was furious and shouted at his master that he should take care of himself first and foremost. He shouted to the Lord that in order to save the emperor, he had to stay alive. The young man was furious. He knew that he had to survive and bring back the Betan Empire. And even more so, his brother Azelis. Alice looked closely at her assistant and asked her to check the newly arrived contracts. But at that very moment, they heard a knock on the door, and the young secretary announced that an urgent letter had arrived for the director. Neri informed her mistress that something urgent had happened in the store. At that very moment, the young lady took the letter and began to read it carefully. Neri asked in surprise if something bad had happened. Alice said that Az did not show up for work at the store without giving a reason. The young ladies thought that something had happened to the young man, because he would not have done such a thing without a good reason. Alice assumed that he was most likely ill, but the thought also crossed her mind that someone might have kidnapped him. The young lady decided to throw all her thoughts away. She was in a task since there were no mobile phones in this world, so she could not contact him quickly. Neri suggested that the lady go to his house and find out everything. Alice said with a smile that they couldn't do that because they had a lot of work, and they could come to see him tomorrow. A moment later, Alice asked the secretary about the meeting with the lawyer. Neri smiled and announced a suitable time for the meeting and stated that she had sent a reply that they agreed. The young lady praised her secretary with a smile as she was growing before her eyes. She told her friend that she had been working hard lately, so she would ask the cook to prepare her favorite sweets. Neri looked at her mistress with surprise but with joy. But at that very moment, she became embarrassed and called her mistress. She timidly looked away and, asking for forgiveness, stated that she wanted to have dinner separately tomorrow. Neri sighed heavily and asked with embarrassment if that was really not possible. Alice was surprised because she assumed her friend was going on a date and said she could have dinner separately. The lady was very happy about this and thanked the mistress with a smile. Alice didn't waste a moment and asked who she had a meeting with. Neri asked the lady with a smile if she remembered the building manager. Alice said with a smile that he was a handsome man. The young lady was confused, but in turn she knew that her mistress was right. Alice looked at her secretary with a smile because she was right from the start, but she also wanted to know who invited whom first. Neri said that he invited her to have dinner together. Alice wished her friend good luck with a smile, but at the same time she was a little envious of her. At the same moment, the young lady also declared that her mistress had a duke. Alice was taken aback, as she did not expect to hear anything like that. Neri said with a smile that she was rooting for her and the duke. Alice smiled and told her secretary that it was best not to invest in these stocks. She looked at her mistress in bewilderment as she did not understand what she was talking about. But at that very moment, Alice said that they should stop all talking and get down to work. Neri hurried back to work with a smile, but she knew that the lady behaved in a similar manner when it came to the duke. After some time, the young ladies were returning home after a day of work. But moments later, they froze in place when they saw someone's silhouette at the gate. The young ladies were a little puzzled, as they did not know who was hiding behind the hood. Alice immediately realized that her father had sent someone to her again. Without wasting a minute, she approached the man and asked who he was. I quickly turned around and quietly informed the director that it was him. At that very moment, he pulled his hood back from his face, and the young ladies saw who stood before them. They were shocked, as they did not expect to see him under cover of night. Alice was taken aback because she didn't understand what he was doing late at night in her house, especially in suspicious clothes. But still, after some time, they were sitting quietly in the house drinking tea. Alice looked closely at the young man and wondered if someone was following him. He sighed and said that it was also causing him a lot of problems, so he couldn't go to work. Alice asked if there was a reward for him. I replied that it wasn't so. Neri was shocked by what she heard. Alice looked at the young man in bewilderment as she did not understand anything. At that very moment, she declared that she would like him to tell her honestly about everything. The young man fell silent for a moment, not knowing where to begin his story. A few hours ago, the young man was sleeping quietly in his bed, but a moment later, he opened his eyes because he heard a noise. He was shocked because he realized that he had fallen into too deep a sleep. At that moment, he heard a knock on the door. A moment later, he slowly opened the door and looked in surprise at the unexpected guests, asking who they were. The knights looked closely at the young man and greeted him. He was scared and wondered if his uncle's minions had caught up with him. At that very moment, one of the knights asked if it was really Mr. Azpavor in front of him. I looked at the knight with bewilderment, as I remembered that I had randomly chosen this surname for the contract with the employer. At that very moment, he asked the knights what brought them to him. The knight said that they were from the capital's police detachment, and they had received a tip. His comrade could not resist and joyfully shouted that they had found out that the unknown wizard was located here. The young man was taken aback because what he was so worried about had happened. He sighed and asked in confusion who had told them about this. They stated that the owner of the building had told them about it. A young man with burning eyes shouted that they heard that he had managed to overcome the fire with the help of magic. I asked with bewilderment what was wrong with that. Another knight told the young man that with his abilities, he should register at the magic tower. So they came to him to make sure that he was really registered. And in a hurry, he declared that he was registered. So he asked if they could leave his dwelling. He sighed and stated that he was tired and would like to rest. But before he could close the door, a knight suddenly grabbed her and declared that he had to show them the registration number. He stated that this was a policy of controlling the Empire's magical talents. I said that he was a foreigner and not registered in the country. The knight was shocked and did not understand why the young man was only now talking about this. They hastily asked him to provide a waybill. He was puzzled as he had nothing of the sort. He sighed heavily as he did not have the courage to resort to such a method. But at that very moment, he asked for forgiveness and extended his hands to the knights. They looked at him sideways, not understanding what he was going to do. At that very moment, the young man threw thick sand at them. Without wasting a minute, he ran, but shouted that he was asking for forgiveness. And if they wet their eyes well, nothing would happen to their vision. The knights were shocked. They shouted after him, but it was all in vain. However, the residents of the house saw him running and looked at him with bewilderment, since he had just saved them yesterday, but was now running away. A moment later, he sighed heavily and, looking down, informed his mistress that this was exactly how it had happened. At that very moment, Alice asked if he was really a commoner. She said that in his country, he was probably from a noble family, and the surname he gave her was not his real one. She stated that she had assumed something like this, because he had magical powers, and his behavior was different from that of an ordinary person. He sighed heavily and said that he couldn't give details, but almost everything completely coincided with her thoughts. However, with sadness in his heart, he asked her to accept the current situation. He understood that if it became clear who he was, his life would be in danger. He screamed in fear that he was now nothing more than prey for the hunter. The young lady thought for a moment as she realized that the situation was not an easy one. He said that he could not return to the house where he had been before, and that he would have to wander around the neighborhood in search of a new home. The lady asked if he had any personal belongings with him. He sighed and said that everything was left in that house. The young lady, in turn, thought for a moment and wondered if there was a way that could help him. But a moment later, she announced that he could stay with them for a while. The young man looked at the young lady in bewilderment, as he did not expect such a thing. She said that now he cannot move around as he pleases, and he has no housing, and he has no money. He was convinced by her arguments. She sighed and said that he had business to run, and if he lived with them, he could commute to work with her. Alice stated that he would avoid prying eyes for a while. The young man was taken aback and thanked her for her kindness, and also asked how he could repay her. Neri said with a smile that he had done nothing wrong, and she thought that they should help each other out in difficult situations. Alice said with a smile that her friend was right in saying that they were one family. At the same moment, they began to have a casual conversation with a smile. After some time, Alice came to the young man and knocked on the door of his new room. And at that very moment, she informed him that it was time to eat. But to her surprise, she heard no answer and thought he had simply fallen asleep. After a few minutes of waiting, she finally decided to go into the room. A moment later, the young lady was filled with embarrassment at what she saw. She was shocked because she saw him in a very piquant form. She sheepishly stated that she approached the room, but he did not answer, and she went in. But at the same time, she asked for forgiveness, since she did not know that he was washing himself. In a hurry, the young lady ran out of the room and shouted at the end that he could go downstairs to eat. And at the same time, she asked him to get dressed. The young man called a cue with her and froze in place in surprise, as he did not expect anything like this. Alice was shocked by such a surprise, but at the same time, she noticed that his body was simply divine. At that very moment, she slapped herself on the cheeks in order to come to her senses and cast aside all indecent thoughts. Neri looked at the lady in surprise and asked why she had not come down with the young master. Alice sheepishly stated that he should get dressed and come down. Neri asked what her mistress was talking about. Alice hesitated, not knowing how to answer the piquant question. But at that very moment, they were informed that the food was ready. Neri quickly turned her attention away from the pressing issue and concentrated on the delicious food. Alice breathed a sigh of relief, knowing she wouldn't have to explain the situation. A moment later, the young lady turned her gaze to the young man, as he announced that he was ready to begin his meal. A few minutes later, the young people were sitting quietly at the table and having dinner. Alice looked intently at her companion, but as soon as he looked at her, she quickly looked away, embarrassed. He said with a smile that he hadn't eaten anything so delicious in a long time. Alice shyly shouted that their cook was also very talented. She looked at him intently and thought for a moment as he was more unperturbed than she. She hoped he didn't feel any ill will towards her. In turn, Az could barely contain his embarrassment, since he still remembered the young lady's reaction when she saw him. The next day, the young lady met with the Duke, who informed her that her stones would soon fill the imperial palace. She said with a smile that he was praising her too much, because they had just started and the contract had not yet been signed. She said that she would soon send the stones to Mrs. Dickinson for her advice. The Duke sighed heavily and told his companion that she would become very busy and they would not be able to see each other. Alice looked at her companion with a smile, because the more she looked at him, the more new things she saw. She often saw him as quite strong and steadfast, as befitted a duke. But after meeting the young duke's family, she saw different images in him. Eugene said with a smile that they could buy coffee when she was free. She saw that he was warm and gentle, and this attracted her. He said with a smile that he had been in good places a lot lately and was always thinking about her. She said with a smile that they would continue to see each other in the future, so that he could show her new places each time. The Duke was a little surprised by such words, but at the same time confused. A moment later, he stated that he had been frequently plagued by doubts about his case lately. Alice asked in surprise what doubts were being discussed. The Duke announced that a new mine had been discovered on their family's property, and that it contained very valuable stones. She was surprised and did not understand why he was worried about something like that. She said with a smile that this was wonderful news. The Duke, sighing, said that this was not entirely true. After all, he knew that he needed huge investments, and therefore, despite the future income from the deposit, no one was rushing to invest. He was puzzled because he felt that his family's investment would not be enough. Alice thought for a moment, as she could help him. A moment later, a wonderful thought came to her mind. She asked with a smile, how about Togo getting investments from private individuals, since if he didn't invest too much, the burden wouldn't be too great. The Duke was surprised by such a proposal, but the young lady stated that it was possible to collect contributions only in the required amount. And to the people from whom he received money, in return he would provide shares, as a word to prove that the person owns a part of the income. He thought about this for a moment. Alice smiled and said that here and now it was difficult for her to explain everything to him, but she would try to provide all the information. The young man looked intently at his companion as he was glad about this. He said with a smile that her eyes always light up when she talks about entrepreneurship. She stated that she just wanted to help him, and he was touched by her words. At that very moment, the Duke declared that he wished to ask her a personal question, and that if she felt uncomfortable answering it, she might not answer it. A moment later, he asked shyly, without looking his companion in the eye, how she would react if she received an engagement proposal. At that very moment, the young lady looked at her companion in surprise, as she had not expected anything like this at all. She didn't understand why he suddenly asked her something like that. The Duke was taken aback and asked with embarrassment if this was too unexpected a question. He stated that she could receive an engagement proposal from someone at any time, which meant she could get married. So, without looking up at his companion, he stated that he simply wanted to know what she thought about it. He also said that he had not intended to create discomfort. But Alice smiled and assured him that everything was fine. She stated that she could not answer that she would react positively. The Duke asked if this was connected with her failed marriage. She said that of course that was true. But if there was someone who wanted to marry her, his parents might be against it. She understood that she would have to bow down to them, admitting that this was her next marriage, and she would not want that. Eugene asked in surprise what if the new family would not have such problems. She smiled and sincerely stated that she did not want to be anyone's wife now, as she intended to live in her own name. The Duke looked at his companion with a smile and declared that he understood her feelings perfectly. In turn, the young lady looked at her companion with bewilderment, as she understood that he did not like her answer. Moments later, she announced with a smile that the place had delicious pancakes so they could try them. He looked at her with a smile and at the same time accepted her proposal. After some time, Hai-san looked at his master with bewilderment, as he did not understand what was wrong with his face. The Duke asked, puzzled, what was wrong with him. Hai-san sighed and told the Duke that he looked like a child who had been beaten in his dark alley. Hai-san stated that his master looked very depressed, which was rare to see. At that very moment, the young man realized what was going on. Looking at the Duke, he asked with surprise if Togo had been rejected. The Duke froze in place as his assistant had pierced him with his question. At that very moment, he began to shout and deny everything. But his assistant understood that he was right. Eugene sighed heavily and said that if he thought about it, he really was almost rejected. He understood that with each new meeting, his feelings for the lady grew deeper. He didn't make her a formal proposal because he didn't want to burden her and hurt her soul. He wanted to slowly approach her, and at the same time creep into her soul. But he was puzzled as she gave him a decisive answer. Kai-san, looking at the gentleman, declared that the ground was already warming under his feet. At that very moment, the Duke asked his subordinate whether he was too bad a man for marriage. The young man was taken aback and, crying out, asked if anyone had really refused to marry him. The Duke said that this was not so, but his assistant was firmly convinced that this was exactly the case, and he wanted to know who the girl was who had refused him. However, at that very moment he declared that even he would not like this. The Duke looked at him in bewilderment, as he did not understand what he was talking about. He stated that in noble circles there was no one worse than Duke Feiharan, who was a womanizer, an alcoholic, and also a gambler. He stated that the young lady had only recently escaped from the despotic embrace of a man, and at the same time she did not at all want to think about a new marriage. He stated that she was also involved in business, and it could be said that the Duke had chosen the worst possible time to propose. The Duke was shocked, as he knew that she had not refused to dine with his family, and the atmosphere was wonderful then. The assistant assured him that this was possible because they were friends. The Duke was shocked, as he realized that his assistant was right and he could do nothing more. Hai-san, looking at his master, asked if he really could do nothing more. At that very moment, he informed his master that he could simply seduce the young lady. The Duke froze in shock, and at the same time, he did not know at what point he should seduce her. Hai-san, looking at the gentleman, said that he had absolutely no idea how to be a gentleman, but he was ready to help him. At the same time, the young lady was dating the prince. At this, the prince looked closely at her jewelry. He smiled and said that the idea of creating a balance with the dresses was a good one. He thought they would go perfectly with the outfits his mother wore in everyday life. The young lady thanked the prince with a smile as she felt relieved by his answer. To create jewelry for the imperial family, extra care was needed, and she personally came to the workshop and checked all the jewelry. The prince smiled and said that they could only know how pleased his mother was by giving her the jewelry, but in his opinion, everything was beautiful. Alice looked at her companion with a smile as she was very glad that he liked everything. At that very moment, he brought a man, looked at his companion, and called her. He asked if she was very busy right now. Looking away from his companion with embarrassment, he stated that he simply wanted to invite her to dinner. The young lady was shocked by this, and at that very moment she asked what he was talking about. The prince said with a smile that he would like to invite her to the palace in honor of their first collaboration. She felt awkward, but she stated that she was only doing the job for which she was getting paid. Alice said that her work was little different from that of Mrs. Dickinson, but the prince, smiling, declared that it was his wish. The young lady sheepishly agreed to his proposal. She understood perfectly well that it was impossible to refuse from the very beginning. The prince said with a smile that he would send an official invitation soon. After some time, the young lady returned to her home. But as soon as she got out of the carriage, her secretary met her with an anxious expression on her face. She looked intently at her mistress and asked her to look at the letter quickly. Alice looked at the small letter in bewilderment, but a moment later she noticed who the addressee was. She looked at the letter with bewilderment and at the same time wondered why the young man decided to send it to her. Neri immediately asked the lady if she would open the letter. Alice stared at the small bundle for a moment but decided she wouldn't do it. A moment later, she confidently walked towards her estate. She slowly walked into the kitchen and at the same moment handed her cook a letter. She asked with a smile if she could throw it straight into the oven. Madame was surprised because the letter had not even been opened. But Alice assured that she could count it as fuel and throw it away, since she saw no point in reading it. Neri looked at the lady with a smile and said that she simply could not resist her charisma. Alice declared that she simply did not have time for such nonsense. A moment later, she asked what was wrong with Mr. Az. Neri stated that the young man told her that he was tired and would not come out for dinner. The young lady thought for a moment, as she had not seen him for several days. Sighing, she declared that they still needed to have dinner, and therefore she wanted the two of them to call him. A moment later, she announced that they also needed to prepare some stones for the ball. After she started her business, she began to take care of her appearance at public events. Neri asked if the Duke would come to pick her up. Alice sighed and said that this was not so, because she already had an agreement at that time. Neri asked in surprise if her mistress would really be with another man. Alice smiled and said that she had no other man and that she would go to the event with Mrs. Dickinson. Neri was a little surprised and worried that the Duke might be upset. Alice stated that she actually thought he was a little offended. Some time ago, the Duke looked at his companion with bewilderment, because she said that she had already agreed with another person to go to the ball. Alice smiled and said that Mrs. Dickinson had been the one who suggested going together first. At that very moment, the young man beamed, for he was glad that his interlocutor was going with Mrs. Dickinson. He said with a smile that it looked like they would have a lot to talk about at the ball. Alice said with a smile that next time they would definitely go together. The young man was very glad to hear this from her. Neri stated that last time the lady said that it was more advantageous for her to be near the Duke. Alice said that he was her business partner then. But if they came together this time, a real scandal would break out, and it would greatly harm the Duke. She said she didn't want to hear rumors that she had stolen one of the Empire's most eligible bachelors. And at that very moment, she became afraid that their sales might fall because of this. Neri was puzzled because her mistress was always thinking about business. She said that the Duke was handsome, rich, and also very gentle. And most importantly, that he had feelings for her. Neri asked the lady if her heart had never fluttered for the Duke. Alice understood that she was also a girl, and of course, her heart fluttered. But she understood that one cannot be too greedy. Neri was surprised by such words from her mistress. She said with a smile about her friend that she liked living only with her. Without wasting a minute, she hugged her friend and assistant with a smile and declared that she herself would soon have a lover. Alice smiled and asked her friend if she had been too brazen in her intrusion. Neri was embarrassed and said that the lady should not tease her. Alice smiled and told her friend that she couldn't help teasing her because it was so much fun. A moment later, the young man came down to the young ladies. The girls looked at the young man with joy, since he finally decided to come down to them. I sighed heavily and told them that he needed to say something. Neri ran away in a hurry, saying that she needed to go see the head chef. Looking at the young lady, he stated that being in her house had allowed him to put his thoughts in order. He sighed heavily and thanked her for taking him in when he had nowhere else to go. Alice was taken aback and said that there was no need to thank her. She said with a smile that if he wanted, he could stay longer. He sighed heavily and said that his words might seem shameless. At that very moment, without looking at his companion, he asked if he could stay with her. Alice smiled and said that of course it was possible, and she would help him until he felt safe and made new plans. He said that he would try not to cause her any inconvenience and would save his salary in order to find a new place to live. He also stated that he was ready to pay the rent. She smiled and asked if he could provide security with his own abilities in lieu of rent. I immediately declared that of course he could do something similar and they would have no problems with any thieves. She smiled and said that it was a joke, because he was a very valuable employee, and she could not use him in such a way. Alice thanked him with a smile for such words, as he was ready to come to her aid at any time. The young man immediately froze in embarrassment and declared that he was very grateful to her. After some time, the young lady was quietly resting in her room. She knew that there were only a few days left until the banquet. And this time, everyone will see for the first time the imperial gems that she made. She understood that in order for the efforts of everyone who was with her not to be in vain, she had to work even harder. Alice wanted to show all those who constantly humiliated her and trampled her into the dirt that she was worthy of praise. Neri, looking at her mistress, she stated that today was a very important day, and therefore she should not be nervous. Alice said with a smile that just yesterday she was shaking in her boots, but today, on the contrary. For some reason, she was calm. Neri looked at her mistress with a smile and declared that she was simply perfect. The young lady, without wasting a minute, opened the door with a smile and announced that it was time for her to go. After some time, she met her friend and colleague. The lady looked at her companion with a smile and declared that everyone was looking only at her. Alice looked closely at everyone present, as she understood that today the looks were not unpleasant, like last time. She understood that today everyone looked at her not as a divorced woman, but as an entrepreneur. As soon as they entered the hall, everyone quickly turned their attention to them. Mrs. Dickinson turned her attention to the other ladies as they called to her. Madame quickly grabbed her friend's hand, while Alice looked at her in bewilderment. Without wasting a minute, Madame pulled her companion towards the beautiful ladies. The young ladies looked at Alice intently as they recognized her. Alice looked at all the ladies present with a smile and introduced herself. The young ladies were surprised that Madame and Lady were very close. For some time, the lovely ladies chatted with smiles and carried on a casual conversation. Alice said with a smile that the lady had helped her a lot. The madam informed all the ladies that the young lady was in charge of the Empress's precious stones today, and everyone was shocked by such information. But a moment later, their dialogue was interrupted, as everyone was informed that the Emperor and Empress were entering the hall. Alice looked at the Empress intently and embarrassedly, as she knew that at last everyone would see her jewels. She saw that the balance of the outfit and jewelry was well maintained, and she felt relieved. At that moment, everyone started whispering, because they saw a beautiful necklace, and they knew who was behind this necklace. The lady told her companions with a smile that people responded very well to their work. At that very moment, the young ladies pounced on Alice because they wanted to know where her shop was. Alice said with a smile that their branches were located in several places, and she would tell them everything in detail right now. They were delighted that their beautiful creations were the talk of the town at the event. A moment later, Alice moved a little to the side as she wanted to get herself something to drink. But moments later, she froze in a daze as she heard a familiar voice. The young man looked intently at the lady and said with a grin that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She looked at him with fury, but he only asked with the same smirk how she had wished it all this time. The young man said that they could say hello and that they hadn't parted on such bad terms, since they had even shaken hands in court. Alice looked at her ex-husband with fury, since it was the judge who forced them to shake hands. She said with a smile that if he had no business with her, then she would leave. But at that very moment, the Duke leaned closer to her and declared that he had come to talk a little in private. The young lady froze in place with rage. Alice stated that he had a fiancée and he shouldn't create any awkward situations. The Duke smiled and said that she need not worry about his fiancée, and also asked if she had received his letter. Alice looked at him with fury because she understood that he was just an impudent guy. Alice asked if he was talking about the letter he had recently sent her. He was surprised and said that he had been waiting for an answer. Alice said with a joyful smile that she had simply thrown the letter straight into the oven. The young man was furious after her words. Alice understood that she could not give more reasons for rumors, so she took the glass and tried to leave in a hurry. But the Duke had no intention of giving up so easily. At that very moment, he grabbed his companion by the hand and tried to detain her. At that very moment, the young league accidentally dropped the glass on the ground, and everyone turned their attention to them. They froze for a moment, looking at each other. Alice angrily pulled her hand away from his tenacious grip and asked what was wrong with him. The Duke shouted furiously that he had a lot he wanted to tell her and had written a letter to her. He also apologized for getting angry because in fact he wanted to come to her in person. But he was afraid that he could cause her inconvenience and therefore wrote a letter. Alice stated that if he had come in person, she would have considered hiring personal security. The Duke stated that she seemed to have a lot of resentment towards him. He said that she had always been a beautiful and intelligent girl, and he already regretted a lot. The young man looked intently at his companion and said with a smile that she should think again about their relationship. She was shocked by such a statement and mentally asked him to stop. But at that very moment, she was taken aback, as someone unexpectedly came up to her and hugged her by the shoulders. She turned around and saw the Duke himself. He smiled and apologized for being late, but also said that their conversation had already dragged on. The Duke asked with a smile if he could take her away to the lady. The young man was adamant and told the Duke that it was not appropriate for him to interrupt in the middle of a conversation, as it was impolite. At that very moment, he told the Duke that he wanted to know something from him. He asked the Duke if he was interested in the lady as a man. Alice was shocked by this. She didn't expect her ex-husband to ask such a question, but Eugene stopped her and at that very moment asked if he was interested in her. He smiled and said that he would not like to deny that he was interested in her as a woman. The Duke was shocked by such a question. Eugene, looking at his companion, said that even if this was so, he should not interfere in their affairs. Eugene told the young man that he had no connection with the lady at the moment. The Duke was very angry at such words, but Eugene smiled a pleasant smile at his companion in a calm manner. Alice was shocked that Eugene defended her in front of everyone. Eugene told the young man that he was behaving indecently now. He also stated that the lady wanted him to leave. The Duke was burning with anger and fury, and yet he could not answer. But at that very moment, he turned around because he heard the voice of his companion, who was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The girl looked at her companion with fury and asked what he was doing. He was taken aback, not knowing what to answer her. But at that very moment, she hugged him tightly and looked menacingly at everyone present. She looked at the young lady with fury and asked what she had talked about with her fiancé. Eugene stated that the young lady was not interested at all, so if she wanted to talk to the Duke, they could do so separately. The Duke was taken aback and said that nothing of the sort had happened. Moments later, Eugene picked up his companion and they slowly walked towards the exit. A moment later, the young people came out into the street, and the young lady sighed heavily as she could finally catch her breath. Eugene looked guiltily at his companion and apologized for being late, as he was talking to a friend. She looked at him with a smile and said that he had arrived just in time, and at the same time she thanked him. Alice was very upset because she did not show her best side in front of the Duke. She understood that the Duke might look at her differently because of this situation, but Alice froze in surprise when the young man looked at her tenderly and brushed a strand of hair from her face. At that very moment, she was filled with embarrassment. He smiled and said that her hair was stuck to her face, and at the same time he asked for forgiveness for his actions. Looking away from his companion in embarrassment, he declared that it was quite indecent on his part. At that moment, she became even more embarrassed than before, because she remembered how he had helped her and protected her. She was puzzled and did not understand why these memories suddenly popped into her head. Eugene asked his companion if she was okay. Alice sighed heavily and stated that she was fine. A moment later, she broke the silence and said that what had happened could cause a huge scandal. The Duke looked at his companion with a smile and declared that he didn't care. She was surprised by such an answer. But at that very moment, she realized that such a trifle could not harm his reputation. Eugene immediately declared that on the contrary, it was an honor for him. She was embarrassed and did not understand what he was talking about. He said that he had always been taught to speak with dignity. She understood that these words were only out of concern. He said with a smile that he was nervous and did not say what he thought. Alice stated that he had always behaved with dignity, so he didn't need to worry. She also thanked him with a smile for saving her. He was taken aback and said that there was no need to thank him so much, since he simply saw that she was in an unpleasant situation. Alice sighed and stated that if he hadn't shown up, she would have had to continue listening to the insults. Eugene asked in surprise if the Duke had said anything indecent. She sighed and said that the Duke had said that he felt guilty, and at the same time he had asked to return to him. At that very moment, Eugene declared that his teeth were clenching, and Alice looked at him in bewilderment. At the same time, the young man was seething with anger and fury because he did not understand how the Duke dared to say something like that. He was furious and did not understand how someone so inhuman could be called a human being in general. Alice looked at her companion in surprise, but he immediately asked for forgiveness. He said he was so angry at what the Duke had done to her that he felt uneasy. She looked at him in surprise and asked why. Eugene was taken aback as he did not understand her question. At that very moment, Alice asked him point blank why he was so angry. Eugene looked away from his companion's response, not knowing how to choose the right words. But after a moment, he said that he took all her affairs as his own. He stated that he liked her very much. Alice froze in place at his words. At that very moment, she wondered if he had just confessed his love to her. He said that his feelings were not at all fleeting, and at the same time he knew that she was the reason for these very feelings. He said that she shines so brightly, it is simply impossible not to love her. Eugene said she was confident and did her job with pride, but at first he thought he wasn't attracted to her as a woman. But to his surprise, over time, because of her qualities, he seemed to plunge headlong into the pool. Alice was very embarrassed, but at the same time she didn't know that he thought so much about her. He took her hand tenderly and said with a smile that he had learned a lot from her. For this reason, he liked her very much and wanted to meet her as often as possible. Eugene said that he was curious to know more about her, and he also wanted to see all her emotions and hear the pain in her heart. The young lady was a little puzzled by his confession, as she did not know whether he would be able to love her when he knew about all her wounds. Eugene said that he wanted to be close to her, to get to know her, and he no longer intended to hide his feelings for her. She heard his confession, but she was too sad. Alice, in turn, looked intently at her companion as she did not know how to respond to his confession. A moment later, Alice sighed heavily and declared that she needed a little time. He confessed that he loved her for herself, and she did not want to refuse such a confession. But she understood that right now their relationship was too important for business, and she could not give in to emotions. She sighed and stated that she would not like to refuse him. After all, he is first and foremost her business partner. But Alice was afraid that emotions would ruin their relationship. He smiled and extended his hand to her and stated that he did not want to ask her to open her heart to him right now. The Duke said that he would wait, and she could come to him at her leisure. The young lady looked intently at her companion, and a moment later she tenderly thanked him for his understanding. He smiled and said that in that case, it would be a good idea for them to choose a time to get closer. The young lady walked for a moment in a way she had not expected. At that very moment, he looked away from her and declared that he wanted to ask her out on a formal date. Alice was taken aback and trembled when he told her about the date. She sheepishly stated that, of course, she agreed to go on a date with him. The Duke said with a smile that he would take her to the carriage, and she should not refuse him, of course, if she did not want to wound him in the very heart, who had just confessed his feelings. Alice said with a smile that he had become cunning very quickly. He stated that he would no longer hide his feelings, so she simply should not reject him. After some time, the young lady gathered all her colleagues and announced that, compared to the previous month, sales had increased at the main store and in the branches, but profits were lower than she expected, especially at the main store. The young man stated that it was all because they had a rapid growth rate in the last quarter, and besides, the current result was quite good. She understood that before the investment was fully recouped, the income would only increase. Neri, looking at her mistress, stated that she had studied the product line and would like to express her opinion. She stated that all products made from precious stones are aimed at a female audience. Looking at the lady, she said that it seemed to her that sales were being suppressed because men were not coming to them. The young man, looking at everyone present, said that he also wanted to add something. He reported that some time ago, having visited several branches in the province, he heard the same comments. The capital store had quite a lot of female customers, but the further it went, the higher the proportion of male customers became. And due to the lack of products aimed at men, many customers leave without making a purchase. Alice praised the young man with a smile, because he personally visited the provincial branches. He stated that men would be interested in cufflinks for ties or sleeves, as well as watches. She announced with a smile that for the next line they would create jewelry designs for men. At the same moment, the young lady said that she also had a few words to say. She asked the lady what she thought about launching a more affordable collection. After all, for people who are not very rich, buying their goods may be somewhat problematic. Neri said this could help popularize gemstones. Alice thanked everyone for their excellent opinions and said that she would think about everything they said. She stated that they need to organize all the information on new products and that it will be better to promote them in the same way. She knew that newspaper advertising was already boring, and she needed to come up with a more effective way to promote her product. Neri asked how about putting pictures of their new products in the newspaper. Alice said that it was really a new way. Neri suggested that her mistress show the new collection to clients in advance. The young lady thought for a moment about how she could organize such an exhibition, but a moment later the perfect thought came to her mind. She looked at her friend with a smile and declared that they would do a fashion show. She understood that if the bejeweled models walked down the catwalk in beautiful clothes, it would be much more effective than advertising in the newspaper. She said with a smile that the clothes could be discussed with Miss Dixon. Neri smiled and told her mistress that she hadn't thought of something. She asked the lady if she had chosen the clothes she would wear for dinner at the Imperial Palace tomorrow. Alice was taken aback, as she had completely forgotten about everything. Neri told her mistress that the meeting was already over, so she needed to go quickly and decide on an outfit. The next day, the young lady visited the Imperial Palace. She was already trembling just from the fact that the imperial couple was in front of her. But when she looked at the princess, she looked away, because she looked like a snow queen. But the most comfortable of all those present was the prince. She didn't know if she would be able to swallow even a bite at this meal today. The emperor looked at the lady with a smile and declared that they were seeing each other face to face for the first time today. She smiled and said that it was a great honor for her, because she had worked tirelessly for such a moment. The emperor told his guest with a smile that he had heard a lot from his son about her business. He stated that he was amazed by her ability to create beautiful jewelry. And at the ball, he saw how they suited his wife. The empress said with a smile that she was touched by such things. And thanks to her efforts, she received more praise than on any of her birthdays. Alice was amazed because she did not expect to hear anything like this. She said to the empress something about exaggerating, because the empress had always been beautiful. The empress thanked her young companion with a smile for her wonderful words. At that very moment, the prince asked Togo if he would like to create decorations for the princess's birthday as well. But in turn, the princess was not very happy with this idea. The empress smiled and remarked that this was a good idea and asked her daughter what she would say about it. The princess sighed heavily and said that she would certainly think about it. Alice looked at the princess with a smile, but at the same time, she was sure that she was uncomfortable with her. The prince quietly whispered to his companion that she should still eat, since it seemed to him that she had not yet swallowed a single bite. Alice looked away from him shyly and agreed with him, but at the same time, she said that she was very worried. For some time after, they were peacefully having a casual conversation. The empress noticed that the young lady's gemstones not only sparkled beautifully, but always harmonized perfectly with those who wore them. Therefore, she became curious about who the creator was. But when she found out who the creator was, she became interested in how the lady chose the colors and shapes of the products. The prince smiled and told his companion that everyone knew very well how hard she tried. And so he told her a little about her. The empress said with a smile that she really wanted to meet the young lady in person. Alice was confused by such words, but at the same moment she felt a little sad. She wondered if the masters she had found felt the same way. She now felt as if they all fully acknowledged her being. The emperor told the girl with a smile that thanks to her, the empress had managed to hold a wonderful event. Alice said with a smile that she was just doing her duty, and that it was mainly the merit of the master jewelers. The emperor noticed that she greatly appreciated the efforts of those who worked with her. The prince said that she was very capable and always showed modesty. The emperor said with a smile that in that case, he would like to ask the young lady even more questions. Alice thought for a moment, as she was very scared to come to the imperial palace. Although she successfully completed the order, which pleased not only the prince, but everyone else as well. But unfortunately, she was not sure how they would treat a divorcee in the conservative imperial palace. She didn't know if they would treat her based on her tarnished past reputation. But now she thought she could tell her own story. After some time, the prince, smiling, escorted the young lady into a beautiful garden. He stated that this place was intended only for members of the imperial family, so no one would enter without permission. At that moment, the young lady froze in admiration as she was surprised by the beautiful view. She said with a smile that she was very honored to receive an invitation to such a place. The prince said with a smile that she had ample reason for this. Alice looked at the prince in bewilderment and wondered if she was as close to him as his friends. Mikhail Popov stated that he always goes into the garden when he has doubts in his soul. He didn't know if it was the silence, but it seemed to him that in a place like this, his feelings were calmed down. Alice said with a smile that she understood his feelings. She stated that her house also had a garden. Not as beautiful as this one, but it was also always peaceful. The prince sighed heavily and looked intently at his companion without answering her. A moment later, he broke the silence and asked if anything had been bothering her lately. Alice thought for a moment, not knowing what to answer. But at that very moment, the image of the Duke, who had recently confessed his love to her, appeared before her. She was a little confused and didn't understand why his image suddenly came to her mind. Looking away from the prince with embarrassment, she said that it was nothing like that. Mikhail looked at his companion with a gentle smile and called her. She froze in place for a moment. But at that very moment, the prince came close to her and asked what she thought of him. Looking away from the prince, she stated that she thought he was a good man. At that very moment, he came even closer to her and whispered in her ear, declaring that he had been feeling uneasy lately because of her. The young lady was taken aback and stood frozen in a daze, for she did not know what his words meant. Pulling away from the prince, she declared that she did not understand what he was talking about. He sighed heavily and stated bitterly that he was overcome by greed and he wanted her to be interested in him. The young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect such a thing from him. But at that very moment, she realized that the crown prince was now asking for her attention. Nihal stated that every time he looks at her, he feels that she is special. He would like to get closer to her in an honest way. Alice froze for a moment and looked intently at her companion. She was a little puzzled and wondered if she would really have to say such words herself. She sighed and, without looking at her companion, declared that nothing could work out between them from the very beginning. He was shocked and did not understand why she suddenly said such a thing. Alice asked if he really didn't understand it himself. She said with sadness in her voice that there would be no state on this continent that would allow a divorced woman to enter the imperial family. The prince froze in place as he was saddened by her words. He hurried to his companion and said that he could not say that he did not know about such difficulties, but he still thought it was quite possible to overcome it. She didn't know if that was true. He smiled and said that they just needed to show the family and nobles that she was a good person and emphasized that there was nothing special about the divorce. Alice thought for a moment and wondered if it was true that there was nothing special about your divorce. To her regret, she knew that this was not the case, for she had experienced the hardships of divorce and knew the looks that were cast on her in the empire. At that very moment, she remembered the Duke, who had tenderly said that she could come to him slowly. She realized that he cared about her feelings. Without looking at her companion, she said that she could only ask him to give up these feelings. Alice stated that she would not like to lose the good relations of the Emperor and Empress, earned with such difficulty. She asked him not to create situations that could put her in a difficult position in the palace. At that very moment, the prince froze and sadness consumed his heart. Unfortunately, he was unable to answer her. After some time, the young lady returned to her house and she fell onto her bed with a bang, as she was very tired after a long day. She understood that she had done everything right. But at the same time, she remembered the prince who said that he understood her feelings. But he wanted her to give him time so that he could imprint himself on her as a good man. Alice sighed heavily, as she knew she had no way to stop him, but she stated that she would only consider him as a business partner. She thought for a moment about turning him down, but she did it the best way she could. She understood that his feelings for her would soon cool. After a moment, the young lady thought about going out for a walk and refreshing her thoughts a little. She slowly walked out into the garden, and her soul immediately felt calmer. But a moment later, she froze in place as she saw someone's silhouette. Looking closer, she saw a familiar man. Coming closer, she clearly saw her subordinate and friend. Alice was a little surprised, as she did not expect to see him at such a late hour. She looked at him in bewilderment and called out. But the young man was no less surprised than she was. Alice asked him what he was doing in such a place at such a late hour. He smiled and sheepishly stated that he was simply looking at the night sky. She was surprised by this, but at that very moment she raised her eyes to the sky. And at that very moment the young lady froze, as she was struck by the beauty of the night starry sky. Alice wondered if there was a special atmosphere in him when he looked at them alone like that. I said with a timid smile that it was not that the stars were so beautiful. Looking at the sky, he remembered his older brother. She was surprised, as she didn't know he had an older brother, but the young man said that they, unfortunately, had separated. Alice was taken aback for a moment, as this was the first time he had spoken about his family. She looked at him with a smile and said that if he didn't mind, he could tell her about the family in more detail. I looked at the young lady with tenderness, and a moment later he began his story. He stated that after the death of his parents, he and his brother were the closest people in the world. At the same time, he was the only one the young man could trust in the whole world. Alice looked at her companion with bewilderment and declared that she was very sorry that he could not now be with his brother, whom he cherished so much. I looked at the sky and wondered if they would be able to meet again. She saw that he was very upset. To encourage the young man, she said that if she could help him in any way in his search for his brother, she would do everything in her power. I thanked her with a smile for such words, but he wanted to give up his expectations. He knew that even if they never saw each other again, he wanted his brother to be okay. Alice asked how it happened that they separated. He stated that although they were connected by blood, there was someone who separated them through death. She understood that he shared the same pain as she did. He asked for forgiveness as it was too difficult a topic. She said with a smile that she also knew this feeling. Alice declared that they were now living happily, having escaped from the clutches of the people who had hurt them. She thanked him with a smile for trusting her and telling her such a profound story. She declared that from now on he could tell her whatever he wanted. The young man looked away from her with embarrassment and declared that he had already received excessive help from her. She said with a smile that everything was fine, because he was her special employee. A moment later, Alice noticed that their conversation had already dragged on, so she suggested that he return to the house. He was taken aback for a moment and began to mumble something, looking into the distance. Alice looked at the young man in bewilderment, as she did not understand what he was saying. A moment later, he looked at her and declared that she was special to him. Alice froze and looked at her companion in surprise, as she did not expect such a thing. At that moment, she controlled her emotions and declared that she was special because she was a merciful director who provided both a workplace and food. He was surprised by such words, but still looked at her with tenderness and warmth. A moment later, the young man couldn't stand it any longer and burst out laughing. She said he didn't need to feel guilty. Alice said with a smile that she helped him because she thought he deserved it. At that very moment, she extended her hand to him and he took it with a smile. But the young man did not forget to thank her for this. After some time, the princess met her friend and they had a casual conversation. The princess sighed heavily and declared to her friend that she wanted very much to say something, but she had to restrain herself. The young lady said with a smile that she could share this with the princess without any embarrassment. She asked with a smile what the princess couldn't tell her. The princess said that there was one particular person whose name was now on everyone's lips, namely Alice Harpin. The young lady said that she had not heard of such a person. The princess stated that the girl was the duke's wife, although they had already divorced. The lady was shocked that her marriage was dissolved, since the duke was a representative of a noble family. At that very moment, the young princess could not stand it and declared that she thought her brother was extremely infatuated with the young lady. She was in shock and couldn't just hide her emotions, so she told everything. The young lady looked in surprise at the princess, who was rushing about and muttering something under her breath. At the same time, the princess walked from one corner of the room to another, as she was wrapped up in her emotions. She understood that her brother should not communicate with such a person. The young lady told the princess with a smile that she was worrying in vain. She also stated that she heard that the young lady was quite smart, capable, and resourceful. She said with a smile that if that was the case, she hoped the girl would receive the recognition she deserved. The princess stood frozen for a moment, not knowing what to answer. But at that very moment, she looked away and said something to her friend about the rights. She also noticed that she had jumped to conclusions a little. The princess said that she would like to get to know the young lady a little better. And at the same time, she asked Sarah if she would help her. Sometime later, the young lady received a letter. She was a little surprised, as she did not expect such a thing, since it was Miss Dickinson who wrote to her. Madame wrote that she had given positive consideration to her proposal to organize Maud's ride. After all, as she said, dresses, jewelry, and theatrical performance are an original idea, and thus they can easily excite the audience in their attire. The ladies were surprised, but at the same time pleased with such an answer. Neri told her mistress with a smile that things would soon start to look up for them. Neri also stated that she could not even imagine that the princess would invite her to tea. Alice said that during their meal together, she noticed that the princess was uncomfortable around her. But she knew that to gain her favor and get the upcoming show widely publicized, she had to be fully prepared. Neri. The lady said with a smile that she should quickly begin preparing for the upcoming tea party. Alice looked at her friend with a smile and thanked her, and also asked if she had chosen an outfit for the date. The young lady was very embarrassed by such words from her mistress. She told her mistress in embarrassment that she had suddenly spoken of such a thing, and now she was embarrassed and did not know what to answer. Alice thought for a moment as she remembered that the meeting with the Duke and the tea party fell on the same day. Neri told her mistress that the Duke had been looking forward to meeting her, and that no matter how important the matter was, he would probably be very upset. Alice knew it was so. She said that perhaps it was not respectful, but she was just a little offended with the princess. At that very moment, she was stunned as she realized what she had said. She looked at her friend with embarrassment, as she had heard everything. The young lady looked at her mistress with a smile, for she was in love. After some time, the young ladies gathered to begin the epithelium, and the princess, smiling, declared that she was very glad to see everyone. She also thanked everyone present for taking the time despite being very busy. The young ladies smiled and told the princess that her invitation was a great honor for everyone. The princess looked at everyone with a smile, as she was glad to hear such words. Alice glanced sideways at the princess and wondered if she had always been so charming. At that very moment, the princess announced with a smile that today they had specially invited one of the most famous ladies in their state. Alice smiled and thanked the princess for inviting her to the tea party, as it was a great honor for her. The princess stated that many people would like to talk to her, and she also noted that the lady has been too busy lately to take part in such events. She said she was very glad that the young lady had finally found the time to visit them. Alice saw that the princess had become interested in her, but not everyone shared the princess's hospitality. She said with a smile that they had received her very warmly, and now she didn't even know what to say. At that moment, the princess, with a smile, invited the young lady closer to her, as she wanted to know more about her. Alice bowed and said with a smile that she would be very happy to sit next to him. A moment later, she sat down next to the princess, but for some reason, a chill ran down her spine. She looked at the young lady sitting opposite her in bewilderment and wondered who she was. The princess asked the girl if she knew everyone who was present at this event. Alice stated that she knew everyone, as she had met them before in social circles. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember the young lady who sat opposite her. At that very moment, the princess told the young league with a smile that she was probably seeing her friend for the first time. Alice sighed heavily and said that everything was exactly like that. The princess introduced her friend Sarah, who was an outstanding sorceress, with a smile. The princess said that Sarah was the chief researcher and one of the best in the Order of the Empire's wizards. Alice was surprised, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. But at that moment, her friend, who was also a wizard, came to her mind. The princess said with a smile that her friend was immersed in science and did not even know about the latest news. Alice greeted the young lady with a smile and stated that she ran a jewelry brand. But she heard nothing in response and saw only the intent gaze of the young sorceress. But a moment later, she shuddered as the girl's intense gaze excited her. She looked at the young sorceress in bewilderment, as it seemed to her as if there was no one around except them. She was a little scared and didn't understand what was happening at all, since the sorceress's gaze seemed to pierce her right through. Sarah told the young lady that she had heard about her business and that she was pleased, often making extraordinary decisions. She was surprised because she didn't think that the young lady was so well read. Alice said with a smile that this was not entirely true, because she was simply doing everything she could to achieve her plan. The princess said with a smile, "The young lady that this is an indicator of how smart she is?" Alice said with a smile about the princess that she overpraises her. At that moment, the young lady asked Alice with a smile if she could ask her a question. Alice smiled and said that they could ask whatever they wanted. At that very moment, the princess and her friend exchanged glances. The princess quietly asked her friend what she thought about the young lady. Sarah thought for a moment and said that perhaps Alice was a very ordinary person. The princess was surprised and asked if this was true. The princess was puzzled and did not understand what her friend's words meant. She wanted her to explain everything to her. The princess was a little upset because her friend said that she would find out everything, and so they had a tea party. Sarah asked the princess to have a little patience. At that very moment, Alice Iscosa glanced sideways at everyone present, as she realized that she needed to casually mention the fashion show. She smiled and entered into casual conversation with the other lady. But at that very moment, a brilliant idea came to her mind because she realized that now was the most opportune moment. She said with a smile that the next time they visited, they would give them additional gifts. She also stated that they will soon release a new product. The young lady looked at her in surprise as they did not expect to hear such a thing. The princess asked with a smile if this was the young lady's personal development. She stated that she would like to see something like this at the first opportunity. Alice said with a smile that they would be able to do this soon. In fact, she was currently preparing an event at the Opera House where their new products would be presented, combining the fluffy outfits from the studio with the new jewelry from their brand. She announced that they were going to present images and various elements to the audience. At the same moment, the young ladies asked with a smile whether they could also attend these events. Alice smiled and said that of course they could do that, and she would be grateful if they came. She also said that she had prepared some small gifts and asked if they could be brought now. The princess looked at the young lady with her smile and stated that of course she could do it. At that very moment, Alice gave a signal to the maid to bring in the gifts. A moment later, she showed them the beautiful perfume. She said with a smile that the craftsmen who collaborated with their enterprises put their souls into carving the bottles from crystals. She also said that she would definitely like to provide something to the princess. Alice said with a smile that she had given her a wonderful gift that was not for sale, and that they had made it especially for the princess. The princess looked at the small pendant in surprise, as she had never seen anything like it before. And she also noticed that the necklace had a very strange shape. Alice said with a smile that the princess was born under the sign of Pisces, so they shaped the pendant to match her sign, and she asked them to make it as beautiful as possible. The princess was surprised and flattered by this because she could not even think of such a gift. Alice said with a smile that it was a great honor for her to please the princess. At that very moment, the princess became very embarrassed and realized that she really liked the young lady. She was surprised, but at the same time flattered by such attention from the young girl. Sarah looked closely at the princess, as she realized that if things went this way, the young lady would steal the heart of not only the crown prince, but also the princess. After some time, the young lady met the duke, and he, with a joyful smile, declared that he thought she had smoked the princess. Alice sighed heavily and said that she didn't think so, because it was still difficult for her to understand the princess's train of thought. The duke looked away from his companion and, sighing, said that it was hard for him to come to terms with the fact that she had first made him fall in love with herself, and now she was charming other people as well. Alice said with a smile that he was flattering her. He smiled and said that he only behaved this way with her. At that very moment, the young lady froze as their gazes met. They stared at each other for a while. At the same time, the duke tenderly adjusted her hair and declared that her affairs were on the rise, and he was very happy about it. She looked away from him, embarrassed, and said that it was true. But because of this, she constantly had to postpone meeting him. He sighed heavily and said that it was definitely so, because he was really looking forward to meeting her. At that moment, she was taken aback and embarrassedly asked how she could make amends for her guilt. He smiled and said that he didn't even know that he just had to be a little capricious to get what he wanted. She sighed and said that she was very sorry that she had to reschedule the meeting, but asked him not to make fun of her. The duke was very happy about this, and at the same time he liked the emotion she experienced next to him. At that very moment, he declared that he should apologize to her. Kissing her hand, he declared that waiting was not a burden for him, because if she needed him, she could turn to him at any time. Alice was a little puzzled and didn't know what to answer him, because even after she rejected his feelings, he was constantly worried about her. The duke was taken aback and asked in surprise if she was okay. He wanted to know if he had said something wrong. She looked tenderly at her companion and said that it was not so simple. He had a very responsive soul, and she was grateful to him for that. The duke froze for a moment and looked at his beloved with embarrassment, as he did not expect such a thing. She looked at him tenderly, as she wanted to try to open up to him. A moment later, he smiled and said that he was very glad to hear those words from her. But he also said that his words about being ready to wait for her were said seriously. Eugene looked at her with warmth and declared that he would always be there for her. Alice was touched by his words, and for a while she just looked at him. She suddenly remembered her ex-husband, because through his efforts she found herself on the brink of ruin. He made her more miserable than anyone. Although the crown prince said that he liked her, he said that it was just necessary to make it clear to the imperial family and the aristocracy that she was a wonderful person. He wanted to draw their attention to the fact that her past marriage did not matter. After his words, she realized that his confession did not concern him about her. However, the duke, who was sitting opposite her, put her feelings first, and at the same time he said that he would wait as long as it took. She really wanted to open her heart to him, but she was still afraid. At that very moment, she looked intently at her companion and declared that she would make every effort to open up to him. At the same time, she wondered if she would be able to trust anyone again. That same evening, the young princess met her brother, and as she did so, she looked at the beautiful decoration with a smile. The princess asked her brother with a smile if this was the first time he had seen such a decoration. He sighed heavily and said that it was so. The prince smiled sheepishly and stated that he was a member of the imperial family, and could tell that the lady was a woman of extraordinary ability. The princess sighed and said that everything was correct, and there was no doubt about it. She declared that the young lady had proved to be a nicer person than she had supposed. The prince, perplexed, declared that it had seemed to him that during the previous meal she had not liked Anna at all. He wanted to know what had made her change her mind. The princess said that the girl behaved politely, observing all the rules of decency and formality, and she told her in detail about her business. The princess also noticed that the young lady treated people with kindness. The prince was delighted by his sister's words and happily asked if she approved of her. The princess stopped her brother, as she did not know how to answer him. He looked at her with bewilderment as he was expecting an answer. The princess sighed heavily and called her brother. She asked if he had any romantic interest in her. He sighed but didn't answer her. But the princess, looking at her brother, understood everything anyway. A moment later, she said she would try to support them. The prince froze for a moment and looked at his sister in surprise. But after a moment, he changed his gaze and thanked her tenderly. The next day, Alice gathered everyone who was involved in her new project, and they also asked her if she was planning to split the program into several parts. She said that this was the case and that one part was one review. At that moment, she thought about it, because she knew that they only had 12 new summer items. A moment later, the lady said that this was a completely new format of the enterprise, which the audience had not yet become tired of, and at the same time, it might seem unusual. If the fashion show was too long, the audience might get bored. Alice said that in that case, they would try to shorten it a little, but at the same moment, she was asked who would go on stage. She smiled and said that they had chosen young men with outstanding appearance from among the company's employees as models, and that among them there was even one real couple. A moment later, the young lady presented the new jewelry they had prepared, and everyone enthusiastically accepted the jewelry, as they knew it would be a success. The lady was surprised and asked how the products could be so beautiful. She stated that she was also involved in design, but what was in front of her was simply amazing. Alice said with a smile that she was simply lucky to work with wonderful craftsmen. At that very moment, she looked at Madame and declared that she had heard that a wedding dress would be among the planned outfits. The lady said with a smile that everything was correct and that she had decided to offer a new style of wedding dress after a long time. Alice asked him with a smile, "How about sewing the groom's suit as well, since she wanted to put on a little show on the appropriate theme at the end?" Madame said that it was a good idea. The lady said with a smile that she had to create a one-of-a-kind wedding dress. Alice said with a smile that the girl who wears the dress she created will be the most beautiful bride in the whole world. Moments later, they all looked intently at the front of their work, as they understood that something new and exciting awaited them. The lady looked at Christy with a joyful smile, as she was very glad that they got along well. She spoke about this with a smile, as she had not expected anything like this before. Christy looked closely at her companion, because she understood that it was all because she was completely adapting to her. She understood that no one in the whole world could stand a person with such a character. At that very moment, the young lady said about her companion that Alice had been present at the tea parties. Christy was taken aback and froze for a moment in shock. Christy looked at her companion with a smile and asked her to tell her more about how their tea party with the princess went. Looking at her companion, she said that it would have been better if she had been there too. Christy, holding back her anger, claimed that she had simply seen the invitation late, but in truth, she had simply not been invited because Alice was at the event. The young lady sighed heavily and declared that everyone liked the girl very much, although no one knew what she really was like. She stated that she knew perfectly well about them, and she knew perfectly well that Alice was a terrible woman, so she did not exchange a word with her. Christy was furious. She wondered what kind of charms the young lady had used to cloud the Duke's mind. And yet she did not stop, and now began to approach the imperial family. At that very moment, the young lady announced about her companion that Alice was soon going to hold some kind of large-scale event at the opera house. Christy looked at her companion in surprise, as she had never heard anything like that. The lady stated that she and Mrs. Dickinson were planning to hold some sort of fashion show of dresses and jewelry with the participation of real models. Christy, with a fierce grin, asked if the preparations were really in full swing. Her companion said that it was, because the girl even handed out invitations and gifts at the tea party. At that moment, the young lady looked into the distance with a grin, as she understood that she could take advantage of this situation. After the workday was over, everyone left and the young lady was left alone in the room. She looked around hastily because she heard some noise, but no one answered her call. But a moment later, Madame called the young lady into her closet. She slowly walked inside and froze for a moment. After a few seconds, the young lady was delighted. She looked at the exquisite outfit in surprise. And without hesitation, she told Madame that this outfit was simply extraordinary. The lady said with a smile that this outfit would turn the model into the most beautiful bride in the world. Alice was shocked and did not understand how this was possible. She said that it would not be flattery at all to say that Madame had made every girl's dream come true. The Madame said with a smile that the dress would shine even brighter with her jewelry. She said the top of the dress was simple enough not to distract from the jewels, and the hem was full, as befitted a luxurious wedding dress. Alice knew that unlike other wedding dresses, The unique design of this one would allow the jewelry to be highlighted. She looked at the exquisite outfit with a tender smile, and at that very moment she imagined the beautiful couple. She knew that the main characters of the wedding show should be her friends. She knew that the presence of a real couple would make the hearts of the audience flutter. But at the same moment, she imagined herself and the Duke in similar outfits. Alice was a little puzzled and confused by her thoughts. At that moment, she was taken aback and wondered what she had been thinking. Alice was shocked and said that there had been too many unnecessary thoughts in her head lately. The madam looked closely at the young lady and asked if she could ask a favor. She stated that information about the event plan and the orders must not be allowed to leak. She reported that recently one of the apprentices stole drafts of the commercial project. She stated that competitors copied their design and released it first, which put them in a very difficult position. She asked her lady to take all precautions on the spinning top. Alice sighed and stated that she would certainly do so, and that she would pay special attention to all matters related to the outfits. Madam said that this is a pearl that will decorate the end of the show, so there may be problems if there is a leak. And in that case, they will be hit. Alice said that this is a big event, and everything needs to be thought out to the smallest detail. She asked if they should leave the plan in the opera house's storage room, and Madame said that the closet was quite well guarded. Alice said with a smile that the pantry door was locked, and there is always security on duty in front of the exit. Madame thought for a moment, and after a few minutes of reflection, she declared that they could leave everything there for safekeeping. Sometime later, the first rehearsal of the show took place. But even there, young people encountered some problems. Alice said with a smile that they were not professional models at all, and that even this result was already an achievement. She said with a smile that if they rehearsed for the remaining days, they would be able to achieve the desired result. A moment later, the young lady looked over her plan sheet and wondered where to begin. At that very moment, she said with a smile that they could talk about the wedding show. After some time, the young lady and her companion came out onto the podium and made everyone look at them with tenderness and a smile. The young men were generous with their praise for the models, with the young man remarking that he was truly dazzled by the beauty of his companion. Alice looked closely at her companions and declared that it would be better if they posed at the end. So she asked them to stand closer to each other and look straight into the eyes of their partner. She looked at the young people with joy and tenderness because she understood that it would be great if one day they actually got married. She wanted them to wear similar outfits and exchange rings, while she again imagined herself as their duke in their place. But at that very moment, she burst into tears at the man and quickly threw all her thoughts away. A moment later, the young man informed the young lady that she had a visitor. A few minutes later, she saw the Duke, who greeted her with a smile. Alice was shocked because she did not expect to see him. But after a moment, she embarrassedly asked what had brought him to them. And she was embarrassed by her appearance, because if she had known that he would come, she would have at least looked in the mirror and tidied herself up. The Duke said with a smile that he had previously promised her that he would visit her on the first day of rehearsal. He smiled and said that she was so focused on work that she completely forgot about him. Alice sheepishly asked for forgiveness, because there was not much time left to prepare, and therefore she was very busy. The Duke looked at her with a smile and said that there was nothing to worry about. He said with a smile that he had fallen in love with her, who, as always, was passionate about her work. Alice was confused and asked what he was even saying. He smiled and asked if he had said something wrong. At that very moment, he asked with a smile if he could watch the rest of the performance. Alice stated that she was confused and said that it would be better if he came to the dress rehearsal or to the fashion show itself. She was a little puzzled because she wanted to show the Duke a flawless performance. He smiled and said that he was just sure that everything would work out perfectly. That's why he really wanted to be with her during the rehearsal. She looked at her companion with embarrassment and sighed, agreeing with him. At the same time, someone was quietly watching them from a distance. After some time, the young people walked down the catwalk again, and Alice noticed that they were already behaving like professionals. Alice said that if this continued, they would look like professional models during the fashion show. The young men were embarrassed by this and said with a smile that she was too kind. The Duke smiled and remarked that the young people looked stunning together. He was surprised, as the actors were experienced, and at the same time he noticed that they looked like a real couple. Alice said with a smile that they were a real couple, and noted that he had an eye for such things. He smiled and asked if she really thought so. Alice said that she thought it would be beautiful if they put on a performance featuring real lovers. But now she saw that it was even more beautiful than she had previously thought. Eugene looked at his beloved with a smile as he was glad that she liked everything, and he suggested that someday they would be able to walk like that. At that very moment, Alice announced with a smile that they could end the rehearsal at this point. But a moment later, she said she wanted to check the lighting again. Eugene sighed heavily and looked away in my direction as he understood that his companion was focused on work. He understood that he should not rush into something like this, but still he could not take his eyes off his beloved. Eugene knew he couldn't be so selfish. After some time, the young lady happily said goodbye to everyone after a long rehearsal. She looked at her assistant and said with a smile that they had done a great job today. Neri told the lady that she too had given it her all, but she also asked the lady if she was tired. Alice said with a smile that it all seemed like a dream, and she was not tired at all. Neri happily supported her mistress and declared that they would work and everything would work out for them. Alice looked at the young people with a smile and said that they had worked a lot today, so they could arrange a date and then return to the mansion. Neri asked the lady in surprise how dinner was. At that very moment, the Duke came up to them and announced that he would take charge of the young lady's dinner that day. Neri said with a smile that it seemed like she had worried for nothing. At that very moment, the young people said goodbye to them with a smile. For some time, Alice looked intently at the young people. There was a trace. The Duke did not waste a single minute, and at that very moment he extended his hand to her and asked if he could now steal her attention. She was surprised, but at the same time happy about this. So, holding out her hand to him, she said that he could steal her for a few hours. Eugene said with a smile that she had become as cunning as he was. But at that very moment he said that it was a great honor for him. At the same time, the young princess was meeting with her friend, and Sarah told the princess that the young lady had a different energy. And in turn, she looked at her friend with bewilderment. But at that very moment, the princess asked her friend what she meant by different energy. She did not calm down and wanted her friend to give a precise answer. Sarah sighed and stated that she had this feeling that the mana left behind, and it was incredibly strange, because it was not at all like that of ordinary people, but it didn't measure up to the magician's energy. But this was the first time she had seen such mana. And Sarah said that as soon as the princess told her about the lady, she thought that her way of thinking was a little different from theirs. After all, she saw and heard a woman who, just a few years ago, was sitting quietly at home and suddenly made the decision to open her own business. She said that it was stunning. The princess sighed heavily, for she knew the young lady's story. The princess sighed and said that the girl was not even from a family of entrepreneurs. She did not understand how such an idea came to her mind. Sarah sighed and stated that perhaps the young lady was simply a human who had come from another world. The princess looked at her friend in surprise, but she had no idea what they were talking about. Sarah realized that her friend, and in general, did not understand anything about such things, and said that she meant that the lady came from the opposite end of the universe. She stated that some magicians believe that this world is actually a sphere, and they believe that people live there too. The princess sighed heavily, as such thoughts did not fit into her head, and she asked her friend to calm down and not say such things, because she knew that they could be accused of heresy. Sarah said with a smile that such a possibility could not be ruled out at all, because if it turned out to be true, it would be a real breakthrough. So at that very moment, she declared that she wanted to meet the young lady in person. The princess sighed heavily and looked at her friend with bewilderment, but at the same time she stated that such moments frightened her very much. That same evening, the young man checked all the doors, exits, and entrances, and locked the door where the materials about the fashion show were kept. He yawned heavily and slowly continued on his way, but moments later he turned around because he heard someone's voice. The young man looked at the unexpected guest with bewilderment and asked who was in front of him. The girl looked closely at the young man and asked if he was a security guard at the opera house. He looked at her in bewilderment and said that it was so, but he did not at all understand what she needed. She stated that she had some great offers for him. The young man waved off the unexpected guest and said that she could come during working hours since he was already finished for today. But a moment later, he heard some rustling. Christy looked at the young man with a fierce grin and declared that he had never seen such money before, and she presented him with a bag of money. He looked at the girl in bewilderment, not understanding what was going on. But at that very moment, he shuddered as he realized that there was a whole bag of money in front of him. She said with a grin that if he did something for her, he could keep all the money. At that moment, she looked at him intently, as she expected a positive answer. But the young man, in turn, froze in a daze and did not answer her. But after a moment, he asked what needed to be done. She was glad to hear something like that. That's why at that very moment, she came close to him and whispered something, after which he froze in shock. The young man was puzzled and shouted that he couldn't do something like that. But she only looked at him with a satisfied grin. A moment later, handing him a bag of money, she declared that it was an advance. The young man accepted the money, but continued to stand rooted to the spot. Then, with a fierce grin, she declared that if he successfully completed the task, she would double the given sum. Meanwhile, the young lady sat quietly in her office. Neri entered her mistress's office, seeing that she had started work very early. But a moment later, the young lady was taken aback and froze in place for a moment. She was shocked because she realized that her mistress had not gone anywhere. So she woke up her mistress and asked her to go to the room and rest for a while. Alice did not resist the persuasion, and therefore quickly carried out her maid's instructions. Neri sighed heavily and said that her mistress should at least get some sleep. But as soon as she left the room, she ran into a young man. He looked at the young lady in surprise and asked if she was still awake. He smiled and stated that he had brewed some medicinal herbs to restore energy. Neri said with a smile that it was wonderful, but their mistress had just fallen asleep. He sighed heavily as he realized that he was late with his concern, since this was the first time he was preparing a decoction. Neri informed her companion that he could offer this decoction tomorrow morning, and at the same time she asked him to go to bed as well. He sighed and said that he would take the decoction to the kitchen and go to bed. Neri B asked her companion in bewilderment when he had managed to buy the medicinal herbs. He said that he had gone to the mountains to get them. She was in shock, as she understood that this journey was very dangerous. But I said that for him it was a mere trifle. He could do anything for the sake of the lady. The next day, the young man burst into his mistress's office and declared that they had a problem. They looked at him in bewilderment as they did not understand what he was talking about. But he hastily shouted that there was a fire in the opera house warehouse. The young lady was shocked by what she heard. At that very moment, the realization of what he had said came to her, and she froze in shock. But she kept asking again if a fire had really happened. The young man stated that all the clothes and jewelry had burned the previous night and that they had been thrown away. Alice froze in shock as she realized that everything was lost. She didn't understand what he was even talking about, and she didn't understand why the fire had started right before the show. Neri was shocked by this, but at the same time she tried to calm the lady down, but she also asked where the guard was when the fire started. The young man was taken aback and stated that the security guard had said that he had locked the storage room when he left, but the lock on the door was broken. He said that the staff had thoroughly checked for any evidence, but unfortunately they were unable to find anything other than pieces of burnt fabric. Alice understood that if someone had roughly opened the lock, it could have been a deliberate arson. But she was puzzled because she did not understand who could do something like this. At that very moment, she stated that since this had happened, they needed to think about how to solve the problem. She asked if the fireproof gemstones like diamonds were okay. The young man stated that only some of them had survived. Alice hurried to her assistant and declared that she needed to go there and check the condition of the jewels. She would meet with Mrs. Dickinson. Alice knew she had very little time left, and so she didn't know if they would be able to do everything. Meanwhile, the young ladies were whispering among themselves about what had happened, as they knew that the show would be in just a few days. Everyone was shocked, as they were sure that the warehouse was a safe place. But a moment later, all conversation died down as they saw Alice. She sighed heavily and said with sadness in her voice that she had come to them. The madam quickly reached out to the young lady, but Alice immediately bowed and asked for forgiveness. The lady was shocked and told her colleague that she should not do anything like that. Alice, puzzled, stated that she had caused them trouble, had failed to protect their work, and therefore she would be held responsible for it. Madame reassured the young lady and said that there was no point in looking for someone to blame now. She said that since everything had happened this way, they had a chance to prepare properly and perform better next time. She understood that if they announced now that they would not be able to hold the fashion show, the guests would not be too upset. Alice sighed and stated that she had also thought about this, and the best solution would be to cancel the fashion show. But she also understood that if they gave up now, then the efforts of all the people who worked on this event, along with them, would be in vain. She looked intently at the lady and asked her not to despair. Alice stated that they still had some time before the show started, and they knew they had extra pieces of jewelry, so Alice asked about the outfits. The lady stated that there were also dresses, but none of them fit the models in size and would need to be taken in, and the wedding dress was made in a single copy. Alice sighed heavily as she realized that the highlight of the program was missing. She asked Madame if it would be possible to restore it in the remaining days. Madame stated that it took 5 days to make the first outfit, but if they worked day and night, then the 3 of them could sew it in 3 days. The lady stated that she had said earlier that in order to prevent information about this outfit from leaking, she created it from a sketch in her head without patterns. Unfortunately, she couldn't sew exactly the same dress. Alice sighed as she remembered that all the sketches were in the warehouse. They left them there to avoid an information leak, and no one could have known that this decision would turn against them. Alice knew that the fashion show was only a few days away, but she also understood that its finale had to make a lasting impression. And the main idea of their show couldn't be realized with the help of ordinary designs that everyone was already pretty bored with. The lady stated that it took about a week just to think through the details, and therefore they would not be able to reproduce the previous dress exactly. Alice asked if there were any other wedding dresses that they hadn't managed to provide. Madame sighed and stated that there weren't any now, and it would be practically impossible to repeat something similar. Alice was furious because she knew they had to come up with something else quickly. She raised the issue that they needed to create a style that would attract attention like the previous dresses, and would also be able to convey the beauty of the bride and touch the viewer. She understood that since this was the climax, she could give free rein to her imagination. At that very moment, a perfect idea came into her head. She asked Madame if she could sew a simple, long silk dress without any decorative elements. Madame looked at her with bewilderment and declared that she could do something similar. She asked the lady if she had really decided to put an ordinary silk dress on the model. She understood that even though the original concept had failed, they couldn't do something like that, because it was impossible to imagine a dress without everything. Alice said that she had precious stones and they would decorate the dress with them. The madam looked at the young lady in surprise, as she had never heard before that a dress could be decorated with stones. She understood that this was undoubtedly something that would attract the public's attention. Alice sighed and said that they understood perfectly well that this might seem like a crazy idea, since such a design could shock viewers, since they were used to seeing classic wedding dresses. In her time, such things were no longer uncommon, as even famous lingerie brands showed sets decorated with precious stones on the catwalk, and famous fashion designers created dresses simply strewn with jewels. She stated that all this is possible, but one should be careful that the dresses do not turn out too heavy, and if you approach the matter wisely, the finished products will not seem bulky. Madame thought about this proposal for a moment, but she did not know whether the customers would like the experimental wedding dress embroidered with jewels. Alice stated that she had no intention of selling such dresses. They would only serve as a beautiful ending to the fashion show. Then she said with a smile that Madame could take care of sewing this outfit. She stated that in this case, Madame would prove that she was the best designer in the empire. Madame sighed and asked her companion to give her a little time to think. At that very moment, the young duke heard of the fire and angrily asked his subordinate if the young lady was all right. The young man sighed heavily and said that everything was fine, since the fire happened late at night and there were no casualties, but most of the shells that were in the warehouse burned. He was furious because he knew that his beloved, along with the rest of the team, had worked hard and prepared for the fashion show. He understood that they were most likely now in complete despair. At that very moment, he announced that he would leave for a short time for a meeting. He understood that he had to visit his beloved as soon as possible. Sometime later, the crown prince himself learned about the arson. He angrily asked his subordinate if there was a high probability that someone had deliberately ruined the upcoming event. The man stated that this was most likely the case since someone had broken into the lock. It was also reported that the cause of the fire could not be determined. The prince was furious as he realized that there was a criminal involved in the matter. He looked menacingly at his subordinate and ordered him to catch the criminal and bring him to him, because this was a strict order. The man bowed and said that he would immediately begin an investigation. The prince was furious because he couldn't understand how anyone could harm his dear one. Burning with anger and fury, he said that he would make this person pay in full, whoever he was. Meanwhile, the young lady was slowly returning back to her home. But after a moment, she looked at the young man in bewilderment, as the one with the rupees ran up to her and continued to call her in a hurry. I looked at my mistress with concern and asked if she was okay. Alice looked at him with bewilderment and asked why he was here. He sighed heavily and stated that he had heard about the incident that night and was very worried about her. She said with a smile that she was perfectly fine, but unfortunately there were still a few issues that needed to be addressed urgently. I stated that she should not take such an incident so lightly. He wanted her to take care of her own safety. Alice looked at him with a smile and said that she already had a reliable bodyguard, and for this reason there was no fear at all. The young man was a little puzzled because, unfortunately, he could not do anything. He was very afraid that she could get hurt. Alice sighed and stated that she needed to pick up some documents from home and return to the office, so she offered to take him for a walk. For some time, the young man stared intently at his companion, but he understood that he had to protect her. Now he no longer cared what would happen to him, because her life was the most important thing. After some time, the young lady sat quietly in her office and read the documents. She was choosing what would be best to use among the available products. But a moment later, she was taken aback and distracted from the documents, as she heard a loud crash and noise. She looked in surprise at the Duke, who burst into her office in a hurry. Alice was surprised and asked what had brought him to her at such a time, but he didn't answer her anything, and only came closer to her. Eugene looked at his companion with bewilderment, but at the same time he felt relieved, as he saw that she was safe and sound. Alice looked at him in bewilderment and called out to him, as she did not understand why he was behaving this way. But at that very moment, Eugene could not stand it and only hugged his companion tightly. At that very moment, he shouted that she had scared him to death. Alice froze in place in surprise, but she could not move from the spot as he held her with a tenacious grip. She would have liked to move away from him, but he asked to give him a few minutes. She was shocked and confused because she knew that if things continued like this, he would hear her heart beating. After a moment, she finally decided to start the conversation and said that she was having difficulty breathing. At that moment, the Duke pulled away from her and, embarrassed, pressed his apology. But the young lady assured him that everything was fine and he did not need to worry. He looked away from her and declared that he had finally found the man he had been looking for all day. Alice asked, embarrassed, why he was looking for her. Eugene sighed and stated that when he heard the news, he didn't have time to come to his senses before he ran out into the street. But he didn't know where she could be, so he looked for her for a long time. Alice sighed and said that she had been at a meeting with the lady, but she was surprised because she didn't think he would be so worried. He said with a smile that nothing terrible had happened, because now that he saw her, all his worries had gone away in an instant. A moment later, Alice reached out to her companion. At that very moment, she carefully picked up a few strands of Voice's hair from his face. He sighed heavily and said with embarrassment that he had run towards her very fast and that he was not in very good shape. But Alice did not pay such attention, as she was pleased that he was worried about her. He smiled and said that he felt a little bad for her to see him like that, but she didn't listen to his words, as she now understood what it was like to have someone truly care about her. Eugene smiled and asked if he could help her, as he was willing to do anything. She smiled and stated that it was okay. He didn't need to worry, as the first thing she was going to do was sort out the wedding dress issue. She sighed and stated that she needed to wait for the mistress's decision, and also needed to increase the number of security guards in the warehouse, and therefore she was looking for information about security agencies. The Duke said with a smile that she could rely on him, as he knew of a reliable organization. She was glad and therefore thanked him with a smile, and he asked if he was a good business partner. Alice said that he was even too good. He looked closely at his beloved and declared that he would do everything in his power to help her, so she could feel free to ask him for anything. Alice froze for a moment as her heart began to flutter from such words, but at the same time she gladly accepted his help and support. At the same time, I was performing the duties of a security guard. He understood that he had to observe everything that was happening, since it was unknown when the criminal would appear. So he wanted to be on the alert. On the night of that day, the lady fulfilled Alice's request and sewed this dress. In order to complete the preparations on time, they, together with the master, focused on searching for suitable precious stones. She understood that soon her enterprise would be seen by the entire aristocratic world. Therefore, the young lady wanted to see everything through to the end immediately, despite all the hardships that she encountered along the way. After some time, Alice could not stand it any longer and fell asleep in her office. I hurried to my mistress, and at the same time he saw what state she was in. But immediately for a minute, he quietly threw the veil over the mistress's shoulders. He sighed heavily and noticed that it was still uncomfortably cool in the office. He wanted to take care of her so that she wouldn't catch a cold. But all the peace was broken when the Duke entered the office and looked at the young man with bewilderment. He looked at him in surprise and asked who he was. Meanwhile, the young lady woke up. She looked at the Duke in surprise, as she had not expected to see him late in the evening. But at that very moment, she turned her gaze to her comrade and subordinate. The Duke smiled and told his companion that he had brought her something for dinner. I said with a smile that I thought she was very late in the office. Alice asked for forgiveness since they had come a long way. And at the same time, she noticed that it was extremely late. At that very moment, the young lady stood up and, not noticing the blanket, threw it off her shoulders, and it fell to the ground. The young man noticed everything, but did not show it. Alice asked the Duke if he knew Az, because he was her employee at the company. The young man looked at the Duke and greeted him. The Duke greeted him back. He also noticed that it was already very late and told the young man that he had done a great job. The Duke noted with a smile that besides him, there were also many people who were worried about the young lady. Alice smiled and stated that it was all because the employees of their enterprise were very responsive and good-natured people. At the same time, the young man stood rooted to the spot, and he felt extremely uncomfortable with such words. At that very moment, the young lady glanced at her watch and assumed that the wedding dress had already been finished. She apologized and stated that she urgently needed to run to the dressing room. The young people were surprised, but to their regret, they were unable to stop her as she quickly ran away. A moment later, they were alone, and the atmosphere was terribly awkward. Eugene looked at the young man with a smile and stated that he needed to follow the young lady. Without wasting a minute, he told his new acquaintance that he could go free. I, in turn, was not going to give up so easily. And at that very moment, he declared that he would also go after the lady. After his words, there was a moment of dead silence. The Duke looked at the young man with a smile and agreed with him, but also asked if he would like to ride with him in the carriage. I stated that he would prefer to get there on his own. As he left, he said that in that case, they would meet in the dressing room. For some time, the Duke stared after the young man. At the same time, the bride's dress was being tried on in the wardrobe room. Alice ran into the room in a hurry and asked if the dress was ready. Everyone looked at her intently and said with a smile that she could come in and see the result, since they had just finished. Neri looked at her mistress with a smile and asked how she felt about the result. Alice froze in place in surprise as she saw that the dress looked simply superb. The lady stated that the dress itself was very spacious, and all for the sake of shifting attention to the jewelry. In addition, they tried to emphasize all the curves of the body. The man said they emphasized the silhouette of the dress and worked to highlight the beauty of the stones. She looked at her comrades with tears in her eyes because she saw that it was an amazing job. She thanked everyone with a smile. She understood that only the most important moment remained, namely, that the event would go without any unnecessary problems. Neri told the lady that it was already night outside and there was only one day left before the show. She asked if they should start rehearsing. Alice stated that everything was correct, but she asked her friend if she could handle it. At that moment, the young lady said with a smile that, of course, she could handle it. A moment later, everyone present turned their gaze to the door as they heard a noise. Alice said with a smile that helpers had arrived just in time. She looked closely at the young people and asked if they would help them. At that very moment, the young people answered without hesitation that they would help her. But after a moment, they looked at each other menacingly. The Duke told the young man that he could handle it alone. I said that he would not stand by and watch. Alice looked at the young people with a smile and asked for forgiveness, saying that they could use some help. At that very moment, the young men came up to the lady and declared that they would help her, so they really wanted to know what exactly they needed to do. Alice, in turn, only laughed as she liked the zeal of the young people. After some time, Neri walked the catwalk. At the same time, Alice watched her closely. She asked her friend if it was too hard for her. She wanted to know if her shoulders hurt from such a load. Neri was taken aback and said that this was not the case. And she really was always afraid that the jewelry might crumble. Alice stated that the original scenario was for the young gentleman to hug her and pick her up, but it seemed like it would be a bit problematic because of the outfit. Neri asked if it would be better if they just held hands. At that moment, the young lady thought for a moment and wondered if it would be better if the gentleman kissed her on the forehead while they were looking at each other. Neri felt embarrassed by this. She understood that it was very awkward that people would see their kiss. Alice said with a smile that it was just a kiss on the forehead and there was no need to be so embarrassed. The young lady sighed heavily and said that she agreed with her plan. After some time, the young lady sighed heavily after the entire defile. I came closer to my mistress and offered her a handkerchief. She thanked the young man with a smile as she had just forgotten her handkerchief. He looked at her tenderly as he was glad to help her. He stated that she seemed to be very tired. He wanted to offer her a rest, but the young lady did not listen to him and only asked where the Duke had disappeared to. I was puzzled, because he did not expect to hear such a thing from her. But looking away from his companion, he stated that the Duke had gone out into the courtyard for a short while. She sighed as she noticed his expression change and noticed that they were quite exhausted from the upcoming event. Alice said that they had done a lot of things and she had not paid any attention to it at all. So with a smile, she asked them to take care of themselves and the Duke as well. He looked tenderly at his companion, but said nothing. A moment later, Alice noticed some noise in the distance. But at that very moment, she saw the Duke, who was carrying a bag with treats. The Duke said with a smile that he had brought some food. She said with a smile that he should not have done such a thing. Eugene said with a smile that it didn't matter what was happening, as long as they ate well to replenish their energy. He said that he tried to take more so that the others could have a snack too, so that they could enjoy their meal. Alice thanked him with a smile for his help, but she also noticed that he was completely exhausted too. I came closer to the young people and said that the Duke could give him a bag of treats, and he would distribute them to the others. Alice thanked the young man with a smile. As he left, he smiled at her and said that she too could do with relaxing a little. The young people stared at him for a while. At this, the Duke was a little irritated, as he remembered how his companion had looked at the young man. But he saw how he had looked at her with tenderness and warmth. At that very moment, Alice turned her attention to the Duke and noticed that he looked very tired. She sighed, realizing it wasn't surprising, since they had been up all night rehearsing. But she saw how her comrades looked at each other with joy. And at the same time, she understood that it was very touching that so many people had worked hard for the sake of tomorrow's show. At that very moment, Alice came closer to her friends and called them. She bowed low and said that she would like to thank them again. And at the same time, she apologized to them for everything that had happened. Neri came closer to her mistress and said that she did not need to be so sad. She asked with a smile when she would again have such a chance to wear such a beautiful dress with many precious stones. She said that she could not even dream of such a thing. At that very moment, Madame said with a smile that she too felt a little sorry at first about what had happened, but she was glad to have such an opportunity to work on such a project. And this was only possible thanks to Alice. Sir said with a smile that he also agreed with Madame's words. Alice looked at her friends in surprise for a moment. Then she burst into tears and thanked everyone for their efforts. She stated that she would do her best not to disappoint them and the audience. The time passed very quickly, and the day of the fashion show arrived. Alice knew she had to know she had done everything she could. She knew that the most important celebration would soon begin. But a moment later, the young lady was taken aback and looked at the guards in bewilderment. She was puzzled because she had not asked for so many guards. She looked at the Duke in surprise, as she did not expect this. She told the Duke that she had told him earlier when the event would start. She did not understand why he had come so early. He said with a smile that he had been told that she was going to arrive early, so he hurried to meet her. Alice looked at the Duke in surprise and said that there were too many guards, so she stated that he had gone a little overboard with the number of personnel. He asked in surprise if this was true. She asked with a smile if he had recommended them to them, and the company had decided to pay special attention to the event. The Duke looked away from her in embarrassment and did not answer. After all, he had previously told the man that if their company wanted to continue working with their family, they would have to prepare well. Moments later, the young people turned around because they heard some noise. They looked in surprise at the knights who had come to them. At that very moment, the knight greeted the young people and slowly handed the young lady a letter from the crown prince. Alice was a little surprised, as she did not expect to see a letter from the prince. He wrote to her that she was responsible for the imperial jewels, and besides, she intended to hold an event of an unprecedented scale. He wrote that, as far as he knew, there had been a fire at the opera house the other day, so he had decided to send imperial mercenaries as additional security, while he noted that everything had been done with the emperor's permission, and she didn't need to worry. Alice was surprised. At the same time, she was glad about this, but still worried about the actions of the prince. Meanwhile, the Duke watched his beloved closely as she finished reading the letter. He was taken aback when he realized that the crown prince himself had written to the young lady. The young lady looked at her watch for a while, knowing that they would have time to check the lighting and run through the performance again before the event began. But a moment later, she realized she had one more piece of unfinished business. She turned around hastily, as if she was looking for something. The Duke slowly approached his companion and said with a smile that he was there. She looked at the Duke in surprise and wondered with embarrassment how he had guessed that she was looking for him. Alice announced with a smile that a celebratory party for the company's designers and employees was planned after the show. She asked if he wanted to join the holiday party, and the Duke asked if she was sure he could be there. Without hesitation, the young lady stated that, of course, he could be there, since he had done a lot for them. He said with a smile that it was a great honor for him to spend the whole day with her, which was filled with joy. For some time, they looked at each other intently with a smile on their faces and carried on a casual conversation. The young lady's fashion show began in a few hours, and there were many spectators at the event. Neri looked out from behind the screen and saw a lot of people, but she was very scared, because she didn't expect anything like this. Alice looked at her friend in surprise and said that the fashion show would start soon, so she asked if she had finished something in a similar place. Neri asked the lady if she had seen how many guests had come to them. Alice told her friend with a smile that she was also very worried, and she had no idea how they would look the guests in the eyes. But she understood that she needed to quickly pull herself together. Moments later, she approached the young people and asked if they could get together for a moment. Alice looked at the young people with a gentle smile and asked them to relax a little, because everything was fine, and they should just do as they had rehearsed earlier. She said with a smile that they were all great guys for having managed to get this far. She said tenderly that they should remember that she believed in them as much as they believed in her. The young man looked at his mistress with a smile and asked, "How about Togo saying their motto?" Alice smiled and said that it was a great idea. Moments later, she recited their motto and with a smile declared that they only needed to move forward. Meanwhile, the young lady watched her charges with a smile, but at the same time, someone was watching her closely. Christy was furious because she expected things to go the other way. She was very angry and didn't understand how things could turn out like this every time. After all, no matter how much pressure she put on the girl, she still crawled out again and again like a weed. Christy was furious because she had done so much to finally bring the girl to rock bottom. But now Christy saw that the young lady had risen from the ashes like a phoenix. At that very moment, a young man approached Christy and asked who was standing there. She looked at him with a smile, but he asked if she was just him and a spectator. He stated that she should not be in such a place. Christy, smiling, stated that she was just looking for the restroom, and at the same time she asked for forgiveness. He looked at her intently and pointed in the direction of the restroom. Christy was furious, but she still understood that the girl would soon pay for everything. Meanwhile, the young man looked intently at all the spectators present and greeted them with a smile. After not long in a greeting, he announced that the best show in the world would soon begin. Alice sighed heavily, but at the same time, she was very worried. After a few moments, she finally came to her senses, as she knew that the show would soon begin and there was no turning back. But she really hoped that everything would go really well. At that very moment, the young lady looked at her companion in surprise as he tenderly took her hand. He didn't say anything to her. He just looked at her tenderly with a smile. But a moment later, he assured his companion that everything would be just wonderful. Alice thanked him with tenderness and warmth for such words. After some time, the young people presented their first outfit, namely a dress in the color of fresh spring leaves, and every girl who wore it would look like a forest fairy. Next, the autumn men's outfit was presented, painted in warm autumn shades and complemented by a set of amber and gold brooches. All the men present watched the fashion show with delight. The Duke noted with a smile that the male half of the audience really enjoyed the show, and Alice was very happy about this. At that very moment, the young man who had just recently been on the podium approached one of the spectators in the hall and presented her with a rose. The lady froze for a moment with a smile and embarrassment, as she had not expected such a thing, but at the same time she was very pleased with the attention. The Duke looked at his companion in surprise and asked if she thought the gesture was too bold. She smiled and said that it was an idea suggested by the staff to freshen up the atmosphere of the event a little. She stated that she would not say that it was too bold at all, because as far as she was concerned, there was nothing like that here. She knew that in her former world, there were idols, and they, in turn, did even worse things. Moments later, outfits that had been prepared specifically for him to wear on vacation were put on display for all to see. Alice watched the entire show with a smile and trepidation, because she knew that everything had gone smoothly so far. She hoped that everything would continue to go well. After some time, the young man announced with a smile the last outfit, but no less exquisite than the others. At that very moment, everyone saw the wedding set. The young people, in turn, looked at everyone present with tenderness and trepidation, while they did not forget to show off their beauty and the beauty of the rose. Alice froze for a moment and looked at her comrades as if enchanted, as she could not take her eyes off such beauty. She looked closely at her friend, as she was already hoping that she could make her as happy as she had once made her. But Alice still wondered whether she had managed to bring joy to her friend. At that very moment, the host announced to all the viewers that the dress their bride was wearing was not at all simple. He stated that it was the only one in the entire empire, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that not only in the empire, but in the entire world, everyone present was shocked. At that very moment, the young man looked intently at his beloved with tenderness and trepidation in his eyes. But without hesitation, he kissed her tenderly, and at the same time, they were both very embarrassed. Alice looked at everything intently, but at the same time, she heard the voices of the spectators, who said that they had never seen anything like it. And this was the first time they were able to see the dress with precious stones. Eugene, in turn, froze and looked at the young people. He imagined for a moment that he could be with his beloved in their place. But moments later, he realized what thoughts had come into his head. Eugene sighed heavily and thought with a smile that he had already gone too far. But he still looked away at his companion and saw that she was embarrassed. They stared at each other for a moment as their eyes met. Alice looked intently at her companion and tenderly called him, while the Duke looked at her as if enchanted, without uttering a word. Alice looked at her companion with tears in her eyes and shouted that it was all over. He looked at her with bewilderment, but not in the way that he didn't understand what she was talking about. But at that very moment, she jumped into his arms with tears in her eyes and kissed him on the cheek. She was very happy, and she simply couldn't believe that the fashion show went so smoothly without any unnecessary problems. She said that she was very happy and could not have dreamed of more. And the young lady did not forget to thank the Duke. And after all, everything happened thanks to him. The Duke was glad of this, and at the same moment, he tenderly embraced his companion. He congratulated her with a smile and said that she was very clever. After some time, the young man announced that the show had come to an end, and he thanked everyone for coming. He informed everyone present who exactly was working on the fashionable decree. The most important ladies said goodbye to the audience with smiles. After some time, the hall was released, but only one young lady remained, who was burning with anger and fury. She was very angry because she felt like she had taken everything from the girl. But for some reason, she saw that the young lady looked happy now. Sometime later, the young people gathered at a party after the fashion show. Alice looked at her friend with a smile and declared that she was the main star of the evening. Madame, with a smile, declared that it was so, and the young lady was the most beautiful bride in the whole world. The man said with a smile that all the young men in the room were enchanted by her beauty, and simply could not take their eyes off her. At that very moment, the young man said that perhaps it was time for him to worry. The lady looked at her companion with a smile and declared that all this time she had been tormented by wild insomnia, but it seemed that she would sleep like a log tonight. Alice thanked everyone present with a smile, as she didn't even know what would have happened if the event hadn't been so excellent. At that very moment, she looked at everyone present with embarrassment and raised a toast. She said with a smile that they could drink as much as they wanted today, since tomorrow was their day off. After some time, the young lady also felt intoxicated. So don't waste a minute. She decided to take a little walk in the garden. At that very moment, to her surprise, she bumped into the Duke. The Duke looked at the young lady in surprise and asked if she was all right. She turned around and smiled and thanked him for coming to the show. He noticed that she had drunk a lot of extra alcohol. She asked sheepishly if that was really the case. But at that very moment, Watching the young people was taken aback and froze for a moment. He was puzzled as he wanted to approach the young lady and help her. But to his regret, he did not have time. Eugene looked at his beloved with a smile and asked if she would like to take a little walk and get some fresh air. She smiled and said that it would be just right. I was shocked, and at that very moment he reached out as he wanted to stop them. But to his regret, no one heard him, and the young people slowly walked away. But at the same time, a wild roar was heard behind him. The lady looked at the whole thing with puzzlement and declared that it seemed she shouldn't have drunk so much. I sighed and said, "Madam, that nothing terrible had happened," and asked her not to touch it, because he himself intended to clean everything up, because he was worried that she might get hurt. Madam sighed and said that she was very sorry. At that very moment, the young man turned around and looked intently after the young people. But to his regret, he only saw them moving further and further away. After some time, the young people approached the swing and the Duke asked his companion to sit down for a bit. Alice sat down and just began to purr quietly. The Duke looked at his companion with concern and asked how she was feeling. But she did not answer him, and after a moment raised her gaze to her companion. At that very moment, she quietly called him. Yuden looked intently at his companion as he wanted to take the next step. But he calmed down and, moving his gaze away from her, said that the wind had risen, but it was not cold at all. She smiled and said that this was true, and the wind was refreshing them. She looked closely at her companion as she realized that they had almost kissed. But after some time, the young people just sat quietly in the garden, and there was no cunning atmosphere between them. Alice imagined looking at her companion and his basement. Without a hint of embarrassment, she asked him when he had become so handsome. He looked away from her, embarrassed, and with a smile asked what she was even talking about. She stated that it was very difficult for her to concentrate when such a handsome man was next to her. Alice looked away from him and stated that many socialites did nothing but talk about him constantly, and therefore she assumed that he had many admirers. Eugene looked at his companion with a smile and declared that this was not so, and he was telling the truth. Alice looked closely at the young man, as she did not trust him too much. But at that very moment, she said that he should stop smiling, since she was actually talking about serious things, and the Duke laughed even harder than before. At that very moment, he collected his thoughts and, with a smile, asked what was so special about it. Alice froze for a moment, not knowing what to answer him. The Duke looked away and sighed, saying that he probably shouldn't have asked her something like that. But at that very moment, he froze in his tracks, as Alice pounced on him and, grabbing him by the collar of his clothes, pulled him towards her. She looked at him intently and asked in all seriousness how one could not fall in love with someone like him. Eugene was shocked by this, but in turn, he did not take any action. But to his shame and regret, he could not just sit there. He sighed and, reaching out to his companion, quietly asked if he could kiss her. She didn't have time to answer her companion when he suddenly kissed her tenderly. The young lady was shocked by everything that happened, but she still did not push him away. In turn, she wondered if this was a dream. The Duke looked intently at his companion, and at that very moment he kissed her passionately again. Alice understood that even if it was a dream, she wanted it to last forever. At the same time, they were doused with water, and the young man watched closely. I was shocked by everything I saw, and at the same time, I didn't know how to act next. At the same time, the prince admired the young lady with a smile. He understood that everything had gone great, despite everything she had to go through. She was able to reach such heights. The prince understood that she was not only smart, but also extremely strong. So he wondered how anyone could not love her. But a moment later, all his thoughts disappeared as he heard a knock on the door. The young man looked intently at the prince and asked if he had called him. The prince said that he had called him and therefore inquired about the progress of the investigation into the fire which he had asked him to handle. The young man stated that they are currently investigating one of the suspects. The prince asked who they were checking. The young man stated that they were currently suspecting the Duke's fiancé. And they, of course, had circumstantial evidence, but they had not yet found any material evidence. The prince asked in surprise if the Duke had broken up with her because he had cheated on her. The young man stated that everything was true, but she appeared briefly at the show and then disappeared again. But they cannot say that it was she who started the fire. The prince thought for a moment as the situation and his stubbornness looked suspicious. The young man stated that although they were trying to act cautiously, they had not been able to find anything else. The prince told his subordinate that they could be careless and begin an investigation, as long as they found irrefutable evidence. The young man stated that in that case, rumors of the crown prince's involvement could spread. The prince sighed heavily and declared that he didn't care about the rumors. He understood that there was something much more important, so he set out to protect what was dear to him. After a passionate kiss, the young people looked at each other intently, but were very embarrassed. The Duke looked tenderly at his companion and asked if she didn't like it. She looked away from him and said that it wasn't so. Eugene looked closely at his companion and declared that he really liked her very much. Alice froze for a moment, not knowing what to answer him. He sighed heavily and assured her that she didn't need to worry, as he was willing to wait as long as it took. But he really wanted to ask her for something. He asked if she could be more open with him, because then he would be ready to wait for her all his life. Alice froze in place with embarrassment, but she could not utter a word. He said that he was ready to do anything just to become her boyfriend. Alice was shocked by his words, because she knew that he liked her. But she didn't know that she liked him so much. She understood that all this time she had been trying hard to hide her feelings. Suffering from the bitterness of betrayal, she did not let anyone into her soul, afraid that they would hurt her again. But now she knew exactly what her heart desired, and so, overcome with emotion, she unexpectedly burst into tears. The Duke was shocked, as he realized that he had made a mistake, and in his haste, he asked if everything was all right with her. But the young lady only said with a smile that he did not need to wait any longer. The Duke shuddered as he had been told by her words, but she only looked at him with tenderness and a smile. At that very moment, with a joyful smile, she asked the Duke if he would be her lover. She understood that it didn't matter at all how it all ended. The most important thing was that now she wanted to be next to their Duke. Eugene was taken aback and asked his beloved if she was serious now. Wiping away her tears, she said with a smile that it was so. At that very moment, she declared that she liked him very much. The Duke was very touched by her words, and at the same time, he beamed with happiness. Without wasting a minute, he hugged his companion tightly. But at that very moment, she said with a smile that they were kind of a couple. So she asked if he was really going to continue calling her that way. The young man was taken aback and shuddered as he had not expected such a question at all. He moved away from her in embarrassment, realizing he had made a mistake. At that very moment, he collected his thoughts, and looking at his companion, he called her by name. She smiled and stated that it was her name, and the Duke stated that she could also call him by his name. She agreed with a smile. Eugene looked closely at his companion and stated that he would do everything to make her happy, and so she should just trust him. Alice said that she would also try her best, and so they both should take care of each other. However, the young man looked away from his companion and stated that, to his regret, he knew nothing about relationships, since he had almost none. He sighed and stated that the relationships he had had were built on lies, and that other women had never really attracted him. At that moment, Alice remembered that she had said that various socialites were constantly talking about him, and that he seemed to have many admirers. She was embarrassed because she understood that he was forced to say such things because of the words she had dropped when she was drunk. Alice looked tenderly at her companion and declared that she knew about everything. She also summed up that she had drunk too much, and therefore she was a little angry with him. But at the same time, she noticed that he was very popular in local circles. But Eugene said that he didn't need anyone but her. Eugene said that it would be good if they sat a little longer, but it was time for them to go back. Alice looked at the young man closely and said that it was true, but she assured him that he did not need to worry, because they would still have a lot of time to spend together. He was glad, because she said that they would always be together. After some time, the young people were returning back, but on the way, they met Aza. I hurried to my mistress and announced that everything was ready. She asked with a smile if that was really the case and noticed that now she could walk slowly. He looked at her intently and said that he would accompany her. At that very moment, the Duke raised their hands and declared that he would also go with them. I looked at the young people menacingly and with indignation. Alice looked at them in bewilderment, as she did not understand what kind of atmosphere was brewing. I told the Duke that he did not need to bother, since he and the lady were going in the same direction anyway. I looked menacingly at the Duke and declared that maybe he didn't know. But they lived together. At that very moment, the Duke froze in shock and asked what he was talking about. Alice was taken aback and screamed. She shouted at the Duke that he had misunderstood everything. She looked at the young man in bewilderment, as she did not understand what was wrong with him and was wondering why he had said such words. The Duke was taken aback and looked at his beloved with bewilderment, as he wanted to hear an answer from her. At that very moment, she hastily declared that he should listen to her, since the young man simply had some difficulties, and they needed to make sure that he did not get caught. At that very moment, the Duke sighed heavily, and without wasting any time, he looked menacingly at the young man, as he understood that he had deliberately wanted to mislead him. I, in turn, also looked menacingly at the Duke, but did not take any action. Alice was shocked, because she hadn't even had time to really be in a relationship before problems immediately arose. For some time, she looked at the young people in bewilderment, as she did not know how to get out of this situation. At that very moment, the young man sighed heavily and asked for forgiveness, because he simply expressed himself incorrectly. Alice looked intently at her lover and declared that she would explain everything to him. A moment later, she told him everything that had happened. She said with a smile that besides them, her close friend and secretary also lived with them, but she noticed that they all lived in separate rooms and even on different floors. The Duke thought for a moment about what he had heard. A moment later, he looked at his lover with a smile and declared that he understood everything. Alice breathed a sigh of relief, as she was glad that they got out of this situation. At that very moment, the Duke looked at the young man and with a sly smile declared that he had one proposal for him. He asked the young man if he wanted to move into his mansion. Alice looked at the Duke in surprise, as she did not expect anything like this. She stated that they hardly know each other. I sighed heavily and said that it was so. The Duke looked at his companion with a gentle smile and, putting his arm around her shoulders, said that if someone was important to her, then he was important to him too. He also noted that it would be more comfortable if a young man lived in the same house with a man than surrounded by girls. The Duke looked closely at the young man and asked what he thought about it. I froze in place for a moment. He knew that if he continued to refuse, his mistress would be in trouble. He was aware of the fact that his greed would not lead to anything good. Having collected his thoughts, he looked intently at the Duke and declared that he was ready to accept his offer. The Duke, in turn, looked at the young man with a satisfied smile. He said that this was very good, and he could come as soon as he collected his things, and in the meantime they would prepare a room for him. I sighed heavily and thanked the Duke for such an opportunity. Alice was very glad that everything had turned out this way, and how, in her opinion, it was a good proposal, because she understood that her friend would definitely like it at the Duke's estate. At that very moment, the Duke looked at his companion and said with a smile that it was time for them to go. As he was leaving, the Duke asked his beloved where her carriage was. Alice said with a smile that it was not far from the place where they were celebrating. I turned around and looked intently at the young lady, but he could not take his gaze off her. As he saw that she was very happy, he sighed heavily as he realized it was time for him to let her go and stop doing everything for her. The next day, there was an article in the newspapers about the fashion show, as young people simply could not take their eyes off the real beauty. They also showed in the newspaper the only dress in the world made of precious stones. But everyone was interested in how much money and time it took to make it. The show created a sensation thanks to the collaboration of young ladies. A couple of days after the event, all the newspapers were simply full of headlines about the festival that had just taken place. Even sitting in the office, she couldn't shake the feeling that he wouldn't stop talking for a minute. The young lady happily pounced on her mistress, since you only wrote about them in the newspapers. She said that thanks to the show, they became the most famous jewelry company in the country. Neri looked at her mistress with a joyful smile and asked who she took after to make her so wonderful. Alice asked her friend to stop saying such things because she was embarrassing her. But Alice still knew that there were those who didn't really like the show. She was puzzled because it even came down to provocative articles about her personal life, and therefore she felt uncomfortable reading them. At that very moment, the young lady announced with a smile about her mistress that the apparatus was even growing every day. Alice, with a smile, announced that this fall, they would even be able to give all the employees a bonus. Neri said that they were receiving more letters with offers of cooperation, and even letters were arriving at home in batches. Alice sighed, as she knew that they continued to receive invitations from high society. She knew he had to strike while the iron was hot, and she knew she could tell him more about her business at the dinner party. But she was taken aback because she didn't expect to receive one interesting letter. Sarah wrote to the young lady that she had been seeing a lot of people interested in you lately. She understood perfectly well that now she didn't even have time to breathe because of the huge number of offers. But she wrote to the young lady that if she had a spare minute, she would like to meet her and discuss something in a quiet atmosphere. Alice thought for a moment as she realized that the girls didn't particularly like precious stones. At the same time, she was puzzled and did not know what the girl wanted to talk to her about. She didn't think it was that important, but she wondered if she should accept the invitation after all. At that very moment, she asked her friend for a day off from her schedule this week. Her secretary was puzzled, as she knew that she had a very tight schedule, and on Friday she was invited to a tea party hosted by Lady Heddish. Alice sighed heavily and declared that she would have to give up the heaps of drinks she had been given. Her secretary was very surprised. Alice said with a smile that, unfortunately, she was very curious. After some time, the young lady finally came to meet Sarah. Sarah looked closely at the young lady and said that she didn't know if she would like the treat. She just didn't really understand what kind of desserts young ladies like these days. Alice looked at her interlocutor with a smile and declared that everything was wonderful, and at the same time, she thanked her for the treat. Sarah looked at the girl with a smile and thanked her for quickly answering her letter. She sighed heavily and said that she was already prepared to wait. Alice looked closely at the girl and stated that she said she would like to talk face to face. Sarah looked closely at her companion, as she understood that she needed to move on to the main dialogue. At the same moment, she declared that she would like to ask for something. Before asking the question, Alice looked at her companion in bewilderment and said that she, of course, could speak. Sarah sighed and asked her companion not to be too surprised by what she was about to hear. Alice looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding what the matter was. At that very moment, Sarah looked closely at her companion and in a serious manner asked if she really came from these parts. Alice froze in place as if rooted to the spot, as she was not prepared for such a question from the sorceress. And at the same time, she could not utter a word. Alice looked at the young lady in bewilderment and asked what she was even saying. She didn't understand what her companion was talking about and wanted to know what was going on. Sarah stated that when she looked at her, she had a strong feeling that she had come to them from another world. Alice was shocked because no one had ever told her anything like that before. She said with a smile that it was not so, because she was born and raised in this world. But Alice was puzzled and did not know how the girl guessed about something like that. After all, since she found herself in Alice's body, it was much easier for her to adapt to life in this world, thanks to the memories and knowledge that the girl passed on to her. However, despite all this, a person will appear who begins to suspect her of something. Sarah sighed heavily and stated that she still needed to clarify something. She claimed to be a sorceress and, by fortunate circumstances, was able to use high magic at a young age. Because of this, she is much more sensitive to the energy of magical powers than others. Sarah told the young lady that it was she who was emitting a completely different magical energy. The young lady, in turn, looked menacingly at her companion, not knowing what to answer her. But she, in turn, understood that she could no longer pretend to be a fool. But she did not understand why Sarah even mentioned such a thing. Alice understood that if the girl tried to accuse her of witchcraft, she would be in big trouble. Sarah was taken aback and asked the young lady to relax a little, as she could see that she was very tense. She told the girl that she should understand her correctly, and she did not say this in order to accuse her of anything or put her in a bad light. At that very moment, the young lady breathed a sigh of relief. And a moment later, she asked her companion what she really wanted from her. At the same time, the Duke of Sai greeted the young man with a smile. I slowly entered the room and greeted the Duke. The Duke, with a smile, told the young man where his room was, and he also said that he had tried to prepare everything he needed. But if he suddenly needed anything, he could only say so. I told the Duke that he had already done too much for him, since he had offered him blood in the first place, so that was enough for him. The Duke smiled and said that he was not going to bother him too much and that he could relax. Moments later, he escorted the young man to his new room and informed him that his uncle had previously lived in this room. Eugene said that he really liked various things from Eastern countries, so the entire interior was done in a similar style. The young man looked at the Duke in bewilderment, but still agreed. The Duke said with a smile that she didn't know if he would like the overall design of the room, but he could assure her that the bed was very soft and comfortable. At the same moment, he said that the chest of drawers was also very durable. The young man looked at the Duke in bewilderment as he did not understand his strong concern. At that very moment, he asked for forgiveness and called the Duke. He sighed heavily and told the Duke that he did not have to be so polite to him. So he wondered why he was being so polite to him. I sighed heavily, for I knew that the Duke was well aware that he was a common man, but at the same time, he sought to please him as if he were an aristocrat. Eugene asked with a smile if he couldn't be polite, since he was just trying to treat his guests well. The Duke also told the young man that if he had any questions, he could ask them without hesitation. I was surprised and asked the Duke what he meant. The Duke's expression quickly changed at that moment, and he asked the young man if he was really hiding something. But he paused briefly and then addressed the young man as if he were a prince. He froze in shock, as he was amazed by what he had heard. Meanwhile, the young lady was calling out to her companion and asking if she would become her colleague. Alice, in turn, froze at the registration point as she did not understand what was happening at all. She looked at her companion with bewilderment and asked if she really wanted her to become her colleague. Sarah told the young lady that she had come to them from another universe. Alice froze, not understanding what was happening or what her companion was talking about. Sarah said with a smile that she was just doing her research. She stated that she had been conducting research for several years, but the Ministry of Magic refused to accept the existence of another dimension. She stated that this phenomenon was even mentioned in ancient records. This was the very place where her true soul belonged. She stated that that world was completely different from their world, and they called it the world beyond the continent. Alice sighed heavily and looked intently at the young lady. She understood that she could still say exactly that about her homeland, but at the same time, she did not want to correct its inaccuracies. Sarah told the young lady that she could keep a secret and no one else would ever know about it. Looking at her companion, she said that she just wanted to talk to her about the world, which she had been studying for a long time. Alice sighed heavily as it was a bit unexpected, but she didn't even know how exactly she could help her. Sarah said with a smile that there was nothing wrong with that. She also said that she didn't know the young lady, but was very glad to meet her. After all, thanks to her, she realized that her guesses were correct. Alice, in turn, looked at the young lady with bewilderment, not knowing what to answer her. At this, Sarah looked at the young lady with a gentle smile and, holding it out, asked her for help. She was puzzled because she realized that her secret had been discovered, and Sarah offered her cooperation, but she didn't know whether it was luck or a punishment. Alice understood that it would be nice to maintain just a friendly relationship with the girl. After all, she knew that she had achieved this only thanks to the help of her comrades. At that very moment, she accepted the young lady's offer with a smile and announced that they were now partners. Sarah was incredibly happy about this. At that very moment, she happily thanked the young lady for such an opportunity. Alice looked at the young lady with a smile and said that she relied on her very much, and she hoped that Sarah would become a good friend to her. At the same time, the Duke looked at the young man in surprise and asked with a smile why he was so surprised to hear such a thing. He asked if the young prince really thought that no one would know the truth. I was puzzled and didn't expect that someone would be able to expose him so easily. He understood that it was simply ridiculous. At that very moment, he asked the Duke if he had really used the guild's services. The Duke, smiling, said that he had caught him there. The Duke stated that he, of course, still had a few questions. He sighed heavily and said that he found it very suspicious that a simple man had such enormous power. He looked closely at the prince and stated that he found it strange that he was avoiding the magic tower. He told the prince with a smile that if he wanted to hide his true identity, he should have been careful. The prince sighed heavily and noted that the Duke was right. But at that very moment, he was taken aback and realized that soon others might figure it out too. Looking at the Duke, he said that he seemed to understand well the situation he was in. He sighed heavily and declared that he could only blame himself for not being able to keep the secret, but he still asked the Duke to keep his secret. At that very moment, the young prince bowed low before the Duke and began to beg him. The Duke was taken aback as he had not expected anything like this. The prince understood that he simply didn't care about pride now, because the main thing was to survive. The Duke sighed heavily and asked the prince to discuss the entire situation. After some time, the prince told the Duke that he was hiding from persecution and saw an advertisement for a job and decided to serve the young lady. The Duke said that he heard that the heir to the throne had an older brother. The prince sighed heavily and said that everything was correct. But unfortunately, he didn't know whether his brother was alive or not. The Duke looked closely at the young prince and asked if he was not striving to regain the throne. The prince smiled and stated that he would like to continue working for the company and live a calm and measured life. He understood that if this were possible, he would forget his past forever. The Duke looked closely at the young prince as he saw before him a man who had everything, but at the same time he wanted to give up his past life. He missed his family and woke up every day from nightmares, but at the same time he pretended that everything was fine. The Duke sighed heavily as he understood that everything that was desirable for others was repugnant to him. Now he realized the fact that his beloved had realized this first, and that was why she had extended a helping hand to him. He looked at the Duke with bewilderment as he wanted to hear his verdict. But at the same moment, he sighed heavily and declared that he was grateful to his mistress for sheltering him after he escaped from the tower. He, also sighing, said that he really hoped she would not find out about their conversation, because when the time came, he intended to tell her everything himself. The Duke looked at the young prince with a smile and said that he agreed and he could do whatever he wanted. At that very moment, the Duke told the prince with a smile that while he was in his house, He would do everything to help him, and he did not need to worry, because for him it was no problem, just like for his beloved. The Duke looked at the prince with a smile and said that in return he had to promise him something. The prince looked at the Duke in bewilderment, as he had not expected anything like this. He looked at the Duke with a puzzled expression and asked if he should kiss his hand. The Duke was taken aback and immediately said that this was not what he had meant at all. He smiled and said that together they would help Alice. The prince looked at the Duke in surprise, as he did not understand what he was talking about. But after a moment he said that he thought he understood everything. Shaking the Duke's hand, he declared that he would do everything to repay his lady for her kindness. At that very moment, the Duke declared that they needed to catch the one who started the fire as quickly as possible. The prince looked at the Duke in surprise and asked what he should do. The Duke thought for a moment, not knowing what to answer, but at the same moment he declared that they would have to work hard on this matter. After some time, the Duke entered the prince's room and invited him to have breakfast together. The prince looked at the Duke in bewilderment, but still agreed. At the same time, the prince was a little puzzled, since they had previously spoken about his brother, whose birthday it was today. He understood that he would very much like to return to their good old times when they were next to each other. Meanwhile, there was confusion in the duchy, as the young people wanted to come, but the knight drove them away. Philip was furious because the knight was driving away his master. He angrily asked if the knight knew who was in front of him. The prince realized that his comrade had been repeating the same thing for several hours in a row, and therefore he realized that they had no choice but to go back. But at the same time, Philip was shouting and wanted to see the main one. A moment later, the young people were taken aback as they heard a very familiar voice. The Duke greeted his nephew with warmth, as he was very glad that he had survived. He told his nephew that he thought he had died and almost died of grief. At that very moment, the Duke moved away from his nephew and asked what had happened to his brother. The young man froze in shock at the question. He sighed heavily and called his uncle, as he did not know how to answer him. The man froze for a moment as he realized that something terrible had happened, but at that very moment the prince asked his uncle for help. With tears in his eyes, he screamed that he needed help to return to the Empire and avenge his brother. At the same time, the young lady met with Madame, and Madame declared that their collection had also created a sensation at the show. She asked with a smile how about Togo continuing to hold such events. Alice looked at Madame with joy and asked if she was really talking about something like that. She knew that unfortunately most of the outfits had been lost in the fire, and she thought that Madame would be working on sewing new outfits for some time. The lady said with a smile that it was not easy, but as soon as it was over, the thought came to her that this was a great way to expand the business. Besides, she noticed that next time everything would go much better. Alice said with her smile that next time she would call the decorators to decorate the stage. At the same moment, Madame suggested that she invite experienced actors as models. Alice remarked that this was a brilliant idea, and everyone would be delighted. After some time, Alice was returning home, and she did not notice at all how quickly time flew by. She knew that now everything was going smoothly, and therefore she was truly happy. But a moment later, all her happiness disappeared as she met a man she didn't want to meet at all. He looked at her with a smile and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He asked where she had been for so long. He said with a smile that he missed her, but Alice was furious because she didn't understand what he wanted from her. She asked him what he was doing in a place like that. He said with a smile that he had been waiting for her all this time.